Marvel with ZANPAKUTOU. Chapter 501, One Problem After Another. It was 10:30 a.m., close to noon. Nick Fury sat alone at his desk by the window. He flipped through the documents in front of him that were almost piled up into a mountain. Warm sunlight shone in through the half-open window, as if casting a layer of golden light into the office. However, his eyebrows were almost knitted into a ball. This time, the problem in front of him was very serious. However, it was not about rebuilding after the war, the reason for the invasion of the Zerg, or hiding information from the people. What really gave Fury a headache was how he should quell the anger of the people, as well as explain to the State Council and the Council about Soul Society, Hueco Mundo, and the Wandenreich. In fact, in this incident, apart from his bad performance at the beginning, all subsequent actions were very timely, including the early foresight to retreat the people in time, intercept the fleeing Zerg on the outside, and the establishment of the Avengers. This incident allowed the world to see the potential of the Avengers. As the mastermind behind the scenes, he naturally approved the follow-up plans and promised to allocate funds and other aspects to strengthen and perfect the Avengers as the first line of defense for the Guardian. Everything seemed to be beautiful, except for the president. After experiencing the invasion of the Zerg, the active members of the Avengers became the new hope of the people of New York. In comparison, the reactions and actions of the US government had almost aroused the anger of the entire US people. Countless people held bloody white cloth and walked on the streets to protest, complaining angrily about the president and the military's terrorist. Yes, the word here was horror. After all, if one looked at any country in the world, even if it was the source of the terrorist attack, it would be impossible for an international city with millions of ordinary people to launch a nuclear bomb that was 1,000,000 tons. According to the original plan, Seireitei intended to hide this matter. But who knew that the plan would not change? The president launched a nuclear bomb to exterminate the people of New York City. This piece of news, along with the video, was suddenly exposed by an unknown media and spread throughout the world in a short few hours. The most important thing was that Seireitei still could not find any trace of him, and the news had spread far and wide, and there was no way to hide it. Now, everyone knew that their dear Mr. President did not plan to send an army to help them when they were faced with the threat of life. Instead, he planned to send them all to the sky with a nuclear bomb. Next, it was the usual operation of the United States. Tens of thousands of people walked on the streets and held up signs like "Bear, get off the stage," "Executioner," "Murder Demon," etc. They surrounded the entire White House, cursing the president from day to night. During this time, people tried to climb over the wall to attack the White House. Unfortunately, they were suppressed by the police with anti-explosion shields and chilly water. Do you think that this is the end of the matter? No. It was far from over, and something that truly made Fury feel despair happened. In a fierce conflict, a radical citizen rushed into the police group with a bomb, then pulled the trigger in his hand and self-destructed. The minced meat and blood mist in the sky exploded, causing dozens of police officers to die. This move directly intensified the conflict between the two sides. The police, who were already in a high mental state, thought that there were terrorists mixed in the crowd, trying to threaten the safety of the US president, so they fired at the crowd. Although there were not many casualties among the people, the impact was extremely bad. The anger of the people who were angry because of the nuclear bomb and ignored the lives of the people directly rose several levels. The president of a country actually planned to blow the entire New York up to the sky. The Annihilation Zerg, which was used to stop the invasion, actually opened fire to the civilians in the parade. Now, not only the anger of the people could not be quelled, but even the National Affairs Department and the Security Department were also in trouble. The reputation of the government almost fell to the lowest point of history in a short period of time. To be honest, such a smart operation could be called a once-in-a-lifetime. Even if there were 10,000 idiots, they might not be able to pick out a president as idiotic as Bear. In order to appease the anger of the public, the council and the state affairs had already planned to throw Bayer out to take the blame. They even wanted him to be the first in the history of the United States to be forcefully removed during his term of office and accept the President of the Federation's Supreme Court. However, although he was angry, Fury still found that something was wrong. This series of operations was too coincidental, as if someone had done it on purpose. The purpose was to damage the reputation of the people and endanger the safety of the United States. The information piled on his desk was about the investigation content of this time. When Fury looked through the documents with a sad face, his eyebrows were almost twisted into a knot. At this time, there was a sudden knock on the door. When he looked up, he found that it was Natasha walking in. Fury put down the documents on his head and rubbed his aching temples with one hand. He said with a black face, "I hope you can bring me some good news." What had happened during this period of time was enough to give him a headache. There were hundreds of documents that he had to deal with every day. He often had to stay up all night. If something big happened again, Fury seriously doubted whether he could live until retirement. "This matter isn't bad, right?" Natasha stroked the hair on her temples and said, "Do you still remember the young Loki? After the war, he has been locked up in the prison area. Now, Thor wants to take him back to Asgard. Just for this." Fury raised his eyebrows and seemed a little surprised. "The key to the problem is that the National Council and the Will Council asked us to detain Loki." Natasha sighed and said, "According to them, they should be planning to treat Loki as a criminal, or take this opportunity to gain some benefits." "I understand what you mean." Fury took a step back and leaned back in his chair with a sneer. "Don't worry about the requirements of the State Council and the Council. Just inform Thor to take Loki away directly. Leave the rest to me." "But..." Natasha hesitated for a moment and said worriedly, "If we do this, how do we explain the state affairs and the Council?" "Explanation? Sure, no problem." Fury looked up and smiled without a smile. "Let them take care of Asgard. Perhaps the legendary God King, Odin, will personally come over to explain the reason." "Imprisoning Loki? Don't make an international joke, don't even think about it. The young man, Loki, not to mention that it was only an attempted crime, even if the truth of the crime was established, did Earth have the qualifications to judge him? Or to put it another way, with Earth's current strength and status, what qualifications did it have to judge a strong country of the universe who ruled over the territories of the 9 great worlds, and even planned to imprison their prince in exchange for the so-called equivalent benefits?" He really wanted to ask those idiots, what was the difference between this and taking the initiative to seek death? "Don't worry, do it. I will take care of everything." Fury placed his hands on the desk and said lightly, "Compared to a mere Loki, isn't it more important to pull Thor into the Avengers through this matter than a prisoner?" Natasha smiled and understood. "I understand what you mean. I will go talk to Thor now." "Go." Fury waved his hand and continued to read through the documents. Natasha walked to the door and suddenly remembered, "By the way, Director, we haven't found any trace of old Loki." "I know. There is no need to find him." Fury continued to flip through the documents. There was no surprise on his face. He sneered, "Even the Mind Stone scepter was taken away by the Quincy. Where do you think he can be?" Natasha suddenly realized that this guy should have been taken away by Hashwalth. "By the way, there is one more thing." Fury hesitated for a moment, then sighed and said, "Tell Frank for me. When he goes to Soul Society in the future, remember to take a look for me. How is Coulson doing over there? If possible, take care of him for me." "Got it, Director." Natasha smiled gently, "I believe in Coulson. With his ability, even if he is with Soul Society, he can still live a good life." "I hope so." A hint of sadness flashed in Fury's eyes, and his tone sounded a little low. Reinvl.c. Chapter 502, Spiritual Arts Academy Enrollment. Seoul Society, Seireitei. The blue sky was cloudless for thousands of miles, like a perfect jade, clear and transparent. The warm wind sent wisps of warmth, blowing away the thin wisps of clouds, and the whole world was immersed in a dreamlike beautiful scenery. After several modifications, the present Seoul Society was no longer the same as before. Under the efforts of Technological Development Department's two chief and vice directors, Kisokura Hara and Kuratsuka Nimue, they successfully created a murderous stone, and also built a real wall along the way, as well as the four major Seireitei in the east, west, south, north and south, and sent 4 giants of high size to guard it. In addition, there are many buildings in Seireitei, including the division 13th Division. After a period of brewing, the division has created nearly 1,000 death god. They are divided according to the duties of their respective teams, and they are sent to various places in the world through stable breaks, making the originally empty and quiet Seireitei suddenly become lively. As the wandering souls in human world are constantly introduced, Seoul Society became more and more prosperous. Countless souls waiting to be reborn, scattered in various areas of Ryūjin with Seireitei as the center and radiation in all directions. The heavier the crime, the further away from Seireitei. But today, it is a very special day. Those souls that were scattered in various areas, almost most of them gathered in front of Seireitei. There is no distinction of races here, no distinction of nobility, all souls are treated equally, no longer the barrier of life, gathered together and whispered to each other, just like a scene of paradise on earth. A middle-aged, bald man squeezed into the crowd and curiously pricked up his ears to listen carefully to what they were talking about. It's almost noon. Why hasn't he come out yet? A well-built white man looked anxious. He stared at the door nervously, rubbing his hands uneasily as if he was waiting for something. Soon, soon. Don't be so anxious. Be patient. The black companion next to him advised, no matter how anxious you are, it is useless. When you come out, don't you want to see his face? The middle-aged bald man curiously approached and interrupted the conversation between the two. Hello, my name is Phil Carlson. I have just come to Seoul Society. May I ask why you are here? The bald man was Carlson. He was personally led to Seoul Society by Lod, so he was assigned to the area closest to Seireitei because of the back door. At first, Carlson was still not used to it and could not accept the fact that he was dead. But after he saw the magnificent and huge white wall, and with the advice and help of the kind-hearted souls around him, he lived for a few days and gradually accepted and got used to it. He planned to wait for rebirth peacefully. At this time, seeing so many people gathered outside Seireitei, with Carlson agent's character, he naturally could not sit still, so he ran out to inquire about the information. I am Powell, and he is Gerard. The black man's character was very straightforward, and he did not exclude Carlson. After introducing himself and his friends, he said, Today is the recruitment birthday of the Spiritual Arts Academy. We are waiting for the people of the Academy to come. Spiritual Arts Academy. Carlson was confused. As long as you can pass the test and join the Spiritual Arts Academy, you will have a chance to become Death God in the future. Then you won't have to stay in this crappy place where birds don't shit. You can live in the White Wall. Powell explained patiently. Carlson heard this and stared at the boss, Training Death Gods College. Yes, if you want to leave Ryūjin and enter the Seireitei inside the White Wall, this is the only way. Powell licked his lips, his eyes showing excitement, and said, The neighbor of my uncle's nephew passed the test last year. He became a student of the Spiritual Arts Academy and lived in Seireitei. Powell, don't chat. Look over there, Seireitei is open. Gerard shouted excitedly and waved to his companions to look at it. For a moment, the noisy crowd quieted down at the same time. Everyone tried to stretch their necks, and their eager eyes were focused on the slowly opening Seireitei. Carlson was naturally no exception. He suppressed the surprise in his heart and tried to see a bit of the scene behind Seireitei through the gap between the crowd. It was a completely different environment from Ryūjin. The continuous ups and downs of the mountain, as well as the road paved with grass, the buildings on the street were neat and orderly, the light-colored walls and roof tiles were spread, and several huge palaces could be seen in the distance. Compared with Ryūjin on the outside, it was like a refugee pit. This time, Carlson finally knew why these people wanted to go to Seireitei. Seireitei is like New York, and Ryūjin is like Mexico. The two are the same, there is a high wall, but the difference is that the current status is the Americans. I don't know if there are Mexicans here. If there are, maybe they will laugh loudly at the Americans. They, who have always been high above, will now fall to the wall. Carlson's lips curved with a bitter smile. He shook his head with a little self-mockery and sighed. I didn't expect that one day, the people stopped by the high wall will become us. Even in hell, there is still a distinction between high and low. Come, they are coming. I saw it. It is the students of the Spiritual Arts Academy. This time, it is them who lead the team. 3 men and a woman in white clothes walked out of Seireitei together, causing a disturbance in the crowd. Experienced people had already lined up in a line. After suffering the previous loss, no one dared to underestimate these people, even if they were not Death God now, they were just preparing to become Death God's students. Carlson's eyesight was particularly sharp, and he noticed the difference in a moment. Although the 3 people were wearing the same clothes, they were all students of the Spiritual Arts Academy, but the 2 men deliberately lagged behind the girl by half a step. Moreover, their behavior and demeanor seemed to be very respectful to the young girl. Moreover, there was a real warrior sword on the waist of the girl. Carlson, who had been in close contact with Lod several times, recognized almost at a glance that the weapon on the girl's waist was ZANPAKUTOU. ZANPAKUTOU was equivalent to every death god, and this sword undoubtedly explained why the girl's status was so high. She was a death god. Some people had participated in the last enrollment, so they recognized this girl. Senior Chen, should we start now? A white male student took half a step closer and lowered his head as he asked cautiously. Let's begin. Senior Chen nodded slightly. She gently pressed her hand on his waist and said softly, "Thank you, 2 juniors. If there is a riot, I will be responsible for suppressing it." The eyes of the 2 male students never left sword. A trace of envy flashed in their eyes from time to time. In the end, they reluctantly retracted their eyes and turned to the dark crowd. They said loudly, "The second enrollment of the Spiritual Arts Academy officially begins now." The speed of the enrollment test was very fast, and the speed at which people were eliminated was even faster. As long as everyone approached and pressed their hands on the crystal ball, then the 2 student union members could judge whether the person's spiritual power passed through the degree of light. Soon, it was Carlson's turn. Out of the more than 100 people before this, only 3 or 4 people passed. Carlson was filled with apprehension. He walked to the front of the crystal ball and pressed his hand on it, waiting for his judgment. The light emitted by the crystal ball was small, but it was enough to illuminate the faces of the surrounding people. Rank 8 Spiritual Power, Qualified. Chapter 503, Cataclysm of the Universe. Las Noches. In the pure white cylindrical building, the waning moon cast a weak glimmer. The entire room was not large, only about 10 square meters. The internal facilities were extremely simple, and there was not even a bed. An old man with broken arms sat on the ground, his feet locked by a heavy shackle. From the looks of things, the old man was clearly a prisoner. The green robe with golden edges and the golden antlered helmet beside him revealed the old man's true identity. He was the culprit who triggered the New York War with his own strength, the 4th-generation God King of Asgard Loki Odinson, who was at the parallel universe's future timeline. In the dark ring, Loki seemed to wake up and let out a painful groan. Under the faint moonlight, Loki slowly opened his eyes and found himself trapped in a certain room. Looking up through the small window, he could see the dark night outside, as well as a crescent moon like a crescent moon. The air was filled with the dry smell of the desert. Looking at the surrounding environment, Loki's face was ashen. He knew that he had lost, and he had lost without any power to fight back. All his dreams shattered like bubbles. Ryūbl.cm. At this moment, the door slowly opened, and a bright moonlight came in, illuminating the entire dark room. A figure was pulled extremely long and extended to the front of the old Loki. The person at the door was Ulquiorra. The dark green tear stains and the bone mask in the shape of a horn helmet made him quite recognizable. Less than 5 minutes after he escaped, he was caught by the Quincy of the Invisible Empire, and then watched the last battle all the way. So he still had some understanding of the power of Ulquiorra, knowing that it was impossible to run away. The old Loki slowly raised his head. After seeing the person standing by the door, his eyes were dim. He sighed and said, "I didn't expect that I would fall into your hands in the end. It seems that I was treated as a bargaining chip by that bastard. Let me ask you a few questions." Ulquiorra never talked nonsense with others. He went straight to the point and said, "What exactly happened in the parallel universe you are in?" Upon hearing this question, the old Loki's eyebrows twitched and he revealed a puzzled expression. "Why are you asking this? You don't need to know the reason." Ulquiorra had his hands in his pockets, his dark green eyes were calm and deep, and said indifferently, "You just need to tell me everything you know. If I tell you, what benefits can I get?" The old Loki twitched the corner of his mouth in pain, but he still smiled because he felt that this was an opportunity. Perhaps he could use it as a bargaining chip to exchange for his life. There are no benefits. No matter what your choice is, the final outcome will not change. Ulquiorra saw through his mind at a glance and ruthlessly broke the latter's fantasy. "You mean to say that no matter whether I say it or not, it will be difficult to escape death in the end, right?" The old Loki's lips trembled slightly, and the light in his eyes quickly dimmed. A wisp of grey color covered his old face. Ulquiorra nodded. "Yes. Either way, I'll die. Why should I tell you?" The old Loki's eyes were filled with resentment as he gnashed his teeth. "At the very least, you can choose your own way of death." Ulquiorra expressionlessly said, "There are many roads leading to the end of death, such as the road of pain from the thorns, or the flat straight road. What do you think?" "Ha ha 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 ha. Do you think I would be afraid of a mere torture?" The old Loki first laughed maniacally, his facial muscles twisted and ferocious. He stared at Ulquiorra with a resentful look, squeezing out his teeth and saying, "I actually died a long time ago and died in that disaster. The current me is just a tool for revenge. You can't threaten me." Ulquiorra calmly said, "There are many ways, not just torture. Hehe, if I'm not wrong, you intend to control me with the spirit treasure stone, right?" The old Loki looked as if he had already expected this. He sneered, "Unfortunately, I have already set up the rune character seal in my spiritual world. If you intend to forcefully control me, those things will disappear forever." Ulquiorra frowned slightly. This was the first time he showed this expression. Obviously, his thoughts were guessed correctly. The old Loki said with a stern voice, "Now the situation has changed. Either you promise to let me go and send me away from this universe with the space stone, or I will never say a word about the universe." How could he let go of the chance to escape? "You might have misunderstood something." There was a hint of displeasure in the depths of Ulquiorra's dark green eyes. He said, "The information about your parallel universe is not something we must obtain. So even if you don't say it, we won't lose anything." "No, no, no. You are wrong, very wrong." The elderly Loki laughed sinisterly. "After seeing you all, I suddenly understood why my universe would collapse and why those things would appear. This was a calamity that affected all of the multiverse. No one could escape. The calamity of the multiverse. Ulquiorra muttered to himself, his eyes suffused a strange color. You can choose to kill me. The elderly Loki sat up and stared straight at him. It won't be long before they are found in the universe you are in. And then, they will be exterminated. Ulquiorra's eyes were a little faint and he was silent. The old Loki felt that the foreshadowing was almost done, so he took a deep breath and said, actually, we can cooperate. I will tell you the information. You just need to send me away with the space stone. What do you think? Las Noches never accepts threats. Ulquiorra's eyes were like a dead body, suffused with a cold light. Other than the Mind Stone, we have other ways to get the information we want from you. The old Loki felt a chill in his heart as he was stared at by that gaze. What are you doing? I'll leave him to you. Ulquiorra's dark green eyes were like a pool of stagnant water, facing the empty place. He said lightly, this is your first mission, do not let us down. Don't worry. Such a simple mission, I will be able to complete it soon. A creature with a human upper body and a lower body of an octopus squirmed in from outside the door. It licked its lips and said excitedly, as long as I complete this mission, you will help me break my facade, right? Yes. Ulquiorra nodded slightly and said, the rest will be handed over to you, Kars. Become one with us. After getting a positive recovery, Kars pounced over with a sinister smile on his face and wrapped his tentacles around the old Loki. Ah! The next moment, the old Loki's scream echoed in the room. Chapter 504, Long Journey to See a Flower. My name is Loki Odinson. I have made 2 mistakes. This is something I can never forget or even change in my life. In the year I was born, the great Bor passed his throne to my father, or it should be said that he was Odin Barson. The man who led the Asgard to glory and was revered as the God King by the 9 great worlds. When I was very young, my father, Odin, defeated the 9 great worlds. Later, he married Frigga, and the 2 great god clans established an eternal rule. A magnificent city was built above the vast galaxy, and in the next 10,000 years, it became the immortal palace of the 9 great worlds. Unlike that reckless and stupid brother who always shouted that he wanted to be a god king, I had displayed amazing magic talents since I was very young, and whether it was thinking, logic, or wisdom, I far surpassed him. I even thought that I was the only one who was suitable to inherit the throne of my father and lead Asgarda to a brighter future god king. But I was wrong. I am a child of the frost giants. How can my father pass the throne to me? Even if my brother is so stupid, the throne will always be his. I used to be very angry and even questioned my father. Since he was unwilling to give the throne to me, why did he let me become a prince? It was him who gave me hope, but it was also him who made me despair. I would never forget that when he stood on the Rainbow Bridge with a golden armor and an eternal spear in his hand, he hesitated for a few seconds in the face of my doubts and the guilt on his face. His expression was like a fishbone, deeply stuck in my heart, stinging my humble and small self-confidence. Thus, I made a mistake. After I borrowed Thanos' army to invade Earth and was defeated by those self-proclaimed Avengers heroes, I returned to Asgarda and was naturally imprisoned for 1,000 years. In that lonely cell, my anger swelled. I blamed everything on my brother, father, and even the whole of Asgarda. When the group of dark elves invaded, no one discovered them, and I was like a drowning person who grabbed onto a life-saving straw. I couldn't wait to use them to complete my revenge. Yes. I want to take revenge on Odin, Thor, and Asgarda. It was them who caused me to fall into such a situation. They deprived me of my hope and ruthlessly stepped me into the mud. So I want to take revenge on everyone. I guided the way for the Dark Elves and let them go to the deepest part of the Immortal Palace to find my father for revenge. I despicably imagined that they could kill Odin. I was wrong. It was ridiculously wrong. My self-righteous revenge mentality was like a burning fire, constantly eroding my reason and pushing me into the dark abyss. The dark elves did not find my father. This group of animals vented their anger on my poor mother. The woman who loved me the most was finally killed by my evil thoughts. The pain was like Helheim's cold wind, cutting my soul into countless pieces. I joined hands with my brother. That was the first time we worked together since we fell out. We successfully defeated the dark elves, but my mother couldn't come back. And I, once again, was expelled by my father. I lost my home. I wandered in the universe for a long time until I came to the Saka star. It was a planet ruled by a high celestial. It was called the Hell of the Fighters. Everyone and even items were part of the collection of the high celestial. As for me, I was no exception. Relying on my excellent eloquence and outstanding Asgardian magic, I became a guest of High Heavenly Venerate and lived quite a good life here. I indulged in my desires to my heart's content. Every day, I would sink into different women. Wine made it very rare for me to wake up. This was the only way to prevent me from recalling that painful memory. Year after year. I once thought my life would end like this until that day when I met my brother. That was the second mistake. I was very happy to be able to see him again, so I deliberately played with him. When he was grabbed by Hulk and smashed to the ground, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. I admitted that I had the mentality of revenge, but it was not intentional. Thor found me and told me a piece of bad news. Father is already dead, and the imprisoned goddess of death is now ruling Asgarda. He hopes that I can go back and help him. I thought father would never die, but now it seems that I was wrong. Even a god as strong as father will die one day. I admit that I was scared at that moment. But I still promised Thor to return to Asgarda with him. After a difficult battle, we successfully used Surtur to destroy Hyla and Asgarda. Asgard was destroyed, and my last home was gone. My heart was very sad, and I was even more afraid of death. Thor was my only relative. At this time, I understood that the reason why my father hesitated at that time was actually to protect me better. We took the surviving people and headed to Earth. Thor said that he would be there to rebuild an even more magnificent and spectacular Asgard. I promised to go to Earth with him just to rebuild our Asgarda. But things did not go as we wished. The crazy Titan came. Thanos led his army to attack the spaceship we were on and defeated all the people who tried to resist with a crushing absolute advantage. My reckless and stupid brother refused to hand over the space gem. As a result, his head was cut off by Thanos. The remaining Asgardians were all wiped out by Thanos and no longer had the so-called Asgard. As for me, I escaped. The fear of death overcame that pitiful courage. I was like a mouse in the gutter, fleeing wildly, not even daring to wave at the Titan's sword. I should have died there. It was Heimdall who used his own life to open the Rainbow Bridge for me and let me leave the spaceship. Later, I mustered the courage to form an alliance with the Avengers on Earth and went to seek revenge on Thanos together. Unfortunately, at that time, Thanos had already destroyed the infinite gems. We had no room for redemption. Everything was over. Half of the lost lives in the universe would never come back. We were disheartened and disbanded, and I began to wander. Many years later. I can't remember how many years have passed. When I became as old as my father, the new leader of the Fallen Avenger Alliance, Captain Carroll, found me and told me a huge piece of bad news. The universe was collapsing. I followed Carroll and the new Fallen Avenger Alliance to the border of the universe. The scene I saw there was unforgettable. It was an ancient huge tree. No words could describe it. Even the Asgard tree of Asta was not comparable to it. The roots of the tree that were coiled were deeply rooted in a galaxy, constantly absorbing energy and life from it. Dense branches sprouted from its huge trunk, and they were covered with white fruits. It was impossible to count how many there were. But what shocked me even more was that inside the white fruits, there were worlds one after another. Carlo said that this tree is constantly growing. The white fruits on the branches are the world that has been swallowed. If we don't want to become like that, we must destroy this tree. We endured our fear and slowly approached the tree. When we stood under the tree, I saw a flower growing in the nearly transparent trunk. Ah dash! Kars suddenly hugged his head and screamed. His entire body seemed to have been whipped. Blood continuously sprayed out and there were even faint burn marks. It was as if an invisible flame was trying to burn it to death. Fortunately, Kars reacted quickly and abandoned Loki, who he had not finished devouring. He was lucky to avoid the disaster and gasped for breath with lingering fear. Flowers. What a terrible flower! Chapter 505, Tony's Resolve. It had been a full month since the Annihilation Zerg invaded New York. Many major events had happened during this period, but they all returned to peace in the end. The busiest person in this period of time must be Fever. Just cleaning up the mess for the president made him exhausted. In view of the various magical operations that President Bayer had done during the war, he was sent to the Federation Supreme Court without any accident and was permanently deprived of his political identity as a criminal. Only then did the angry people subside. The anger of the people subsided with the trial. The large-scale demonstration ended, and all the countries in the US returned to normal. New York was also rebuilt bit by bit under the funding of the government. Everything seemed to have returned to the past, but the people who were familiar with the inside story knew that this was just a superficial phenomenon. Bayer was just a prop that was pushed out to calm the anger of the people. According to the report that SHIELD submitted afterward, it was very easy to distinguish. President Bayer's behavior habits at that time suddenly became another one. In other words, the murderer who really made the nuclear bomb launch was still at large. Moreover, Fury seriously suspected that there was a force behind the shooting and self-explosion incident. The purpose was to subvert the US regime. When it came to national security issues, the FBI and SHIELD worked together. The two organizations almost came out in full force, like mad dogs day and night, capturing all the personnel involved. Thanks to the two organizations going crazy, Hell's Kitchen was quiet a lot during this period of time. The gangs hid like they disappeared. For a time, the crime rate of the entire New York fell sharply. It made people have an illusion that they had really returned to the peaceful era. Of course, all of this had nothing to do with Lod. Seireitei was like a pure land isolated from the world, allowing the outside world to be full of storms and thunder, and no one dared to disturb him. However, there was a special guest today, the president of Stark Group, Tony Stark. In fact, Lod was not surprised at all that Tony would come to find him. It could even be said that he expected it. After all, after seeing Soul Society's strength with his own eyes, if Tony could still sit peacefully, either he had a big heart or a hole in his brain. It was obvious that he did not occupy either of them. Even if he thought about it with his butt, he knew that Tony was probably afraid. He had no other choice, so he wanted to find him to solve the problem of his unregistered household. Lod crossed his legs and leisurely sat on the sofa. He said with a smile, "Why didn't you go find your little Pepper to kiss? Why did you come to me?" Tony's eyelids twitched slightly. He looked like he wanted to say something but hesitated. He seemed to be thinking about how to open his mouth. After all, he had never done something like begging someone in his life. If you have something to say, just say it. I still have to go out later. Lod waved his hand and said, "I promised Nemu last time that I would take her to the amusement park when I'm done." Actually, I haven't been there for a long time. Why don't we go together?" Tony's face turned red and he said after holding it in for a long time. After saying this, he felt ashamed. A person who was close to 30 years old actually wanted to go to the amusement park. If others knew about this, he would lose all his face. "Are you sick?" Lod looked at him as if he was crazy and said, "If you have something to say, just say it. Don't go around with me. If an old man in his 30s or 40s goes to the amusement park, others will think that you are a pervert." Tony was expressionless. After looking at Laud, he silently complained in his heart, "You are an old man in his 200s, yet you still have the nerve to call me a pervert." Actually, it was Frank who suggested me to come. Tony took a deep breath and no longer hesitated. He said bluntly, "He said that you have a way to help me become stronger, so I came to find you, hoping that you can train me. Aren't you very powerful yourself?" Laud raised his eyebrows and said, "Your Zanpakuto has developed well. I have seen it all. There is no need for me to train." "Yes, but I found that it is far from enough to escape from those captains with just these methods. I must become stronger," Tony said with a serious face. "You may have misunderstood me." Laud laughed and shook his head. "I am not as powerful as you think. If you want to find me and help you become stronger than the captain, I advise you to give up as soon as possible." "No, you are wrong, Laud." Tony changed his usual mischievous smile and said solemnly, "I don't ask you to train me into a captain because I know it's unrealistic. I just want to learn the basics about Death God from you. If you want to learn the basics, can Frank teach you too?" Laud stood up from the sofa and said with a faint smile, "Why do you have to go so far to come and find me?" "Because you are stronger than Frank." Tony showed his white teeth and smiled. "Everyone thinks I am a genius. I don't need a teacher to teach me and I can be self-taught. But in fact, they have neglected one thing. My father, Howard Stark, is my teacher." Laud smiled and asked, So, I deeply understand one thing." Tony took a deep breath and paused for a moment. No matter what kind of genius he is, it is impossible for him to explore the unknown field alone. An outstanding and powerful teacher is the beacon that leads him to the right path. Death God. Spiritual power. These are all fields that I am completely unfamiliar with. Therefore, any known modern science and experience cannot provide me with any help. During the New York War, I saw the battles of the captains. To be honest, I was very afraid because I found that my armor and preparations were like a toy in front of you. So I realized that the gap between me and Death God is not the so-called spiritual power, but the gap between experience and technology. I need to learn the basic theories of your Death God. Your steps, sword techniques, and even Kido, these Frank can't teach me, and the only person who can teach me these things right now is you." Tony said in one breath, and then carefully looked at Laud, nervously waiting for the final result. After a moment of silence, the corners of Laud's lips curled up slightly. He smiled and said, "Not bad. Very few people can clearly understand the importance of foundation to Death God. You are much smarter than Frank. So that's how it is." When Tony heard this, his eyes lit up with surprise. I promise you." Laud smiled and said, "But you have to be mentally prepared. I won't show mercy. If you die, don't blame me." Tony hesitated for a moment, but when he saw the teasing look in Laud's eyes, his desire to win rose again. He gritted his teeth and said, "Don't worry, since I said it, I definitely won't go back on my word. If there's anything, just come at me." Laud smiled without saying a word. Chapter 506, Cold Hard Steel. Time was like quicksand between fingers, passing away unknowingly. Ever since the invasion of the Annihilation Zerg clan ended, Laud suddenly had some free time. Either way, he was currently unable to improve, so he decided to train his mind and stayed in the modern realm for about a month. During this time, he and Nemu took turns to teach Tony and Death God the 4 basic skills, namely, Zanpakuto, Cut, Fist, Run, Spirit. After a month of inhumane training, he struggled on the edge of life and death almost every day. Tony's progress could be described as rapid as a day. As expected of the genius he carried, even Nemu praised him for being smart. The only regret was that Tony seemed to be a little biased. His swordsmanship and white fighting skills were barely passable, and it was not an exaggeration to describe it as a tragic sight. But in contrast, Tony showed amazing talent and interest in the two skills of Kido and Ho-Ho. In a short month, he could skillfully use Kido below 60, and he could even instant cast Kido below 30. Although Tony did not show his talent in front of Ho-Ho, he could not stop his interest from rising. This guy rarely did not rely on his brain. Instead, he relied on hard work to cultivate his Ho-Ho to a level comparable to the third seat. This desire to live made even Lod speechless. However, Tony did not know it. He even planned to merge Ho-Ho and Kido into his god-killing mech. Ding, 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 ding. In the amusement park under the Seireitei, two black figures crossed each other. When swords' blade collided with each other, brilliant sparks burst out. Along with the piercing sound of metal clashing against metal, the strong wind created by the collision between the two groups of spiritual power raged and howled, causing cracks to appear on the flat ground. Nimue sat on top of a protruding boulder, her fair and clear little feet swaying slightly. In her left hand was a 4-story hamburger that was bigger than her face, and in her right hand was a big Coke filled with ice. She enjoyed the intense battle between the two parties. The two sides of the battle were Lod and Tony. This was the graduation exam that Lod had set for Tony. As long as he could last for 3 minutes under his command, then Tony's training would be perfect. If not, then he would continue to train. In this 1 month, Tony had to learn a lot of knowledge every day, and he had to endure high-intensity battles. Fortunately, Lod was proficient in replying, otherwise, before the training was completed, Tony felt that he would have to die 100 to 80 times. If there was a medicine for regret, Tony could not wait to cross over to the past and give himself a hard slap. He wanted you to have a cheap mouth and come here to suffer. In order to end this trip to hell, Tony could be said to have put in a lot of effort. He had to pass the test at all costs. If he was trained by Lod for another half a month, he even suspected that he might become crazy. Come on, big pervert. Nimue saw the excitement and raised the cola and hamburger in his small hands, shouting for Tony, "Don't lose to Big Brother. If you hold on a little longer, you will pass the test soon." "I know." Tony only focused on answering Nimue, but in the end, he accidentally made a mistake, and there was another bloody wound on his chest. "You are quite brave when you fight with me, you dare to be distracted." Lod waved sword to get rid of the blood. There was a faint smile on his face, and there was a cold light in his eyes. He said, "If there is a next time, it will not be as simple as just a wound." Gulp. Tony swallowed his saliva and quickly raised sword to assume a posture. I got it." After a month of interaction, he knew that Lod was serious. If he dared to be distracted again, Lod's next target would definitely be his neck. This is the end of the entertainment program. Show me your true ability. Otherwise, you will die. Lod held the short sword that was only a few inches long, his eyes narrowed into a line, and there seemed to be coldness surging in them. At this moment, Tony felt a chill run down his spine. A cold and sticky feeling crept up his muscles inch by inch, like a poisonous snake hidden in a bush, finally revealing its cold fangs. Although that sword looked short, Tony did not dare to underestimate him in the slightest. In the few battles he had fought in the past month, the abnormally fast sword blade almost made him suffer. There were at least 70 to 80 holes in his body, all of them pierced through by this sword. Phew! I understand. Tony did not hesitate and chose the shikai. Show yourself, Hephaestus. Boom! Spiritual power, who had been accumulating for a long time, suddenly exploded like a fire mountain. The surging flames mixed with the gushing lava, instantly raising the temperature in the amusement park by dozens of degrees. The metal substance extracted from the ground was gradually melted and formed under Tony's control. Hey! Lod was slightly stunned, and his expression was a bit strange. It was not because of Tony's spiritual power, but the shape of the metal that had been remodeled by the flames. It looked very much like a cannon. The metal material that was brought out from the ground had been remodeled by the flames of Mephisto and turned into a dark giant cannon. The height of the cannon was about 15 meters, and the length of the cannon was astonishing 50 meters. The diameter of the cannon was about 800 millimeters. This thing looked a little familiar. Lod thought for a moment and suddenly remembered that this was not the ancient cannon created by Hitler during the Second World War. He. Tony jumped onto the giant cannon and revealed a sly smile at Lod. Have you ever heard of this saying? A caliber is justice and a cannon is the truth. Lod looked down at his sword, and then looked at the battery comparable to a war beast. His heart suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. I thought Swafon's Bankai was exaggerated enough. Now it seems that the most exaggerated is still Tony. With this guy's Zanpakuto and IQ, he will not really make hundreds of nuclear bombs in the future, and then see who will come to wash the ground with a wave of artillery. It seems that there is such a possibility. Lod suddenly felt a little pain in the ass. If Tony is crazy in Seoul society, Seireitei will not be razed to the ground. Someone once said that the best weapon is a weapon that doesn't need to be used. Tony clenched the burning Helion phase and looked at the book. The color of gold flowed in his eyes. Spiritual power gathered on the black hammer like a storm. He took a deep breath and said, "But I don't think so. The best weapon should only need to be used once. Let me solemnly introduce it to you. This is my latest invention. It belongs to the god-killing system, and its power is comparable to the cannon of Zeus, Hercules. Of course, I also integrated a little gadget, such as Kido. Lod raised his eyebrows and showed an interested look. Then I would like to see how powerful this move of yours is. I will satisfy your wish. Chapter 507, Rising Punch. Boom. The Titan god of ancient Greek mythology, Hercules, let out a roar. A deafening roar instantly shattered the air. The extremely violent Kido was chanted and amplified by the pitch-black cannon. It poured out like a golden torrent. The vast and mighty lightning emitted a dazzling light. It swooped down like a giant thunder dragon. In the Seireitei, the wind blew and dust covered the sky. The lightning dragon was extremely yang and fierce, containing endless destruction. It was a complete destruction that was several times more terrifying than the simple release of Hado. Even Nemu, who was watching from the side, could not help but feel a bit depressed as she looked at the mighty lightning dragon. The flat ground was easily torn apart by the surging lightning dragon. The remnant might of the lightning was like an army of thousands of men and horses trampling over everything. Good idea, good move. Lod repeatedly praised and took a step forward against the lightning. An indescribable heavy and oppressive aura accompanied by a visible sweep of spiritual power forced the lightning to 3 meters away from his body. No matter how the lightning dragon roared and attacked, he stood still. In the next moment, he pulled out sword. In an instant, the violent winds of heaven and earth howled, and a brilliant white radiance tore through the sky. It was the indescribably dazzling light of sword. Just the instant it appeared, it had plundered the colors of the entire world, leaving only a wisp of grey, as if it had fallen into eternal death. There was no sound, everything was silent. After this short period of strange silence, a world-shaking rumble was welcomed. Rumble. The earth was shaking, and the world was howling. The moment the huge thunder dragon and sword collided, a dazzling light burst out from the loud rumble, as if the earth was collapsing and the earth was shaking, and the entire playground was covered in a moment. The lightning mixed with sword's light and spread out. All tangible and intangible things were shattered. As the earth and even hollow were shattered, the earth and space were completely shattered and collapsed. Countless hills in the distance were shattered by the shockwaves. A moment later, everything was calm and peaceful. The incessant rumbling in his ears finally disappeared, and the world returned to peace. The 10,000 tons of dust that was stirred up by the impact fell down. The strong wind blew away the obstacles in front of them. They only saw a giant crack that could not be seen to the end. It was even more impossible to see the depth of it. It was as deep as the East Africa Great Rift Valley. It was between the two of them. If one were to observe it carefully, they would be able to see it. This huge rift valley had started with Lod, and it had just brushed past Tony and left. He is actually completely unharmed. Tony had an ugly expression on his face, and he was unable to accept it in his heart. One had to know that this was his strongest attack up until now, but he did not expect that it would still be unable to deal with Lod. Even Lod, who considered himself inferior to the captain, was so powerful. He could not imagine how powerful those real captains were. To be honest, I was a little shocked. Tony quickly adjusted his state of mind and bitterly mocked himself. I am starting to doubt whether you are really inferior to those captains or are you deliberately pretending to be weak in front of me. Don't say that. Actually, I have already used my full strength. Lod said with a smile. Full power? Haha, as if. Tony pursed his lips, indicating that he did not believe it at all. Lod commented, using this giant cannon to increase Kito's destructive power, your idea is very good, and the practical effect is also very good. The only drawback is that the time is too long, and if it is a real enemy, they won't stand and let you fight. Tony spread his hands and said, don't forget, if it's a real battle, I still have the support of the Atlas system and the final judgment weapon, Zeus. This is the real deicital system. Hee, you're right. Lod laughed and shook his head. He had forgotten this point. The deicital system was a lot of weapon systems. Under the support satellite of Atlas, the system of attack was built together. Now it was only one of them. If it was used together, even if the captain came, it would be a mess. He felt a little emotional in his heart. Maybe this was a genius. Frank became Death God more than a year earlier than Tony, but if the two of them were to fight now, Frank's odds of winning were less than 10. He would probably be crushed to death in an instant. It's a pity. My spiritual power is still too little. Tony licked his dry lips and shook his head regretfully. Otherwise, we can make dozens of Heracles in one go and combine them with Zeus and floating cannons to form an open space that will cover you for a long time. Maybe we can defeat you. Lod. He always felt that Tony seemed to have gone astray and was moving further and further away from the explosion. With his current situation, Lod had a hunch that in the near future, this guy would probably fire a cannon that was no less than Jakuho Reikaban. If spiritual power, a level 6, could do this, what if he was a level 3 spiritual power in the future? When Lod thought of this, he subconsciously shivered. He could not help but feel deep respect for Tony, as if he was seeing an explosive force rising slowly. Even gods and immortals would not be able to stop a scientist who knew magic. He hoped that Thanos would not be able to hold on. After all, the one who would have a chance to taste this move in the future would most likely be his Black Order. Lod let his imagination run wild for a while before he came back to his senses and said to Tony, "Congratulations, your training is over." Wait. Are you serious? Tony widened his eyes and said in disbelief, I really passed the test. At first, he didn't have any expectations and thought that he would be tortured for a month. He didn't expect that there would be a pleasant surprise. Lod, this heartless and black-hearted teacher, actually announced that he had passed the examination. You didn't hear wrong. Lod nodded slightly, waved his hand, and scolded with a smile, I don't have anything to teach you anymore. Don't come to me if you have nothing to do in the future. Hurry up and go find your pots. I hear you talking about her every day. I'm about to have calluses on my ears. Did I really? Tony was a little concerned about it. Yes. Lod said grumpily, you talk in your sleep every night and read Pot's name 3,000 times. The corner of Tony's mouth twitched, and he was a little reluctant to admit it. He was a master of flowers, but he actually called a woman by her name, 3,000 times. This was simply unbelievable. Still not leaving. Lod raised his eyebrows and threatened, "Are you planning to stay and let me train for another month? Goodbye. Farewell." Tony turned around and ran, without any intention of lingering. Chapter 508, Mysterious Book. After being tortured by the inhuman teacher for a month, he slept on the hard ground every day and did not even have a bed. For a time, Tony, who was used to being extravagant, suddenly felt like a primitive man. Now that he had returned to the modern civilization, the first thing he had to do was naturally to indulge himself. For example, he invited the popular model to a passionate midnight party. As for little Pepper Potts, I'm sorry. As the CEO of Stark Group, she went to Dallas and the Biological Fund to discuss the matter of cooperation. She was expected to return in a week. Although the relationship between the two had been almost clear since the Science and Technology Exposition, it did not affect his private life. After returning to his seaside mansion, Tony held a cocktail party. Almost all the invited people were beauties. There was no lack of Hollywood celebrities. Then, they spent a wonderful night together with the most beautiful one. The madness lasted until the early morning. The two were exhausted and fell asleep on a bed. It wasn't until noon that the warm sun spilled in through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Along with the salty sea breeze, it awakened the man on the bed. Stark got up from the bed and rubbed his swollen temples. He looked at the beauty on the bed. Her two round and slender jade legs were exposed. Under the sunlight, they reflected a tempting white light. A sweet voice rang out. "Tony, why are you up so early?" A charming face came out of the quilt and wrapped around the thin sheets, revealing her curvaceous figure without a doubt. It looked even more seductive. "I still have something to do, you can take the car and leave later." Tony casually put on two clothes, then ignored the woman, turned around and left the room. It had to be said that Tony was worthy of being a veteran in flowers. His attitude changed so much that even the women on the bed felt ashamed. These women who spent the night all dreamed that with their charm and skills, they could leave Tony's heart, and then a carp would jump through the dragon gate and directly become the upper class. Fawebno. But in reality, none of them succeeded. Everyone knew that Tony changed women faster than he changed clothes. There were countless women who had spent the night with him for so many years, but in the end, only Pepper Potts stayed. It was not because Pepper Potts was beautiful, but because she really loved him with her heart. Tony could see this very clearly. Looking at Tony's almost hopeless back, the woman laughed at herself. However, she was not too disappointed. After all, the failed seniors had already been piled up into a mountain. Although she could not successfully win Tony over, she was sure that after she left this house, she would obtain more resources than before. This was the effect brought by Tony. Tony was doing it for pleasure, she was doing it for resources. Both of them took what they needed, and neither owed each other anything, not to mention that she had enjoyed it for a longer time. The woman put on her clothes and took the elevator to the first floor. She got into the car that she had prepared and drove to her house. The phone in the bag rang. The woman picked up her hair and picked it up. "Irene, I heard that you went to Tony's bed." An excited voice came from the other side of the line, as if wishing that the person was her. Irene, while fixing her makeup in the mirror, lazily said, "Yes, I just came out at this time, and I almost fell apart because of him." "Oh ho ho ho!" There was a strange smile on the other side of the line, and then he said, "I have a hunch that you will soon enter the National Supermodels competition." Irene smiled and casually chatted for a while before hanging up the phone. Before she could rest for a few minutes, another call came. It was from her agent. After the call was connected, it was nothing more than a blessing and congratulations. In addition, the company decided to sponsor her and let her go to the National Supermodel competition. When Irene finally finished dealing with it, she found that she had already arrived home. After sending a kiss to the driver, she walked up to this rather old house with a pair of round and slender legs. Not all the supermodels were very rich, especially people like her who had not yet become famous. Being able to live in a place close to the center of the city was already a great financial burden. However, Irene was not worried because she would soon meet an opportunity and leave this dirty area, becoming a real person. The entire house was a little old. One could even see the peeling walls. Even the elevator was in the style of the last century. Smelling the moldy smell in the air, Irene frowned slightly, revealing a disgusted expression. While waiting for the elevator, out of the corner of her eye, she saw a stone statue that looked like an angel covering her face. Strange. When did there be a stone statue here? Irene was a little confused, but she did not care about this. After the elevator came down, she walked in. Ding dash. The old elevator slowly closed. When Irene was rubbing her eyes tiredly, the elevator suddenly stopped running. The light above her head began to flicker, revealing a rich ominous aura. Damn elevator, such a problem has appeared again. I will definitely complain to them. Irene kicked the elevator door and cursed angrily. However, the elevator had already stopped working. Irene could only helplessly take out her phone and prepare to call for help. But just as she took out her phone, she saw a dark shadow reflected on the screen of her phone. Ah dash! Thump, thump, thump. When Tony walked down the stairs, he happened to bump into Pepper Potts. The smile on his face instantly froze, and a feeling of heartache welled up in his heart. Potts. Tony said awkwardly, didn't you go on a business trip? Why are you back so soon? The cooperation is over. Potts held the ironed clothes in his hand and smiled slightly. And I was on the plane last night. When I came back, I happened to run into your party. When I got older, I suggested to pay attention to my body, lest I get tired and paralyzed. These words with guns and sticks made Tony smile awkwardly, but he thought in his heart, I am death god. I am in good health. I can have 17 or 18 more. Of course, he did not dare to say this out loud. Otherwise, in the next half a year, he would most likely be humiliated by Pepper Potts. Pepper Potts glared at him and did not pursue the matter too much. After all, she already knew what this Birdman was like. She handed over the clothes. Tony took it and put on the clothes one by one. He asked, by the way, I haven't been in the company recently. Is there anything else? It's nothing special. Pepper Potts shook his head, but he seemed to have thought of something. He then said, by the way, there was someone who asked me to transfer you a parcel. There is an old book in it. A book? Tony frowned and said, I don't remember that I have a habit of collecting old books. Who gave it to you? Potts shook his head and said, I don't know, but the cover of this book says for Tony Stark. I thought it was a bit strange, so I stayed behind for you. Tony frowned, picked up a cup of coffee, took a sip, and said, it's for me. Then what is the name of the author of this book? Potts thought for a moment and said, I remember it was called Irene. Wait. Tony suddenly opened his eyes wide. He stood rooted to the ground as if he had been struck by lightning. Only after a long while did he recover. He looked at Potts in shock. He swallowed his saliva and said, again, who? Irene Caswell, what's wrong? Potts was a little surprised by his performance and immediately joked, could it be that you even know people from 100 years ago? Gulp. Tony swallowed his saliva and his face turned pale. The woman I had an appointment with last night. She's also called Irene Caswell. Chapter 509, Conversation Through 100 Years. The two people looked at each other. A strange and absurd atmosphere spread between the two people. A book author with nearly 100 years of history with the name to Tony Stark actually had the same name as the supermodel who spent a good night with him yesterday. Weren't these two too coincidental? Tony frowned and felt uneasy. He stretched out his hand and said, Potts, bring that book over. I want to see what is written in this book that is given to me. Okay, you are slightly lower. I will go to the office downstairs to get it. Potts nodded and quickly turned to go downstairs. Tony put down the coffee in his hand and sat on the soft sofa, thinking about whose prank this was. A moment later, Potts came up. It was a yellow thread-bound book. It was obvious that it was not a product of this era. Before it was opened, it gave off a sense of history. If you got closer, you could even smell a certain stench. The cover of the book was written with a feather pen. It was written to Tony Stack. The author of this book was signed in the lower right corner. It was Ryūjin Jakka. It was written at the beginning of 1925, Great Britain and Northern Ireland. The words on the back seemed to have been soaked in water and could no longer be identified, but it could still be seen that it should be a certain city in England. This book is real. Tony frowned even more. From the moment he got his hands on it, he knew that this book was not an imitation, but a genuine artifact. If he could be sure that this book was not an imitation, or perhaps he had collected many artifacts, he had developed an almost instinctive intuition. The book was real. It meant that this was not a prank. Perhaps there was someone with the same name who wrote this book in England 100 years ago and handed it over to him. But was there really such a coincidence in this world? A person who had just left his place, less than 2 hours ago, had actually run over 100 years ago and specially wrote this book for him. If not for a prank, then it must be a joke from God. In order to confirm this, Tony asked Jarvis to check if Ryūjin Jakka was still there. Jarvis invaded the surveillance of the old mansion and found that after Ryūjin stepped into the elevator, no one came out and contacted the manager in the corridor. After confirming it, he found that Ryūjin was really missing. From the moment Ryūjin stepped into the elevator to the next person entering, it could be confirmed that no one came in or out, or even anything appeared. However, Ryūjin Jakka disappeared just like that. Could it be that it was real? With this question in mind, Tony carefully flipped to the first page. Because this book was already very old, he had to be very careful in order to prevent the book from falling apart. However, when he flipped to the first page and saw the line of words, Tony was so scared that his face turned pale. He even exclaimed that it was impossible. "Did you see a ghost?" Potts was curious and looked over. "Give it to Iron Man Tony Stark, a girl who used to spend a crazy night with you, dreaming of becoming a supermodel, a wonderful trip that belongs to Ryūjin Jakka. I seem to have seen a ghost." Tony's face turned white in an instant, as if it was painted with paint. His two hands were white and bulging, tightly clutching the pages. Hiss dash. Potts sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, she also realized the problem. The chill of the day surged up from the soles of her feet, and her little face instantly paled. "You mean, the same person?" Tony did not answer her question. Instead, he flipped to the next page. He stared at it carefully. He swore that when he was in school, he had never been this serious. "I know that you might not believe it and think that this is just a prank. In fact, I did not believe it in the beginning. I tried to ask everyone I met, but in the end, I accepted the reality. I crossed over. Yes, this is not a movie plot, but something that really happened to me. I came to England in 1914. This is really terrible. The air quality 100 years ago is much worse than that of our era. This place is filled with industrial black smoke. They are like monsters, dyeing the sky black. Ha 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 ha. I seem to have said too much. Sorry, people in this era are always so reserved. I still miss our era, at least there can be McDonald's. Let me guess, you must be very curious now. Why did I leave this book for you 100 years ago? But it doesn't matter. When you finish reading this book, all your questions will be answered." When he saw this, Tony was almost certain that the author of this book, Ryūjin Jakka, was the same person as the supermodel who had just left the room not long ago. After watching from the side, Potts reached out and pinched the soft flesh on Tony's waist. She gritted her teeth and said, "It seems that you guys had a great time last night. I even remember what posture you used clearly." Tony looked embarrassed. In order to prove that she was not lying, Irene described in detail in the book that their passionate moments last night included but not limited to all kinds of postures. If he had not really experienced it, he would probably think that it was some crazy woman who had fantasized about the contents of the sex. Cough, cough. Let's look at the contents of the back page. In order to divert attention and also for the soft flesh on his waist, Tony opened the next page. Reality proved that this was a 100 test, and as expected, Potts's attention was diverted. The two continued to read. This page was about the mystery of Irene's disappearance after she left. It was nothing more than returning to the old house. Entering the elevator, she felt that something was wrong. She felt that there was a black shadow behind her. Then, her vision suddenly darkened. When the light appeared again, she found that she had come to the UK of 1914. Without finding anything strange, Tony patiently continued to look back. Crash! 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 The room was silent, only the sound of pages being flipped. The whole book was in the form of a diary, recording the things and people that Irene had experienced and met in the past 9.5 years of her return. It was somewhat similar to the feeling of travel. The real point was at the beginning of 1915, when Germany first launched an air attack on London, they used a large number of explosives from airships. It was because of this incident that Irene had to follow her husband to another city in England to take refuge. The words here were erased, and moved into a hotel by the way. By the way, Irene, with the advantage of being a supermodel and her beauty that surpassed the era of nearly 100 years, had soon become a noble of the upper class. It could be said that she had finally fulfilled her dream. After that, the truly terrifying thing happened. Since they had moved into this hotel, strange things happened one after another. The passengers who stayed in had mysteriously disappeared, and the entrance to the hotel had also disappeared. All of them were trapped here. Here, Irene saw the strangely shaped angel statue again, covering her face and crying. "It's the angel statue again." When Tony saw this, his eyebrows were locked together and he vaguely felt that something was wrong. Irene repeatedly mentioned in the book that this angel statue that was covering her face and crying was obviously related to her transmigration mystery. Chapter 510, Moving Statue. At the beginning of 1915, London was bombed by the Berlin airship. Irene and her husband went to a city to take refuge and stayed in an unknown hotel. Strange things happened in this hotel. The passengers disappeared one by one, and everyone fell into great panic. Some people felt that they had offended God, and some people thought that this hotel was occupied by demons. Just as everyone was terrified and wary of the next person to disappear, another man appeared in the hotel. No one knew when this man came in, just like those mysterious people who disappeared. He seemed to have suddenly appeared without any warning. Under the questioning of everyone, this man said that his name was John Constantine, a not-so-devout Christianity, and when he was idle, he was a part-time exorcist, occasionally teaching the dregs from hell. But when he was asked how he came in, Constantine's answer disappointed everyone. He said that he did not know what was going on. Originally, he was investigating a matter related to the demon, following the traces all the way to the outside of this hotel, but when he came in, he found that something was wrong. The time and space here seemed to be distorted by some kind of power. The clues were cut off here. Therefore, the survivors of the museum fell into panic again. They even tried to destroy this horrible building that could eat people through arson, smashing, and all kinds of violent methods. But unfortunately, no matter how they destroyed the building, the things that disappeared or were damaged would return to their original appearance at midnight. Everything looked like time had turned back. The only thing that did not change was the people who had disappeared. Among the trapped people, the only one who had mysterious means, Constantine, who claimed to be an exorcist, had tried to forcibly pass through this building to communicate with the outside world through magic, but unfortunately, this building seemed to be isolated by powerful magic. No matter how much Constantine called out, the incantation never responded. Even the high-level incantations used for the descent spell had failed. No matter if it was an angel or demonic city, there was no response. It was as if this place had been abandoned by a god, completely isolated in an unknown domain. During the time that Constantine tried, the number of people who were trapped decreased one by one. Everyone was in a state of extreme nervousness. They did not know what it was that devoured everyone bit by bit in the dark, and Irene's husband was unfortunately dragged into it, becoming a member of the missing people. The negative emotions such as collapse, fear, despair, and so on spread in the hearts of everyone. Soon, under Constantine's suggestion, everyone sat around a room to ensure that everyone looked after each other. Even if they suddenly disappeared, they could find the murderer. This strategy quickly passed through everyone. Irene's remaining dozen or so people stayed in a certain room together. Everyone nervously stared at each other, afraid that in the blink of an eye, a certain person would disappear from their line of sight. This method was indeed very effective. In the next 2 days, no one disappeared. Just when everyone thought it was safe, another accident happened. And this accident also allowed them to find the real murderer who made people disappear. According to Irene's description, everyone had gathered in the luxurious suite on the top floor. Because only the living room here was large enough to accommodate more than 10 people at the same time, the light of the crystal lamp above the head illuminated the entire living room. After 2 days and 2 nights of not sleeping, everyone felt very tired. Their eyelids were as heavy as lead, and many people even used self-mutilation to force themselves to stay awake and not sleep. Just when everyone was sleepy, the crystal lamp above their heads seemed to be in bad contact. Suddenly, it flickered several times, and then the room completely fell into darkness, almost as if it could not reach out. Constantine shouted and did not move. Then, he took out his Zippo and lit the flame. The moment the faint flame lit up, it shone out something they had never seen before. At this time, everyone widened their eyes, feeling as if they had fallen into an icehouse. Fear accompanied the trembling chill to their heads. What they saw was not a monster, but a statue. It was the angel statue standing upright at the door of the hotel, covering its face and crying. However, at this moment, the angel statue put down its hands, revealing a ferocious and hateful face. It was unknown when it suddenly appeared behind one of the people, 2 arms forming a ring around the person. The statue was lifelike, as if it was alive. In particular, the angel's twisted and terrifying face, the fangs protruding from his mouth, and the evil aura he gave off made everyone present feel an inexplicable fear. Rather than calling this statue an angel, it was more appropriate to call it a demon. But then, an even more terrifying thing happened. A sudden gust of evil wind blew out the flame ignited by Zippo, the originally weak light disappeared, and everyone fell into darkness again. When Constantine lit up the Zippo again, everyone was horrified to find that the person had disappeared, leaving only the ferocious angel statue. This time, everyone understood what was going on. The disappearance of the museum was all because of this evil and terrifying angel statue. However, what happened next made everyone fall into deeper despair because this angel statue could not be destroyed. Even if they destroyed the statue would recover at midnight. They tried all methods and came to the conclusion that the angel statue could not be destroyed. With the disappearance of the other 2 people, everyone found another important piece of information. That was, as long as they looked away, even if it was just a fraction of a second, the statue would instantly move behind someone. If they looked away again, the statue would make the person completely disappear. In other words, they had to keep an eye on the angel statue at all times. As long as someone blinked at the same time, or made a turn to wait, looked at the statue and moved his line of sight away from the angel statue, then the angel statue could move at an extraordinary speed and completely disappear at that moment. No one knew what this angel statue was, but everyone had a deep understanding of its horror. After devouring so many people, this angel statue already had the ability to affect the material world. For example, forcibly controlling the line to cause a blackout, and then taking advantage of the darkness to take away someone's life. Hiss! Tony and Potts sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling the hairs on their backs stand up. Through Irene's vivid and cryptic words, the two felt as if they were in the real world, experiencing the despair they felt at that time. They could not help but turn to the next page, wanting to see what was going on and how Irene escaped this danger. Flipping to the next page, things really did take a turn for the better. Just as everyone was at a loss, another person appeared in the inn. It was a girl who was about 27 or 28 years old. Her smooth blonde hair was tied into a ponytail. Her jade-like, perfect emerald eyes and her angelic face left a deep impression on everyone present. However, what was strange was that this girl was not dressed in a common European dress. It was a silk dress that was entirely black. The upper half was similar to the Oriental style. The sleeves were wide and the neckline was V-shaped. The bottom half was a white undershirt. The lower half was extremely wide pants, and the white belt around the waist carried a long sword. Chapter 511, The Plot Thickens. Death God. Tony's expression changed drastically, and his pupils trembled imperceptibly. In the 1985 era, another death god appeared, and it happened to be related to this incident, causing two unrelated things to suddenly be connected. What are you spacing out for? Hurry up and see what happened. Potts did not notice anything unusual about Tony, but instead urged him to hurry up and turn the page. Although she did not think it was true from the bottom of her heart, she was already deeply attracted by the contents of this book. She could not wait to see what happened next. How did Eileen escape and how she cracked the terrifying angel statue? Why is it gone? Tony flipped to the next page and found that the contents were blurry. Not only that, the most crucial part of the book seemed to have been soaked in water. The ink completely turned into black spots. Even modern high-end handwriting repair technology could only sigh in the face of such a situation. This situation stunned the two of them for a few seconds. When they saw that the climax had suddenly been broken, and there was nothing more to say after hanging up the person's appetite, it was so uncomfortable that it was like scratching the heart and scratching the lungs. They wanted to drag the person in charge of keeping the book out and use sword to cut it into minced meat. However, he still found a line on the last page of the book, which was the cover. It was the address of a private bank, a yellowing key, and the number of a safe. It was clear that Aaron Card's mind had been taken into this bank, and she had specially left behind an item, hoping that he could take it out. Pa-dash! After closing the book heavily, Tony's expression became extremely ugly. He recalled the contents described in the book, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. The follow-up content of this book depicted something that was beyond common sense, something that caused the foundation of modern science to collapse, something that almost defied the rules, a terrifying statue that devoured humans. Potts was deeply shocked by the contents of the book. After a long silence, she realized that Tony did not say a word. She frowned and thought about something, so she asked curiously, "Tony, are you still thinking about the things in the book?" "I am thinking, what is the purpose of Irene doing this? What does she want to convey to me?" Tony habitually leaned on the sofa, crossed his legs, and muttered, "A key in a book, not just to tell us about this matter. There should be other intentions. Do you want to go and take a look?" Potts hesitated for a moment and said, "Although all of this is absurd, what if it is true? Since you want to know the information she conveyed, why don't you go to the bank to take a look? Maybe you can find something new." "You're right, Potts." Tony stared at the key for a few seconds, then stood up and said, "Since you want to know what happened, then go and see what Irene left for me." No matter what Irene left behind, he had to go and see. In fact, there was one thing that Tony did not tell Potts. Since Irene disappeared in New York, it meant that the moving statue would most likely appear anywhere in New York City. Who knew where that terrifying thing would appear in New York in the next second? If they left the current Stark building, Potts and even anyone would be in danger. At the very least, Tony believed that with the current security system, it would be impossible to stop such a terrifying thing. Therefore, no matter what, he had the obligation and necessity to solve and investigate this matter. Jarvis, get me a car and contact the Citibank manager. After instructing Jarvis, Tony turned to look at Potts. He was a little worried about her being alone, so he said, "Potts, you come with me. From now on, you are not allowed to leave my sight." Potts saw the worry in Tony's eyes and suddenly felt a little uneasy. She asked, "Tony, do you think the contents of this book are real?" "Potts, there are many things in this world that you can't understand, so please believe me. Don't leave my line of sight." Tony let out a heavy breath and tightened his grip on Potts's hand. He held it very hard and his palms were sweating. Potts's mood suddenly became heavy and she nodded subconsciously. "I know, I won't leave your line of sight. Tony, don't worry." Tony nodded, and then brought Potts downstairs. A moment later, the two drove to Citibank. This was one of the oldest private banks established in the United States. It had high confidentiality, so it was loved by the rich and powerful politicians. A lot of shady things were stored in this bank. The manager who was in charge of the reception enthusiastically led the two of them in and introduced their business. As the person in charge of Stark Industry, no matter where they went, they were always the focus of attention. It could even be said that it was some kind of trend. In the past, Citibank had begged and hoped to cooperate with Stark Industry, but they were all mercilessly rejected by Tony. This time, these two suddenly came to Citibank, and even if they did not handle any business, their stock prices could rise a bit tomorrow. This is the so-called celebrity effect. Tony was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He directly took out the key. "Take me to this safe." The manager looked at the key and found that it was a Citibank in 1935. It was specifically designed for the upper-class society at that time. Although he did not know how Tony got it, he was smart and did not ask too much. After all, the private storage cabinet of Citibank only looked at the key and not the person. Even if the person wanted to take things away, as long as there was no key, the bank would not recognize it. Soon, the three people came underground and were in charge of the storage cabinet. After verifying the manager's personal information, they entered this storage cabinet that had 100 years of history. The owners of most of the cabinets here had already turned into dead people and no one would come to collect them, so it had not been opened for a long time. "Let me take a look." The manager identified the number of the keys, then led the two of them to a storage cabinet in the deepest corner. He said, "Mr. Tony, Ms. Potts, your things are in this cabinet. I will leave for a while. Please come out as soon as possible." After watching the manager leave, Tony and Potts looked at each other. After taking a deep breath, they slowly inserted the key into the keyhole. ****. The storage cabinet, which was about the height of a person, slowly opened with the sound of the machine expanding. However, to their surprise, what was placed inside the storage cabinet was actually an angel statue that was covering its face and crying. Whoosh! In almost an instant, Tony and Potts's hair stood on end. No one had expected that there was an angel statue sealed in the underground vault of the Citibank. Chapter 512, Disappearing Pots. The relic left behind by Irene Caswell was actually an angel statue that was covering its face and crying. Although Irene had used words to describe its image, when they really saw this statue, they could not help but be shocked. An uncontrollable fear quietly spread in their hearts. Looking at this statue up close, a strange feeling came to their faces. Their appearance was like that of the ancient Greek goddess. They wore a graceful and luxurious long dress, and their hair was like that of ancient Greeks. Their hands covered their cheeks, making it impossible to see their faces clearly. There were 2 pairs of wings on their backs. If they did not know the strangeness of the statue, most people would only think that it was an ordinary Greek sculpture. Moreover, it must have been made by a famous person. Otherwise, it would not be so lifelike, especially the carving of the wrinkled part of the dress. It could be said to be made by the gods. The subtle parts could be faked and true. But the more vivid it was, the more fearful Tony and Potts became. Because they knew that this statue was definitely not a stone, but an unknown horror. Tony. I am a little scared. Facing this angel statue that was full of evil, Potts's face paled. She tugged at Tony's sleeve, wanting to ask him what was going on. Don't move. Don't blink. Noticing the movement of his lover next to him, Tony roared with veins on his face, listen up, Potts. From now on, don't blink. Don't move your eyes away from it. Potts obediently widened her eyes and stared at the angel statue. Please don't blink. At this time, Tony's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He had no time to think about the reason why Irene did this. The pressure that this statue gave him was too great. He racked his brain to think of a way to escape the current predicament. The only thing he knew was that the only factor that could keep the angel statue still was to keep the statue in the state of observing. This was similar to Schrödinger's quantum experiment. Tony guessed that under the state of observation, this statue would be in the state of quantum collapse. This state would cause the angel statue to be unable to move under the state of the stone statue, but once it lost the target of observation, this statue would activate a state, changing from the state of quantum collapse to a different state. Jarvis, do you hear me? Tony opened his eyes wide and called out, bring the monitoring equipment over immediately. I don't care what method you use to keep this angel statue in a state of being observed. No problem, sir. Jarvis said, we are currently mobilizing the closest flying monitoring equipment. We still need a minute. 3 minutes. When the 2 heard this, their hearts relaxed a little. This time was neither too long nor too short. One person definitely could not do it, but as long as they started to blink and maintain a state of observation, it should not be a problem to hold on for 3 minutes. Tony told Potts his thoughts, and the 2 of them took turns to blink and rest. Okay. Okay. I got it. Although Potts felt very nervous and fearful of this statue, she still gathered her courage and nodded, indicating that she would definitely be fine. Okay, you go first in the first round. When I can't hold on any longer, I will call you. Tony relied on his strength to hold on for a longer time, so he told Potts close her eyes and rest first. Potts couldn't hold on anymore and immediately closed her eyes when she heard this. Tony widened his eyes and stared at the angel statue, thinking about whether he could destroy it. According to the contents of Irene's notes, the statue could indeed be destroyed, but it would be restored. However, the moment it was broken, the statue should not have the ability to move, so the feasibility of this method was very high. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. 30 seconds. After holding on for a whole minute, Tony finally couldn't hold it in any longer. His eyes were abnormally dry and uncomfortable. He instinctively wanted to blink and hurriedly called out, Potts, it's my turn to rest now. Don't blink. Remember to keep a close eye on the statue. No matter what happens, understand? Don't worry. I know. Potts said nervously, then opened her eyes. Tony quickly closed his eyes, tears continuously flowing out of his eyes, moistening his 2 dry eyeballs. However, he did not dare to close his eyes for too long. He was afraid that Potts would accidentally close her eyes, so after only 10 seconds, Tony immediately opened his eyes and let Potts continue to rest. He stared at the angel statue. Potts did not argue, but obediently closed her eyes and continued to rest. Another 30 seconds passed, and the 2 of them took turns. After 3 rounds, they finally managed to hold on until the drone arrived. Jarvis controlled 5 drones to observe from 5 different angles to ensure that there were no blind spots in all directions. Every part of the angel statue was deeply imprinted in the camera. "Tony, can we blink now?" Potts asked carefully. She was really scared when she looked at the statue. "We can't do it now. Let's slowly retreat, bit by bit, and keep our eyes open." Tony took a deep breath and held Potts's hand. The two of them faced the angel statue and slowly retreated. Since this was the deepest storage cabinet, they had to go through a corner. When Tony and Potts retreated to the corner, their hearts were so nervous that they were in their throats. They slowly moved their feet, slowly rubbing against the edge, and slowly walked out. The angel statue in their vision was slowly covered by the storage cabinet until it completely disappeared. It worked. As he had expected, as long as the angel statue was in a state of observation, it would not move. And this observer might not necessarily be a human, even if it was a machine. Phew! It's fine. Tony heaved a sigh of relief. His shirt was instantly drenched in sweat. He said with lingering fear, "Fortunately, I was extremely smart. I thought of having Jarvis observe it for us. Otherwise, we might not have been able to escape." However, at this time, Potts's expression suddenly changed. She seemed to have recalled something terrifying. She looked at him in horror and said with a trembling voice, "Tony, we seem to have forgotten something." "Forgot something?" Tony asked in confusion. "Do you still remember? Irene once said that they can affect the material of the real world, for example, cut off the power." Potts' pupils trembled violently as she said in fear. "Zzz. An ear-piercing sound of electricity suddenly rang through the headset. Tony subconsciously covered his ears with his hands. His eyes closed in that instant. This was a completely instinctive reaction. In addition, it was a sudden incident, so it was not controlled by human consciousness at all. Not good. Tony instantly realized that something was wrong and forced himself to open his eyes. However, the one in front of him now was not Potts, but a statue of an angel with a hideous face. It had its hands clasped around something. Chapter 513, Sleeve. Potts disappeared. In just a short moment, in the space of less than a second, this terrifying angel statue appeared, carrying endless despair and fear. It took Potts away in front of him. Potts! Tony felt as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer. His brain instantly buzzed and became blank. He seemed to be in disbelief. He reached out to touch the air, but there was no feeling of hollow. The terrifying angel statue had its arms wrapped around it. It was the place where Potts had been standing before, and now there was no one there. There was still a trace of fragrance in the air. It smelled like some kind of fruit, mixed with a hint of sweetness and sourness. This was the taste that Potts liked the most. It was also the birthday present he had given Potts, but the familiar figure was nowhere to be seen. It was only at this moment that he truly accepted this reality. Potts was taken away by the angel statue. Ah dash! At this moment, Tony let out a hysterical roar. The spiritual power around him was like a raging tide, constantly bombarding the air around him, setting off endless waves of anger that spread out. An uncontrollable anger could be clearly seen in his bloodshot eyes. His face was distorted by extreme anger and pain, and black veins burst out from his neck, densely packed and terrifying. Flames of anger surged in his chest, like a boiler that was under too much pressure. It could explode at any time, flattening everything in the surroundings. It was unknown whether it was an illusion or not, but there seemed to be a hint of ridicule in the eyes of this hideous-looking angel statue, as if it was mocking his inability and fury. Jarvis! Tony opened his eyes in anger, black veins popping up on his forehead. As his breathing moved up and down, his cheeks faintly trembled. Report what happened just now. I want to know everything. I'm very sorry, Mr. Stark. Jarvis said in a low voice, there was an unknown electromagnetic wave that caused the drone to fail temporarily. I can't detect the statue here. Electromagnetic wave influence, drone failure. Tony clenched his fists. He hated himself for being careless. He should have expected this. Irene had once described this matter in her book. The angel statue caused the lights in the living room to temporarily fail due to the influence of the electric road, causing everyone to lose their sight and take the opportunity to make one of them disappear. However, because of his arrogance, he had forgotten the most important hint and indirectly caused the disappearance of Potts. I will definitely save you, Potts. Tony took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He did not want his thoughts to be affected. Right now, the most important thing was to protect himself. Even in such an angry situation, Tony's brain remained calm. He had not forgotten the most important rule, and that was to never blink. Perhaps, this was a genius. No matter how disadvantaged he was, he could always remain calm at the critical moment, even if he was the most furious. Tony deeply understood one thing, that was that he was the last one, the only hope to save Potts. If even he himself was taken away by the angel, Potts really had no chance of survival. Think carefully. There must be a flaw. I can definitely find your weakness. Good luck. You are Tony Stark. Tony encouraged himself as he started to think quickly. First of all, the information was that the person taken away by the angel would not die, but would return to a certain timeline in the past. This could be confirmed by Irene. Although it was not clear why the angel statue did this, at least it revealed a piece of news to him, that was, Potts was not dead, but was only at a certain timeline, and it was possible to bring her back. Secondly, the angel statue was not a stone statue, but an unknown creature. They could affect the material universe, so electronic equipment and equipment were not reliable. The most important thing was that the existence of the angel statue was similar to the Schrödinger kitten or the experiment of the dual seam interference. Through this action, it could cause the quantum collapse of the statue and return to the state of a stone statue that could not move. Once it disappeared, the stone statue would instantly return to its original form, and then move at an unimaginable speed, throwing the closest person into the past time and space. I've already thought of a way. Tony raised his head and looked at the statue in front of him with a gaze that suppressed his anger. He said coldly, as long as you can remain in a state of observation, you can only be a statue. The stone statue stood silently on the spot. The terrifying face of the angel seemed to be filled with a sense of ridicule, as if it was mocking Tony's blind arrogance. However, whether he was blindly confident or not, he would naturally find out later. Tony silently calculated the time in his heart and then blinked left and right to ensure that he would be in the state of observation at any time to prevent the angel statue from moving again. As time passed, one person and one statue maintained a look of deep affection. The lights in the treasury flickered from time to time, as if there was a possibility of extinguishing at any time. But unfortunately, Tony had already expected this. He directly used his own spiritual energy to turn into a torch, illuminating a range of 5 meters around him, completely eliminating the possibility of his vision being blocked. As for this malevolent angel statue, facing Tony's absolute defense, it seemed to be helpless and could only allow this stalemate to continue. Very quickly, the deadlock was broken. Under Jarvis' command, all the people in the city bank were forcibly evacuated, expelling all the people who could possibly break in, and they were transported here by air. Yes, you didn't hear wrongly. This was Tony's magic treasure that turned the tide. He wanted to use this basket full of snakes to seal this terrifying angel statue monster. Snakes were creatures without active eyelids, so this kind of animal could not blink. It was different from machines that could easily stop electricity. The angel statue could not affect creatures. This was the method that Tony thought of to restrain them. It's over, Angel. Tony's eyes flashed with a cold light as he slowly raised a finger. I have already seen through your tricks. checkmate. Bakudo number 1, restrain. Bakud number 4. Hanawa, crawling rope. The two bakudo had different goals. The target of the rope was these snakes, forcing their heads to face the statue. From all angles, they stared at the angel statue, firmly locking it in the quantum collapse state. The target of this rope was the statue. After tying it up, it was forcefully fixed in place to ensure that no other tricks would appear. But this was not enough. Tony thought further to prevent outsiders from intruding, so he released the third bakudo. Bakud number 26. Kyoke, bent light. Through the distortion and refraction of light, bakudo, which had hidden the object, would not be able to find the statue even if someone intruded. The angel had already been sealed by him. What Tony planned to do next was to find the clues left behind by Irene, because it was impossible for her to deliberately place such a statue here for no reason. Moreover, the statue had been sealed for nearly 100 years, but there was no problem at all. It was obvious that someone had done something to it. Tony immediately returned to the storage cabinet and found some clues. The reason why the statue was sealed was that there was a very dim eye-shaped incantation engraved on the door inside the storage cabinet. Moreover, Tony had a new discovery, which was that at the bottom layer of the storage cabinet, there was also a broken piece of the sleeve of the dead tyrant. A piece of sleeve. Chapter 514, Anything bearing the image of an angel will become the angel itself. Things had become even more bizarre. Tony's eyebrows were knitted into a ball, his eyes filled with doubt and confusion. He stared at the sleeve and fell into deep thought. In this storage cabinet 100 years ago, not only did Irene store a terrifying angel statue, but she also left behind a sleeve that belonged to Laud. There were obvious traces of being torn at the broken sleeve of this black tyrant outfit. But the problem was, why did Irene leave an angel statue and a piece of torn sleeve behind in the highest level storage cabinet of Citibank? Tony tried to reverse his thinking and put himself into Irene's idea to understand the reason for this series of operations. But no matter what the derivation process was, the logic chain could not close in the end. Because of the lack of the most crucial information, he could only reluctantly analyze that the reason why Irene did this was definitely due to someone's instructions, such as the death god in the book. Thinking of this, Tony could not help but feel a little resentful. If the contents of the book had not been soaked in water, perhaps he would not have to work so hard. What was certain now was that the content behind the book must be very important. It was precisely because he lacked the content of the book that he opened the storage cabinet without any preparation. "Sir, since Mr. Laud appeared in the storage cabinet, I think the most direct way is for you to find him," Jarvis said. Think about it." Tony hesitated for a moment. With his strong personality, if not for necessary, he really did not want to beg others, especially Laud, who was full of evil interests. The month of torture was still vivid in his mind. Just thinking about it was terrible, let alone let him go back. "Sir, think about Ms. Potts." As expected of a private butler, Jarvis directly poked Tony's weak point. "The longer you hesitate here, the more dangerous Miss Potts, who has fallen into an unknown time and space, will be." "You are right, Jarvis." Tony took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "I shouldn't hesitate any longer. Potts is still waiting for me to save her." However, before leaving this place, he still needed to make some preparations to prevent the angel statue from escaping and cause even greater danger. The first thing he needed to do was to completely seal this vault and wealth entire metal gate to death, not leaving a single gap to prevent others from being too curious and accidentally breaking the seal. Secondly, Tony used the simplest and most concise statement to tell Director Shield about the danger within the vault and asked him to send agent to seal the entire Citibank. There was a seal set up by Kido in the vault, and dozens of living snakes would stare at the statue, causing it to collapse at all times. The door outside the vault was welded to death, and the entire bank was sealed off, expelling all irrelevant people and professional agent of SHIELD to guard the underground vault. Regardless of whether it was inside or outside, Tony checked it again and admitted that he had not missed anything. It could be said that there was an inescapable net, and even a mosquito could not fly out. After making all the preparations, Tony got up and headed to the Seireitei. Boom boom boom. The Global Limited Edition Bugatti Veyron, with Tony's tyrannical control skills, let out a savage roar from within the tank, instantly turning into a streak of light that swept across the black asphalt road. Accelerate, accelerate, accelerate again. Along the way, Tony ignored all the red lights and only focused on blindly accelerating. With the reaction brought by Death God's physique, it only took about 10 minutes to cross the city to the Seireitei. Tony kicked open the car door and headed straight for the door of the Seireitei. This time, he did not even bother to knock on the door as he directly pushed the door open and entered. Dash! The golden bell hanging on the eaves of the door violently pushed open the door with both hands, making a series of rapid noises. On the sofa facing the entrance, after hearing the noise, a small head popped out. It blinked its big black eyes and looked at the anxious Tony. "Hey, lecherous uncle, why are you back again?" Tony swept his eyes across the entire room but did not find the man. He asked anxiously, "Is Lod here? I have something important to talk to him about." "Something important?" Seeing Tony's serious expression, Nemu guessed that the matter was not small. He jumped down from the sofa, tidied up his wrinkled dress, and said, "Brother is at the amusement park. I will go down with you to find him." After the two of them went down to the amusement park, Tony saw Lod at a glance. He closed his eyes and sat cross-legged. On his legs was ZANPAKUTOU, who was performing sword meditation. Sensing that there were two groups of spiritual power approaching, Lod ended the conversation with ZANPAKUTOU. He slowly opened his eyes and smiled. "It has only been a day, and you are already impatient. Do you want to come back for training?" "No, no, no. You misunderstood. I am not here for training. I have a very important matter that I need your help with." The corner of Tony's eyes twitched slightly. He was so scared that he quickly shook his head and waved his hand, indicating that he was not looking for trouble. "Something very important, ask me for help." A ripple appeared in Lod's eyes, and he was slightly surprised. "Don't tell me which terrifying existence you have provoked. You came to find me because you couldn't solve it." "In fact, yes." Tony revealed a troubled expression. He let out a heavy breath, and his hands subconsciously clenched into fists. His joints were white due to excessive force, and he made a cracking sound. "Tell me about it." Lod raised his eyebrows and was curious about what trouble Tony had caused. "It's like this. It has to start with me and a supermodel last night." Tony sorted out his thoughts and then began to talk from the beginning. Due to the fact that there were still minors present, they thought that they would not teach the children bad things. Tony skipped the passionate part of the two in the middle and quickly entered the latter part of what happened. However, when he talked about Irene's disappearance and the angel statue that was covering her face and crying, Lod, who had been calm all this time, suddenly changed his expression. Spiritual power instantly went berserk and plowed out traces of the ground around him. The weeping angel. Lod's pupils suddenly contracted. Ahoho stepped forward and directly grabbed Tony's shoulder. With a tone that had never been so serious, he asked, "Are you sure it's a weeping angel statue? It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. My shoulder is going to be broken by you." Tony's face was twisted in pain. He had not expected Lod to react so strongly. It had to be known that even when the Zerg clan invaded and the Wandenreich appeared, the expression on his face was not as excited as it was now. "I'm sorry. I lost my composure." Lod realized that he was too excited, so he took a few deep breaths and repeated himself. He asked, "Are you sure it's a weeping angel statue?" "I'm sure. I saw it with my own eyes. It took away a weeping angel statue." Tony's eyes dimmed and he said in a low voice, "It was all because of my mistake that Potts was taken away by that damn stone statue. You have seen it before." Laud felt his scalp go numb and his eyes flashed with horror. "Wait. Since you've seen the weeping angel, how did you escape? As long as you understand the mechanism of these angels, you can escape easily." Tony could not help but feel proud as he said, "I used a bunch of snakes to keep an eye on the stone statue. This way, I can trap it and then I ran over to find you." Unexpectedly, Laud had an ugly expression on his face. He gritted his teeth and said, "Are you saying that you have been staring at the statue with the eyes of a snake?" "That's right, my method is not bad, right?" At this moment, Tony still did not know the seriousness of this action. He acted like he was showing off and said, "As long as we figure out their operating mechanism, it will be very easy to trap these stone statues." "You are wrong, Tony." There were ripples in the depths of Laud's eyes, and his expression was unprecedentedly solemn. "There is another very important matter regarding the weeping angel." "What is it?" Chapter 515, Puzzling Phenomenon. In the end, anything that carried the image of an angel would become an angel. This was a legend used to describe how terrifying the weeping angel was, but it was only a guess from the literal meaning. It was probably difficult for anyone to understand just how terrifying the meaning contained within was. Although he did not understand the meaning of this sentence, when Tony saw Laud's serious expression, an ominous premonition arose in his heart. He licked his dry lips and swallowed his saliva. "This. Can you explain it a little more clearly? The meaning of this sentence is..." Laud stared at Tony with an expressionless face. His pupils twitched slightly, and then he slowly said, "Any object that has been staring or carrying the shape of an angel for a long time, regardless of whether it is a creature or a machine, even if it is a mirror made of inorganic objects, it will eventually become the new carrier of the weeping angel." Boom! Tony instantly felt his scalp go numb, and his entire body trembled as if it had been electrocuted. An uncontrollable extreme fear surged up and swallowed him like a raging fire. His reason was like a fragile piece of paper that was torn to pieces. A bone-chilling coldness spread through his spine inch by inch, causing his entire body to stiffen as if he had fallen into an icehouse. "You mean to say, those snakes used to lock the statue?" A terrifying thought surfaced in Tony's mind. "Pray, Tony." There was no fluctuation in Laud's voice. It was so cold that it was like a glacier under the South Pole. Even the surrounding temperature dropped a lot. If that weeping angel is at its peak, then very soon, there will be several hundred more weeping angels in New York. Just one was already troublesome enough. How terrifying was a few hundred weeping angels? At this time, Tony also knew that he had done something wrong. His face was so ugly that it was as if he had swallowed a few flies. Cold sweat kept pouring down his forehead. His voice trembled uncontrollably as he said, "Then, what should we do?" "Of course we should go to the scene." Laud took a deep breath, rubbed his swollen temples, and said with a headache, "You better pray to God now that the angel is not at his peak. Otherwise, we will be in big trouble. I have always been a devout Christian. Every year, I donate millions to God. In exchange for indulgences, I can fill a villa. He should be able to bless me, right?" Tony asked anxiously. "Oh, then you have to ask the current pope if they recognize your indulgences." Laud sneered, then grabbed Tony by the shoulder and said, "Tell me the location of the angel, and I'll take you there directly." At the intersection of Lexington Boulevard and 53rd Street in Manhattan, the Citibank Tower 3-story vault. Tony knew that every minute and every second was important now, and it was related to the safety of the whole New York, so he reported the detailed address very quickly. "Nemu, stay and watch the shop." After saying this, Laud took Tony and Ho-Ho with him and disappeared from the spot. Citibank. Outside the welded underground vault, dozens of well-armed soldiers were stationed. The order that Chief Fury gave them was to protect this vault at all costs and give them unlimited power to fire. They could kill anyone who dared to approach until Tony Stark returned. Although they were very puzzled by this order, they were curious about what was inside this vault. However, under the repeated orders of Fury, these soldiers still strictly followed the order, not destroying, exploring, and entering the vault. In the next moment, Tony suddenly appeared in front of everyone. "Everyone, leave this place immediately." Tony did not bother to explain to them and forcefully dismissed the soldiers guarding the place. The soldiers were immediately confused. They inexplicably let people in and inexplicably let people leave. However, the nature and confidentiality regulations of the soldiers still made them choose to obey Tony's orders. They left the underground vault in an orderly manner and went to the next level to guard it. After everyone was sure to leave, Lod slowly walked to the door of the vault and raised his hand to summon spiritual power. Bang! The alloy door, which was dozens of tons heavy, was violently broken open. This scene made Tony, who was next to him, click his tongue. This was a special alloy door, which was specially used to resist the blast or impact. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least 50 kilograms of TNT explosive to destroy this door. However, it was difficult to directly sense the power of 50 kilograms of TNT explosive. Theoretically speaking, 50 kilograms of TNT explosives could instantly release a 21 million year burning energy, which was equivalent to 10,000 grenades exploding at the same time. It was enough to turn a 5-story building into rubble. The energy released by that seemingly light bomb was comparable to 50 kilograms of intense explosives. Lod stepped into the rising smoke and walked straight towards the direction where spiritual power's fluctuations came from. Tony put away the shock in his heart and followed his footsteps inside. Although this journey was not long, the two of them walked very slowly. Especially in this complex environment, if Lod really guessed correctly, there were hundreds of angel statues hidden inside. With the two of them having 4 eyes, they probably wouldn't be able to stare at them. When they arrived at spiritual power's movement point, Lod let out a sigh of relief. The barrier that Tony set up before he left was not broken. The hundreds of snakes in the middle did not turn into weeping angels, and the terrifying statue with a ferocious face was trapped in the center by these snakes that did not blink. It seemed that the weeping angel was still in a weak state. The weeping angel in Hollow's weakened state was not only slow in movement, but it was also unable to reflect its image on the object that could reflect its appearance. In a sense, it was also a weakness. It really is the weeping angel. It was only now that Lord was convinced of his previous guesses, he let out a long sigh, and said to himself, "I didn't expect such a terrifying creature to appear. I really don't know the man who was driving the blue police booth. Will it appear? The man who drove the police booth?" Tony was curious and asked in surprise, "He can deal with this damn thing? Don't think too much. He is even more troublesome than this damn thing." Lod laughed at himself and shook his head. "And if he really appears, it would mean that we are in big trouble. Lod, I have a question for you." Tony hesitated for a moment, then asked, 100 years ago, did you see such a thing?" "What do you mean?" Lod frowned and looked at Tony strangely. Tony waved his hand and said, "That's right. You must have seen something like this before. Otherwise, why would you be so familiar with this weeping angel?" Lod answered vaguely, "From a certain perspective, I have indeed seen it before." He couldn't let him tell Tony that he had seen the weeping angel in the British drama Doctor Who in his last life. "So that's how it is. Then I can understand why something like yours appeared." Tony showed a look of sudden realization, then he took out something from his bosom and handed it over. "Look, is this what you left behind?" Lod took a closer look and found that it was actually a torn sleeve. Moreover, spiritual power, who was still emitting his aura, immediately revealed a strange expression and asked doubtfully, "This sleeve? Where did you get it from?" "It was left behind by Irene Caswell Mind. It was placed in the storage cabinet with the angel." Tony pointed at the cabinet at the back and said, I am also very curious as to why there would be fragments of your dead tyrant equipment in the cabinet. Wait. Laud looked at the broken sleeve and suddenly a light flashed in his mind. If he remembers correctly, when he first established the break realm, the passage between the soul realm and the present world, due to the imperfection of various technologies, he encountered Aethelha when crossing the boundary realm, and he didn't know what to do at that time. Carefully, the tentacles that were caught by the sudden bump touched, and the sleeve was torn off at that time. The inside of the prison was a space-time turbulence that would swallow everything and throw them into an unknown space-time. Laud had lost a month of time just by touching his clothes. However, what he didn't expect was that. Chapter 516, Lost Memory. Laud looked at his sleeves and fell into deep thought. The dead tyrant suit was made up of material by spiritual power, so each of Death God's clothes would be stained with their own unique fluctuations. It was the second symbol apart from ZANPAKUTOU. But this broken sleeve in front of him, not only did Laud feel his spiritual power, but there was also a fluctuation of spiritual power that he had never seen before and was completely unfamiliar with. Up until now, Laud was sure that he had seen all of Death God who had appeared and was familiar with their fluctuations. Therefore, this unfamiliar master of spiritual power definitely could not have come from Soul Society. But if not from Soul Society, where did this person come from? After all, Death God was not a cat or a dog, so he could not appear out of thin air. This was interesting. A completely unfamiliar and never-before-seen fluctuation of spiritual power actually attached itself to his dead tyrant suit, which had been seized and devoured by him, and was sealed up together with the weeping angel in a certain time and space location 100 years ago. Obviously, someone deliberately did it. However, leaving behind his sleeves and this weak weeping angel, what was the purpose of Death God's hard work? Laud frowned, and his heart was covered with a layer of haze. From the appearance of the weeping angel until now, there was a strange feeling everywhere, making people feel an unspeakable strangeness, as if there was an important link missing, unable to connect these scattered clues together. And what worried him the most now was the appearance of the weeping angel. The weeping angel came from an English science fantasy drama. It was an alien creature with high latitude. It specialized in stealing other creatures' time for a living. Its existence itself was almost as ancient as the universe. It was called. They had an ultimate defense mechanism known as. When observed by any creature, the original body would become an angel stone statue. At this time, it would be in a quantum collapse state that does not exist. The stone statue could not be killed by. At the same time, the stone statue could not harm anyone. Even if the stone statue was broken, it would be useless because it was just their external disguise or a parasite. Moreover, the broken stone statue would quickly reform. But once the angel statue loses its observation, that is, when the creature shifts its sight or blinks, it will immediately return to the prototype from the quantum collapse state, that is, the real weeping angel, stealing the time of the target creature. The way the weeping angel killed people was by touching the target creature and sending it to a certain time node in the past, and then using the time difference produced during the process as the energy for their survival and stealing. The most important thing was that once the creature was stolen by the angel, the timeline where the creature was would be locked down and would never return to the original time and space. Otherwise, it would cause a huge time paradox, which would then trigger the entire universe's paradox, causing the destruction of the universe's timeline. The lonely assassin lived up to his name. But even such a terrifying creature still had the enemy they feared, and that was the protagonist in the Doctor Who, a powerful race that could control time, the Time Lord, Doctor. Laud only hoped for one thing now, and that was to never have a Doctor appear. Otherwise, the problem he would face would not only be a time management game, but also a terrifying man who could destroy the universe and even overturn the timeline at any time. This man had no power. He even swore that he would never pick up his weapon. He wandered the edge of danger with his wisdom. He had saved the universe countless times, and his friends and enemies were everywhere. But if you underestimate him because of this, then what awaits you will be failure, because the doctor had never been on the verge of death several times, but he had succeeded in surviving the difficulties and defeating the enemy in front of him. In fact, before he crossed over, Lod had fantasized more than once that perhaps he could ascend to the doctor's throne one day and go to the universe with him to adventure, to experience those magnificent events, to see the magnificence from birth to destruction. But now, he only hoped that the blog did not appear, otherwise a certain toilet plunger would definitely follow closely behind. At that time, even the life court might not be able to cover it. "Are you okay?" Tony was a little worried, but the problem with the weeping angel had not been solved, and the helper he had found had another problem. "It's nothing. I just thought about it for a while." Lod shook his head, withdrew his wandering thoughts, and asked, "Now it's safe for the time being. You can continue to talk about the contents of the back page of the book." "All right, then I'll continue." Tony was also very ambitious. Seeing that the weeping angel was temporarily unable to escape, he began to talk about the latter part of the story. Regarding how Irene had managed to hook up with the upper-class nobles after crossing over, or how she had done so 100 years ago, he had skipped all of these irrelevant things and quickly entered the strange hotel. When the name of a man appeared, Lod's expression changed slightly. There were even ripples in the depths of his heart. John Constantine. It had been almost a year since the Battle of Angels in Los Angeles. But now that he recalled it, he found a serious problem. He could barely remember the details of the incident that happened in the Battle of Los Angeles. If Tony had not suddenly mentioned the name Constantine, he would never have thought of such a man. Lod's heart was slightly horrified. This degree of forgetting was extremely abnormal. It had to be known that with his current memory, other than some vague memories of the past, even things that he had seen before would be deeply imprinted in the depths of his mind. As long as he was willing to recall them at any time. However, regarding the existence of Constantine and the angel that had helped him, it was as if some sort of invisible power had been erased from his mind. Memories were a very wonderful thing. It was like a towering tree. The leaves on each branch contained the experiences of that person. And now, there were a few leaves on the branches of the tree of memories, which were related to Los Angeles. The only fortunate thing was that the memories of Constantine had not completely withered yet. There were still traces of memories that he could barely recall. Lod felt a sense of relief in his heart. If not for Tony's sudden reminder today, everything about Constantine would have been forcibly erased by that invisible force after a period of time. When that time came, the leaves of the tree of memories had withered, and he would completely forget Constantine, as well as that angel that he could not recall. Lod tried to recall. He remembered that when Constantine parted ways, he said that he wanted to go somewhere with that angel to read a book. Although he could not remember that place now, Lod remembered that it was England. England, England again. The location in Irene's book, which was the hotel where the weeping angel was located, was also somewhere in England. And coincidentally, Constantine in the book mentioned that he was handling a matter there. In other words, as long as he found that place, perhaps he could uncover the veil of all the secrets. Lod thought it was over, but he did not expect Tony to give him another surprise. 100 years ago, in a certain hotel in England, not only did Constantine gather, there was also an unknown female death god. The death god from 100 years ago. Lod looked at the broken sleeve and revealed a thoughtful expression. The fog in his heart was slightly dispersed. A question was answered. The strange spiritual power on the sleeve should have been left by this death god. Then the second question. What was the relationship between her and the sleeve? Why did she deliberately keep her spiritual power? Lod, what should we do now? Tony asked anxiously as he was worried about Bosie's safety. Professional matters should be handed over to professionals. Chapter 517, Time Beacon. No one could compare to Sorcerer Supreme in terms of the study of the profound field of time. Because the supreme treasure, the Eye of Agamotto, passed down from generation to generation, is actually a time stone, one of the 6 infinity stones, and behind it is the Trinity god Vishanti sitting on the magic books and records passed down from ancient times. The existence of the weeping angel was far more troublesome than imagined, and it could be said that it involved the timeline of the entire universe. With Laud's current understanding of time, he was still unable to control time and space at will. If he wanted to destroy the weeping angel, it would be difficult to ascend the heavens, so no matter what, he had to go to Kamartaj. At the place you mentioned, is it somewhere else? Tony asked cautiously. I just asked Jarvis. There doesn't seem to be a place called Kamartaj on Earth. No, it's at the Himalayas. Laud was too lazy to explain so much to him. He took out 5 short sticks from his bosom and threw them around the weeping angel. The wandering wind of the 4 directions lands in all directions. Light, white silk, crown, thorns, the so-called heavenly iron wall. Bakuto number 84, wind. Boom. The 5 short sticks suddenly became larger. They were connected by the iron chains as thick as an arm. The huge spiritual power released from the iron rod formed a powerful barrier that was like a jade bowl upside down, wrapping up the weeping angel statue, and finally sealing the surrounding space. There should be no problem with Bakuto, which is number 84. Laud slightly relaxed. The reason why he used such a high-level Bakuto was to prevent Seireitei from making a fool of himself in advance. After all, Fury had a criminal record. If he released the weeping angel out of curiosity, it would be a big problem. A hint of envy appeared in Tony's eyes, but he quickly restrained himself and asked, "Oh right, since we are at the Himalayas, do you need me to ask Seireitei to send a plane over?" "No need, the distance is very tight." Laud smiled and grabbed Tony's shoulder, saying, "It just so happens that their New York temple is not far from here. I'll take you there directly." "What? Kamartaj, New York Temple?" It was located at 770, a seemingly old British ancient building. On the outermost window of the top floor of the ancient building, there was a huge wizard symbol, which symbolized that this was the temple of Kamartaj, and also one of the 3 major holy places that protected the orb from the invasion of the magical dimension. In order to avoid all the troubles brought by the modern world, a special magic was set up around the New York Temple, which could make ordinary people subconsciously ignore this place, just like the magic in the Midnight Bar, but the magic effect here was stronger. "Here we are, here we are." Laud Ho-Ho suddenly appeared, holding the pale Tony in his hand. "I'm gonna vomit." Tony's face was so pale that it looked like it had been painted. Before he could finish speaking, he turned around and threw up on the utility pole by the roadside. There was nothing left in his stomach. "Ah, sorry I was too fast." Laud suddenly realized something and said with an apologetic expression, "I forgot to protect you when Ho-Ho is here. Next time, I will definitely remember." "You definitely did it on purpose," Tony shouted in grief and indignation. The smile on this guy's face never stopped. "Let's go, follow me in." Laud smiled and walked into the gate of New York Sanctuary. "Sooner or later, I will make you suffer a loss." Tony wiped his mouth and secretly made up his mind that sooner or later, he would make Laud suffer again. The gate of the sanctuary was enchanted, but the 2 of them still walked in smoothly. However, the person who welcomed them was not the mage who was supposed to guard the temple, but a bald woman wearing a yellow robe. "Mage Ancient One." Laud was slightly shocked. He did not expect Sorcerer Supreme to be here. "Wait. The helper you are looking for, it can't be this bald woman, right?" Tony looked at Laud, then looked at the bald woman, and asked in surprise. Laud glanced at him, and the corners of his mouth slightly twitched. "This is Sorcerer Supreme. She has been protecting the Earth from the invasion of the magical dimension for thousands of years. I suggest you be more polite." "Thousands of years?" Tony was shocked and said subconsciously, doesn't that mean that she is still a bald old woman? The corner of Laud's eyes twitched and he said helplessly, I'm sorry, Venerable Ancient One. He is just like this. It's all right, I don't care. Ancient One smiled and waved her hand casually. I have indeed lived for thousands of years. What he said is correct. But in the next second, a circle suddenly appeared under Tony's feet, flashing with an orange ring. Ah dash! Tony suddenly let out a scream, and then his whole person lost his footing and fell into the ring. Zai la! The orange ring quickly closed, as if this person had never appeared before. On the other hand, there was a warm smile on Venerable Ancient One's face from beginning to end, as warm as the sun. He had long heard that Sorcerer Supreme had always been narrow-minded, but now he had finally seen it. A second ago, he said that it was all right with a smile on his face, but in the next second, he had already sent the person into the dimension portal. If he didn't want to wait for Tony, it would be Loki's treatment. At the very least, he would have to be free for about 10 minutes. All right, the outsiders are not here anymore. Venerable Ancient One smiled and clapped her hands. I have a rough idea of why you are here. Is it about the statue? Venerable One, you really know things like God. Laud nodded slightly. He was not surprised that Ancient One knew about this matter. He said, but I want to ask Venerable Ancient One, do you know the origin of this statue? I'm not sure. Ancient One shook her head and said, I am also very curious as to why that strange statue appeared. Even you don't know its origin. Laud frowned slightly and said in surprise. There are as many things in the world as the stars. I am not omniscient and omnipotent. How can I know what is happening? Ancient One smiled. Don't think that Sorcerer Supreme is omnipotent. For example, I can't see through your future. What the mage said is reasonable. I have asked too much. Hearing this, Laud felt relieved. Just as Ancient One said, she was not an omniscient and omnipotent existence, and the time stone was not something that could be used indefinitely, so there were many things that she did not know. Then, Laud told her about the abilities of the Weeping Angel and the whole story. A species that stole time to make a living. Light flashed in Mage Ancient One's eyes, as if she was extremely interested in this. I didn't think that there would be such a creature in the universe. It seems that Sorcerer Supreme has been here for too long, and my horizons have been greatly limited. Mage, what do you think about this matter? Laud asked impatiently. The day that the Weeping Angel exists is a great threat. We have to get rid of it as soon as possible. Didn't I already give you the solution? Ancient One smiled and raised his hand. He pointed at the broken sleeve and said, it is actually a space-time beacon, and the timeline it leads is the origin of this matter. Space-time beacon? Laud was slightly stunned. He looked at his sleeves thoughtfully and immediately showed a puzzled expression. He asked, but even if I know which timeline it is, I can't cross back. Could it be that you used the time stone to send me back? I can't. Wizard Ancient One shook her head and said, although the time stone can observe the timeline, it cannot allow people to travel to the past. This time, Laud was even more confused. If even the time stone can't do it, then who can send me back? Rebve.co. The prop that sent you back, didn't that person already leave it for you? Venerable Ancient One revealed a sly smile and said, it's the statue that stole time to make a living. It just so happens that I can bring you back. Chapter 518, Ancient One's Ingenuity. You, really? Laud admitted. He was a little panicked. To dare to make the Weeping Angel into a mode of transport, even the bold doctor could not do something like courting death. Once the time energy is stolen by the Weeping Angel, it means that the timeline you are in will be locked, and you will never be able to return to the previous time and space, otherwise it will trigger a huge time and space paradox, causing the entire universe to collapse and then collapse. It was impossible for Sorcerer Supreme, who was in charge of the time stone, to not know the power of the time paradox. But even so, Ancient One still suggested that he do this. The reason behind this made Laud feel very puzzled. He even suspected that he would not offend Ancient One. That was why he had incurred the petty revenge of this Sorcerer Supreme. Shua! Ancient One waved her hand, and the space around her changed. In the blink of an eye, the two of them arrived at Kamartaj. In an ancient Chinese-style building, there was a straw mat and a wooden table in front of them. There was a pot of hot tea and 2 tea bowls on it. White smoke could also be seen floating in the air, emitting a faint fragrance of tea. It was as if it had just been cooked. Sit Ancient One knelt on both knees on the ground. The guarantor sat upright and still. She raised her hand to signal Laud to sit down. Have a taste of the good tea I brewed. This is the Imperial Dragon Well I just picked. Normally, you can only taste it when it is clear and bright. Your luck is not bad. Dragon Well? Laud looked at the clear tea and could not help but have a trace of doubt in his eyes. It should be known that it was almost winter now. It had been several months since the Dragon Well festival. Where could the Longjing tea be picked? If the tea is cold, it won't taste good. Ancient One reminded him softly, I know what you are thinking, but after drinking this cup of tea, you will naturally know. Then I will respectfully accept your offer, Venerable One. Since Sorcerer Supreme had already said so, Laud simply imitated Ancient One's sitting posture. He sat on his knees and maintained his sitting posture. He picked up the tea bowl in front of him and sipped it. The green, jade-like tea soup flowed down his throat and into his mouth. For a moment, it felt as if he was in the middle of the spring season. A sweet fragrance and sweetness echoed in his mouth. It was not the strong feeling brought by ordinary tea, but more of the pure and refreshing taste. The rich and mellow aroma flowed on his cheeks and lingered for a long time. Good tea. Good technique. After Laud closed his eyes and savored it for a moment, his eyes revealed a touch of sadness. He whispered, the mage's method of brewing tea is very authentic. I haven't drunk such a fragrant and mellow authentic tea for a long time. I will answer your question. Ancient One smiled indifferently. Then, he picked up the teacup in front of him and said, this tea was specially picked from Dragon Well before you came. Can you understand what I mean? You mean? Hearing this, Laud suddenly frowned. He noticed that what Ancient One said was not English but rather pure Chinese, and the words were very elegant. It was picked from the Dragon Well season. Combined with the statement and concept in front of him, it was not difficult to figure out the meaning of this sentence. Ancient One did not harvest it in advance and store it until now. Instead, he picked up these precious Imperial Longjing using some method a few minutes before he came. In human words, it was Ancient One who brought the things of the past to the present. It seems that you understand. Ancient One took a sip of the green tea and then slowly said, then I will answer the second question. Bringing the things of past until now, regardless of size, it will trigger a space-time paradox. Different from the impact caused by the object, the size of the paradox will change accordingly. People are not higher than all things, so the paradoxes triggered will not be different. But if there is something that has a greater impact, such as major events that will cause historical changes, it will trigger a huge space-time paradox, and even cause the universe to collapse. That is what you are worried about. In that case, why do you want me to use the Weeping Angel to return to the past? Laud frowned even more deeply and asked in confusion, wouldn't this cause a bigger paradox? Hee, don't worry. Let me finish. Ancient One raised her hand to signal him to calm down first and continued, what I said is just an ordinary situation, but there are 3 other special cases that can prevent time and space paradoxes from happening. You should have already seen the first scenario. It is the Space and Time Administration, which is also TVA's time and space agent. The quantum bracelets they wear can reduce their entropy to the minimum, so as not to cause a special effect on the current time and space. The second scenario is the method I used to pick the dragon well of the Imperial Palace. I will make up for the timeline of the shift, just like building blocks. I took one of the blocks and put the other one back. In this way, there will be no change in time. As for the third scenario, when Sorcerer Supreme said this, she paused for a moment and glanced at Laud. Laud felt a little uncomfortable from her gaze. He shifted his butt and asked, "Venerable One, what is the third situation?" He. Ancient One calmly put down her teacup and said, "The third situation is that you is in the history of the past. So even if you return to the past and cause a huge impact in history, there will not be any time paradoxes." The corner of Laud's eyes twitched. He was confused when he heard this. "Mage. Can you please be as simple as possible? To put it simply, history has long been decided. You will return to the past timeline and resolve this matter." Sorcerer Supreme said faintly. In contrast, when you return to the past time and space, the universe will naturally split apart a parallel timeline in order to avoid triggering a time paradox. That is, the parallel universe we speak of. Parallel universe. Laud widened his eyes. Yes, of course, you can also understand it as fate. A dim light flashed in Ancient One's eyes as she said faintly, "From the moment you were born, this parallel universe has already existed. And the purpose of its existence is to reduce the huge space-time paradox that happened when you returned to the past." "You mean?" Laud suddenly understood the hidden meaning in Ancient One's words. Flames danced in his eyes. The past cannot be changed. The future is already destined, right? This is fate. After a moment of silence, Ancient One slowly said in an indifferent and emotionless voice, "Just like the countless timelines I have observed, they have been destined to end since the beginning of their birth. There are people like Tony Stark who inherit Sorcerer Supreme's position, Stephen Strange who inherits Sorcerer Supreme's position, Steve Rogers who inherits Sorcerer Supreme's position, and Doctor Doom, etc. Countless universes are experiencing destruction, and countless universes are being reborn. And their meaning is to make up for the time paradoxes, or to extend more possibilities. And I can only silently observe them. Laud. We are all puppets of fate. It's like being tied to an invisible line, constantly dancing the planned dance. When it ends, it will be our day of the curtain festival. A puppet with an invisible line." Laud laughed in a self-deprecating manner and said, "It's a very vivid metaphor. It seems that I am destined to go. At least for now." A ripple appeared in Ancient One's eyes. He said meaningfully, "Unless one day, you can cut off the invisible threads that are binding your body. However, it is still too early. We will talk about the future in the future." Laud slowly got up and asked, "I understand what you mean, but I have another question. I can rely on the Weeping Angel to cross over, but how can I come back? It's not difficult." Chapter 519, Agamotto's Time Illusion. Cheat? Perhaps, this was a big shot. To be able to deceive even time, Sorcerer Supreme's strength was evident. Such methods were simply terrifying. "Actually, I rarely use this spell, but I think there shouldn't be a problem." As Ancient One spoke, she slowly raised her hand, and her fingertips released an orange magical light. Zai La. As her fingertips wandered in the air, the magical energy gradually turned from hollow to solid. A powerful aura spread out, and the surrounding space rippled. One by one, green, complicated, unknown incantations swam in the air like tadpoles, jumping and flashing at times. Along with the flickering light, the artifact hanging in front of Ancient One's chest, the Eye of Agamotto, slowly floated up. The green light shone brightly like a blazing flame. The terrifying magic power that it emitted even caused Laud to feel a trace of fear. However, if one were to carefully sense it, it would faintly contain a trace of the power of time. In the name of Agamotto, it gave the illusion of time and space. As Ancient One pushed forward with both hands, the tadpole-like runes lined up and formed an exquisite magic array. With Sorcerer Supreme's attainments in magic, it took her about 10 minutes to completely complete the drawing of this complicated magic array. After the magic array was completed, it shrunk and imprinted on Laud's palm, turning into a green eyeball-shaped rune. It was Eye of Agamotto that symbolized the three gods of one body. It was the god who had profound research on space and time. This is... Laud looked at Ancient One curiously, waiting for the big boss to explain. It's been a long time. It's a bit unfamiliar. Ancient One's face was slightly flushed, and he adjusted his rapid breathing. After he had completely calmed down, he said unhurriedly, "You can treat it as a time illusion to replace the traces that you have existed." Time illusion. Laud blinked, indicating that he did not understand. Ancient One had already expected this, so she explained, "When you are brought to the past by the Weeping Angel, it will create a period of Hollow's fake time residue, which is used to deceive the world and time, making them think that you actually did not leave. Do you remember the way I picked the tea leaves? It is to create a false illusion of Hollow's time to deceive and make up for the defects of time and space. The principle of this method is the same. After you resolve this matter, this rune will automatically replace you, replacing you to fill up the defects of time in the past, and you will return to the original time and space. It's like a trick called the Three Immortals Return to the Cave, replacing you with the illusion without anyone noticing. Rather than magic, it's more like a magic trick. You have to be more careful." Ancient One was a little tongue-tied. She picked up the teacup and took another sip. "It can only exist for 3 days, so you have to solve everything before that. Otherwise, you will never be able to return." "Venerable One, I have another question." Laud remembered that Tony had asked him to do something, so he asked, "May I ask how many people can create the illusion of time?" Ancient One raised 2 fingers, "At most, there can only be 2 people. If you want to bring back the playboy's girlfriend, then you have to go alone." "I understand." Laud nodded slightly and said, "1 person is enough. I will be back in 3 days. But during this time, I have to trouble you with one thing." Ancient One raised her eyebrows slightly. "Look after that statue." "That's right. I don't trust them too much. After all, you should understand." Laud said. "It's a small matter." Ancient One smiled and said, "Don't worry. With me here, the statue won't be able to escape. With the help of the mages, I feel much more at ease." Laud was completely relieved. "There's not much time left." Ancient One slowly got up from the straw mat. Then, with a wave of her hand, the surrounding environment changed. The 2 of them returned to the temple. Chi-la dash! A circular magic circle suddenly appeared in mid-air, accompanied by a hoarse scream that came from afar. A man fell from the inside and landed heavily on the mahogany floor. Bang! This fall was not light. Tony lay face down on the ground, and after a full 10 minutes of rest, he slowly crawled over. Phew! Tony raised his head and saw Laud. He pulled him with tears in his eyes and shouted like an abandoned woman, "I have never been so scared in my life. Do you know how long I have been free? It was a full 15 minutes. Poor Tony." Laud looked at him with pity. Who asked this guy to be so rude? He still wanted to leave after offending Sorcerer Supreme? In terms of narrow-mindedness, this seemingly gentle woman in front of him was not much better than the abbot of Shaolin Temple. It was only because of him that Tony would be free to fall for several days. "Goodbye, Venerable One." Laud nodded slightly, then turned around and left. "Goodbye, Venerable One." Tony did not want to stay here for even a second. The fear of falling freely was deeply imprinted in his heart. He felt that he was a little afraid of heights now. 3 steps and 2 steps were almost like running. He followed Laud and quickly left the temple. In front of the huge window on the 2nd floor, Ancient One had his hands behind his back and watched the 2 leave. A voice suddenly sounded. Have you really decided? The voice listened carefully and could not tell the gender. The tone was calm like a pool of stagnant water, without any emotional fluctuations. However, the strange thing was that other than Ancient One, there was no one else in the entire sacred palace. It was unknown where this indifferent voice came from. Who knows? Ancient One was not surprised. It seemed that she had expected that the voice would appear. She just smiled and said, the past or change may not be destined in the future. The unknown is interesting, isn't it? You won't win. Maybe, but I want to try. But you can't afford to pay that price. I just want to see the scenery that I have never seen before. Even if I die because of it, that is my long-cherished wish. You, take care of yourself. He returned to the city bank. The two of them arrived at the barrier of the underground vault. Tony immediately pulled Lod and asked anxiously, how is it, Lod, have you found a way? Yes, I found it. Lod nodded and said, use the characteristics of the weeping angel to transfer me to the past space and time, then bring back your pots. Tony was stunned for a few seconds. After understanding the meaning, his face twitched violently. You mean to say that you want the weeping angel to throw you into the past space and time? That's right. Lod nodded and said, this is the only way to bring pots back. So you have to guard this place well. Do not let anyone else cause trouble, understand? But, this is too dangerous. Tony gritted his teeth. In order to save his love, he had put others in a situation where they were like fire and water. This was not his personality, so he said, why don't you let me do it? I'll bring pots back. You can stay here. You? Don't think too highly of yourself. Lod sneered and said, it's not that I look down on you. Will you be able to deal with the weeping angel when you go back? Tony's face was a little gloomy. He powerlessly refuted Lod's words. He could only bitterly lower his head and said dejectedly, you're right. Even if I go back, I won't be able to bring pots back. So, leave it to me. Lod patted Tony on the shoulder and comforted him with a smile. Moreover, I didn't go back to the past just to save pots. I have more important things to deal with. Don't feel like you owe me. You are so narcissistic. I don't owe you anything. Tony turned his face away and refused to admit it. Hee. Lod did not expose him. He smiled and turned to walk towards the barrier. He waved his hand. Remember to guard this place well. Don't let SHIELD take advantage of any loopholes. Don't worry, leave it to me. Tony stared at the back of Lod as he gradually disappeared into the enchantment. A hint of gratitude appeared in his eyes. You, be careful. Don't let anything happen. In the next moment, Lod's spiritual power disappeared. Tony took a deep breath. He knew that Lod had already left, and his current task was to guard the weeping angel in this treasury before Lod returned. Chapter 520, Bloody Factory. 1915, British Empire. During the First World War, the entire capital of the Great Britain was shrouded in the haze of German cannon fire. The unsetting Great Britain, which ruled the world for nearly half a century, was now like an old lion king on the grassland. Facing the last rays of the sun of life, it struggled to lift its claws that were no longer sharp, and swung it at the enemy who dared to violate its dignity. But unfortunately, what this old disappointment had to face was the ferocious German that had risen. At the beginning of the year, the huge Zeppelin carried a large amount of ammunition and bombarded the British coastal area. It also bombarded the capital London in May, causing a large area of residential areas and commercial buildings to be destroyed. At the call of Prime Minister Churchill, the entire British Empire moved. Just like the hair of a gear being inserted, the huge war machine burst out with its roar, and all the factories continued to produce shells, sending batch after batch of young people to the battlefield. The war was initiated by a group of old men, and the one who paid for it was the young man. A total of 15 countries joined the war one after another, causing Europe, Pacific Ocean, Middle East, Asia, and Africa to be shrouded in shadows. In the end, it brought a great disaster to humanity, promoting the death of millions of people. In the future, in order to commemorate the people who died in the war, those historians and politicians named it the First World War. However, it was clear that the only lesson humanity learned from history was that they would never be taught a lesson. However, what was said above had nothing to do with the goal of Laud's trip. He was not here to stop the World War, but to find someone. After being caught by the weeping angel, the moment he opened his eyes again, he discovered that he had arrived in England 100 years ago. Drib! Drib! The mournful cold rain covered the streets of England with a layer of sadness. In the distance, there were several huge chimneys that pierced into the sky. The black smoke emitted from them was like the claws of a demon that stretched out into the sky, adding a strange and ominous aura to this hazy grey sky. The machinery and gears in the unknown factory were operating, giving off a deafening roar. Several scarlet lights emitted a huge light that penetrated the white fog that filled the surroundings. The continuous rain looked like a giant beast that was silently watching him through the curtain of this storm. There were almost no pedestrians on the cobblestone street under the storm. This dispelled the idea of Laud wanting to ask for directions. He propped up a thin layer of spiritual power to cover himself. After blocking all the rain, he walked along this street towards the city center. He planned to find someone to ask where this place was. However, after walking for more than 10 minutes, Laud did not see a place where the lights were turned on. He could not even feel the breath of a living person. Apart from the 2 scarlet lights in the factory in the fog in the distance, the entire city was shrouded in darkness. There was no light from others, as if everyone had already turned off the lights early and fallen asleep. Only an idiot would know that there was definitely a problem with this scene in front of them. Although it was impossible to see the whole picture with the fog, the range of spiritual power's perception was about 100 square kilometers. It could be considered a medium-sized city. Even if the population was small, it should not be like this. Is it the work of the weeping angel? Laud frowned and had a vague sense of foreboding. He secretly raised his vigilance. The range of the absolute domain extended to 50 meters with him as the center. Moreover, there was a surveillance bacteria behind him to guard against the sudden appearance of the weeping angel. Moreover, once other creatures invaded the territory, he could react immediately. After thinking for a moment, Laud decided to go to the factory to take a look. The only place with light in the entire city might be able to obtain some useful information there, such as knowing where this damned place was and where the hotel that trapped Constantine and the others was. Laud gathered his spiritual energy at the solace of his feet and slowly floated into the sky, planning to fly directly through the fog. However, just at this moment, buzz! A tremor that struck deep into his soul swiftly devoured him like a raging flame. His sharp sixth sense told him that if he intended to continue rising, he would die in the next moment. There seemed to be something indescribable in the black smoke that could directly threaten his life. The black smoke and white fog seemed to divide the sky and earth of the city. It was like a clear boundary that stipulated the edge of life and death. Any creature who dared to touch this line would be swallowed by the black fog of death. Is flying prohibited? Before the investigation was clear, Laud decided that it was better to be stable. And the source of this black smoke was the huge factory with the scarlet lights on, and it was the only place he could go to now. The road to the factory was not easy to walk. The factory was built in the suburbs, so it could not take the main road of the city. It could only take the muddy road after the rain. It was believed that people who used to drive on rainy days in the countryside knew how difficult it was to walk on the muddy road after the rain. It was almost a deep foot and a shallow foot. Moreover, it was accompanied by the rolling mud. It could be said that it was extremely annoying. But if it was only at this level, in fact, Laud did not care very much. The really difficult road was after being far away from the city. About 3 kilometers away from the factory, there was something strange that was mixed with asphalt and paved into a black road. Pitter-patter dash. There was something spread on the black road. The greasy touch made Lod feel very uncomfortable. Every step seemed to be stepping on glue. When pulled out, it could even pull out silk threads. The rainwater also emitted a stench. The city had given him a terrible feeling from the first time he saw it. It even gave him a strong sense of disgust. If not for Constantine and Potts, as well as that mysterious unknown death god, Lod would probably have directly taken out his Ryūjin Jakka and burned this city to ashes, completely resolving all threats from the root. But unfortunately, he couldn't do this. Lod forcefully endured the disgust and discomfort in his heart and stepped on this disgusting black road, slowly approaching the factory in the fog. As he got closer and closer, he could finally see part of the factory's structure. This was a huge factory in the shape of a circular ring. It had a total of 3 floors and each floor was almost 10 meters high. There were countless steel beams built together outside. Finally, a simple factory was set up. From the outside, it looked like a hedgehog. Its entire body was covered with protruding steel structures. The 2 giant scarlet lights were set at the top of the factory. However, compared to the strange shape of the factory, another thing caught Lod's attention. Not far away from this factory, there was a river used to pour out industrial garbage. However, this river had long dried up, revealing a deep trench below. In this trench, what was piled up was not industrial garbage. Instead, it was a mountain of minced meat and wreckage. It was as if it had been crushed by some kind of machinery. It gave off a disgusting rotten smell. Moreover, there was an endless stream of broken limbs and minced meat flowing into this trench from the factory excretion pipe. Judging from the characteristics of the minced meat and wreckage, Lod was almost certain that these were from the human. The factory in front of him was a bloody factory. Chapter 521, What Lurks in the Shadow? How was this a factory? It was simply a huge slaughterhouse. It was just that the creatures waiting to be slaughtered inside had changed from livestock to humans. At this moment, Lod finally understood why the entire city was empty. He could not even sense the aura of a living person. This was because there were no living people anymore. This place had become a dead city. What exactly happened here? Lod forcefully endured the churning acid in his stomach. His pupils trembled slightly like an earthquake. He could not imagine what kind of disaster this city had gone through to cause this situation. But at the same time, 2 questions could not help but arise in his heart. According to the area occupied by this city, there should be at least hundreds of thousands of people. However, there was not a trace of a living person. It made people wonder if there was not a single person alive? Or what exactly happened that caused these hundreds of thousands of people to walk into the factory without any resistance, and then be minced into pieces and thrown into this ditch? Also, who built this slaughterhouse and what was its purpose? Lod turned his eyes back to the factory. At this time, the 2 scarlet searchlights, which were already like giant beasts in his eyes, were staring at the town in the distance with cold and greedy eyes. Rumble. The factory that was like a giant beast in the rainstorm kept emitting mechanical roars. The exhaust pipe was still pouring out broken limbs and flesh like a fountain. What a slaughterhouse! The anger in Lod's eyes surged. Although he rarely interfered in human affairs, the current miserable state he was in had already exceeded anyone's bottom line. Even if he was not taking revenge for these people, he still wanted to see what secrets were hidden in this factory and the origin of the black smoke. Lod took a deep breath, then raised his vigilance and carefully walked to the factory. At the same time, his right hand pressed on the handle of sword who was at his waist. Originally, he wanted to avoid the searchlights and quietly approach the factory. However, the coverage of the searchlight was very strange. It was clearly directed at the city from a strange angle. However, after he walked around, he found that no matter from that angle, the direction of the searchlight was changing. There was no gap in all corners of the factory. There was no other way. If he wanted to get close to the factory, he must step into the range of the searchlights. There was no other way. Lod hesitated for a moment and finally decided to go in and take a look. He stepped into the 2 scarlet searchlights. However, as soon as his feet stepped into the red light, his heart started to panic for no reason. It felt as if something was watching him from behind. With a whoosh, the hairs on his back stood on end. Frobnovo! The alarm in Lod's heart rose. His intuition told him that within this strange red light, there was a terrifying threat that was fatal. Ho ho! Almost without any hesitation, Lod immediately withdrew from this strange area and arrived in the rain outside. Then, when he calmed his breathing and looked up at the area covered by the red light, he suddenly found a human-shaped shadow. It was the place where he had just stood. Is that my shadow? Lod's face twitched violently. His heart seemed to be suddenly clenched, and a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He subconsciously turned around and looked at the black road behind him, trying to find his own shadow. Although it was extremely difficult to see clearly under the night rain, with his excellent eyesight, he could still barely see a layer of shallow human shadow. His shadow was still there. Lod breathed a sigh of relief, but then a question popped up. Since his shadow was still there, then who left the shadow in the red light? At this time, the humanoid shadow in the strange red light gradually disappeared after losing the projection, as if it had never appeared. Lod took in the entire process. There were many doubts in his heart. If he had not seen it with his own eyes just now, he would have thought that it was an illusion. The black smoke that covered the sky, the huge horror factory, the mountains of minced meat, the empty city, the strange black shadow, the citizens that disappeared, and so on. The series of things that happened in front of him revealed an unusual strangeness. A black shadow. A cold light appeared in Lod's eyes. He raised his index finger and aimed at the factory gate. Then let me try. What exactly are you? Head number 4. Byakurai, pale lightning. Spiritual power gathered at his fingertips and released a leaping white lightning. It illuminated the surroundings under the dark rain and rushed to the factory at an extremely fast speed. However, in the next second, something that shocked Lod happened. After the white lightning entered the red light, the shadow projected by it also appeared on the ground. And the strange squirming posture of the shadow was like a creature of a soft tissue. It suddenly rose up half a foot high from the ground, and with lightning speed, it devoured the white lightning that was shooting at the factory. That's right. It was gnawing. This time, Lod finally saw clearly that the shadow was not a shadow, but a bacterium invisible to the naked eye. They gathered together to form that strange shadow. When the white lightning was completely devoured, the black bacteria-like shadows dispersed as if they were satisfied. That was why they disappeared like before. It was not hard to imagine. If his reaction had been a little slower just now, the white lightning would not have been completely devoured by the black shadow, but by himself. So that's how it is. Lod slowly put down his hand. He had a rough idea in his heart. The purpose of these ghost things here was to protect the factory and not let anyone in. And from the situation of the black shadow bacteria that could eat white thunder, they completely ignored spiritual power, but he did not know how much the upper limit was. He had to admit that these shadows were indeed very tricky, but only limited to this extent. It was not difficult to enter. Whether it was destroying the factory or eliminating these bacteria, it was not a problem for him. It was just a little more time. But the key problem was that this was only the first checkpoint. Who knew what kind of test he would face after he broke into the factory? And there was also a limit. That was that he could only stay in this past time and space for 3 days. If he exceeded this limit, the illusion of time left there would be ineffective. At that time, he would be completely unable to go back. After weighing the pros and cons, Lod decided not to go in for the time being. Although 3 days was not urgent, it was not very free. After he found Constantine and Potts, if there was still enough time, he would come back to see what kind of secrets were hidden in this factory. Lod took a deep look at the factory, then turned and left without hesitation. However, what he did not know was that after he left here for about a few hours, the closed door of the factory opened, and a person climbed out. The man was naked and crawled on the muddy road like a beast. His limbs were as stiff as a puppet. When he crawled to the edge of the red light, he suddenly looked up at the factory. Under the light of the searchlight, the man revealed a rather familiar face, which was exactly the same as Lod's face. HHH. Chapter 522, Hotel Casanova. Casanova Hotel. This was a luxurious and extravagant hotel. From the outside, it looked even more imposing than some palaces. The hotel was full of modern European style, making people wonder if this hotel was the product of this era. But at least one thing was certain, this hotel was the target of his trip. The Casanova Hotel in front of him was the strange hotel with the weeping angel hidden in the Book of Thought. You asked him why he was sure? In fact, it was very simple because there were two familiar angel statues outside the Casanova liquor shop. The two angel statues sobbed as they covered their faces. They were placed on both sides of the road leading to the Casanova Hotel. They were like stone lions or other things at the entrance of an ordinary hotel. They welcomed every guest who entered the hotel. This feeling was even stranger. The two weeping angels were like welcoming ladies, shyly holding their faces and welcoming the guests in. Lod stood under the rain, watching the two weeping angels through the bars of the hotel. He did not choose to go in directly. After all, the situation inside was unclear. There were two weeping angels outside. Who knew how many there were in the road? Therefore, it was better to be careful. Lod thought about it and decided to lure the two angels out. Then, he used Kido to seal them. In this way, it could reduce the number of two angels. Give it to me. Come out. Lod stared at the two statues and blinked his eyes quickly. However, what surprised him was that the two weeping angels at the entrance of the hotel had clearly lost their observers, but they still remained where they were. As he had expected, they did not move over while they were closing their eyes. Strange. Lod frowned deeply, feeling a little confused. The surveillance bacteria have not been activated, and I have not observed it. Why are they still standing in place? In order to confirm it again, he blinked again. He opened and closed quickly. But when he opened his eyes and saw the light again, he found that the two weeping angels in front of him still did not move at all, standing there like real statues. There are obviously no observers, but they still can't move. Could it be fake? Lod narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the two angel statues. He was puzzled. What was going on? Logically, this was impossible. The ultimate defense mechanism of the angel's quantum lock was to observe if there was a target. Once there was no target to observe, the weeping angels would enter a hunting state and instantly move to the nearest creature to steal their time energy. But the two weeping angels is in front of him. No matter how he blinked crazily through the fence, they were motionless like real stone statues. Could it be? Lod's eyes twitched. He suddenly thought of a possibility. He turned around and looked at the foggy city behind him. He muttered, "Other than me, is there anything else that is observing these two weeping angels?" The lonely city was empty. There was a white fog floating in the air. The mechanical roar from the factory was intertwined with the sound of the rain. It was like a strange sonata that constantly stimulated the rational nerves. The two scarlet searchlights in the distance were looming in the fog. They stared at the hotel like ferocious beasts. And a shadow hidden in the storm was slowly creeping towards him. In a situation where his vision was dim, there was still the rain and fog as cover. Even without standing eyesight, it was difficult to detect. Lod looked very carefully. This shadow was the bacteria in the red light range. Hiss! Lod sucked in a breath of cold air. He never thought that this damn thing would actually chase after him. Moreover, the most terrifying thing was that this ghost-like thing that looked like a shadow had clearly invaded the absolute domain, yet he did not detect it at all. These shadow-like bacteria themselves did not emit any spirit energy fluctuations and did not possess any life aura. They were like real shadows, so the absolute domain did not issue a warning. Right now, there were two paths in front of him. Either enter the Casanova Hotel directly, or stay outside to deal with these bacteria. After thinking for a moment, Lod faced the black shadows and slowly retreated into the range of the hotel. Because there were surveillance bacteria behind him, there was no need to worry about the two weeping angels for the time being. After retreating into the range of the hotel, Lod noticed the black shadows. They suddenly stopped spreading, as if they were afraid of this hotel. After waiting for a moment, they slowly dispersed and disappeared in the rain. You really won't come in? Seeing this, Lod could not help but feel a little disappointed. Originally, he had wanted to lure them to see the black bacteria-like shadows and the weeping angel who stole time. Who was stronger between the two? He did not expect the other party to not be fooled. This was a little interesting. Was he afraid of the weeping angel, or was he afraid of this hotel? Let me test it again. Lod faced the two weeping angels and smiled slightly. Is it the problem of this hotel or the problem of the city outside? Is the unknown observer the black shadows? Closing his eyes, and then instantly opened it again. The three movements were done in one go. When he opened his eyes again, the two angel statues were still standing in place. Sure enough, the observer is that factory. Lod sighed deeply. The answer in his heart was already on the verge of coming out. The weeping angel could not move, which proved that they were being observed. The only thing that had the ability to observe was the black bacteria hidden in the shadows. However, those strange black shadows did not have regular life and souls, so this made him suspect that the real observer might have something else. This test undoubtedly proved his conjecture. What was really observing the two weeping angels was not the black shadows, but the searchlight off the factory. No wonder he had a feeling of being spied on since he first came. It turned out that the observer was the strange factory. No matter in that direction, the searchlight was always on the front, which confirmed his guess. This matter became more and more interesting. There was indeed a big problem with the factory. It could even trap the weeping angel. Lod looked into the distance with interest. His gaze collided with the scarlet searchlight through the layers of fog. He had a hunch that the factory was alive. Although this feeling was absurd, intuition was so illogical. However, he believed in his intuition. Forget it. Let's go in first. Lod took a deep breath, tidied up his clothes, and then strode out of the wine shop. He pushed open the door with both hands. An invisible power rippled, and time and space were in disorder. The time and space around him seemed to be distorted, and the scenery of the open door suddenly changed. Chapter 523, Nexia Carl. Dear Lod, I finally see you. An excited male voice followed the black shadow and suddenly pounced towards Lod. Almost subconsciously, Lod raised his leg and kicked the black shadow away. Bang! The black shadow flew out horizontally and crashed into the corridor column of the hotel, causing a scream. Lod, you bastard, this is the third time. Are you jealous that my waist is good? The black shadow looked up angrily, revealing a decadent middle-aged uncle face. It was John Constantine, who had been missing for a long time. Oh, I didn't mean it. Lod was expressionless. There was not a hint of apology on his face. There was even a trace of schadenfreude on his face. He said, and who made you suddenly get close? This is my conditioned reflex. It's good enough that you didn't pull out sword to look at you. You bastard! You finally came. Constantine held his waist and staggered up. He rubbed his hair that had not been washed for a long time and said bitterly, if you had waited a few more days, I'm afraid we would have been killed by that ghost statue. From his attire, it could be seen that Constantine had not been doing much during this period of time. His clothes were torn and there were cracks everywhere. His hair was as greasy as it had not been washed for months. His eyes were not bloodshot and his black eyes were almost swollen. It could be seen that he had not rested for a long time. I can tell. As Laud spoke, his gaze swept past Constantine as he surveyed his surroundings. The hotel lobby is magnificently decorated, about a few hundred square meters. In addition to Constantine, there are more than 10 people, both men and women. Judging from the temperament, they should be rich. However, one of these people caught his attention. It was a girl who looked as perfect as an angel. Her features were so delicate that they were almost impeccable. Her long golden hair was tied up by a white headband. Her emerald green eyes were like gemstones that had been carved. She gave off a sense of liveliness and purity. Her temperament was too otherworldly, so much so that it gave people a feeling that she was close to unreal. It was as if she was incompatible with this dirty world. Perhaps only the legendary Venus would have such an extraordinary temperament and an indescribable beauty. Only after seeing her with his own eyes did he understand why Irene said that she had seen a real angel. Ha ha ha! I knew that you would also be enchanted by her. At this time, Constantine suddenly walked over and hooked his arm around Laud's shoulder. He said slyly, "No man can refuse her charm. Even I almost fell into it." "You misunderstood." Laud shook his head, a trace of surprise in his eyes. "I am not attracted by her appearance, but I feel a little familiar." No matter how beautiful a woman was, she was not attractive to a straight man like him. However, the girl in front of him was emitting a strange spiritual energy fluctuation from head to toe. This fluctuation gave him a very familiar feeling, as if he had seen her somewhere before, and even had some kind of affinity with his own spiritual power. "Don't find excuses for yourself, friend." Constantine curled his lips, his face full of disbelief. He said disdainfully, "Unless you don't have that thing, even if you are gay, you will be straight when you see her." "So, you admit that you are gay?" Laud glanced at Constantine. "My sexual orientation is wider. A mere homosexual doesn't represent me." Constantine shrugged indifferently and grinned. "I'll tell you in detail when I have time. But now, let's solve the problem at hand." "No, I don't want to hear it." Laud shivered. He didn't want to hear about Constantine. The girl stared at him with a complicated look in her eyes. It was love, sadness, and surprise. It was hard to imagine that there were so many emotions. After being mixed together, the eyes that appeared were like ripples in a pond or catkins blown by the wind. In short, it made Laud tremble for no reason. The girl looked at him, a happy smile on her face. Then, the girl slowly walked towards him. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Each step was very slow and heavy. Laud could feel her feelings. There was a trace of timidity, but also full of expectation. She slowly approached. When the two were almost close, the girl slowly raised her white arms, wanting to hug him. What was strange was that Laud had no intention of avoiding her. Under normal circumstances, if other people were so close to him, he would usually choose to retreat and avoid her. However, he did not know why he could not bring himself to do so when facing this girl. Constantine subconsciously retreated, his face revealing a hint of jealousy. He said angrily, "Angela was the same last time. I really don't know what's so good about such a pretty face." The girl's hand first touched his cheek, and there was a cold feeling. At such a close distance, Laud could even clearly see that there was no pores on the girl's beautiful face, and the sweet scent of flowers emitted from her body. Then, the girl's 2 white jade arms intertwined and hooked around his neck. Then, the 2 jade arms slightly exerted force, and the girl squeezed into his arms. The soft touch and sweet fragrance surged into his brain, making Laud a little confused, not understanding what it meant. The girl's nose twitched slightly, as if she was also smelling the scent on his body. Then she revealed a relieved smile and tightly hugged Laud's waist, as if she wanted to integrate herself into it. The girl looked up from his arms. A pair of eyes that were as perfect as gemstones, filled with a hint of joy. Her thin lips opened slightly, and she let out a voice as clear as an orchid in an empty valley, "Finally! We meet again! Where did this come from?" Noticing the girl's words, Laud was confused. "Who are you?" "Ah! I was careless." The girl seemed to suddenly wake up. She let go of Laud, who was hugging her tightly, and smiled. "Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Nexia Karl." "Nexia? Karl?" Laud's expression became a little strange. "Yes, you can call me Nexia." A sweet smile hung on Nexia's angelic face. She said, "I am very happy to see you, father." "Wait a minute." The corners of Laud's eyes twitched. He seemed to be surprised. "What did you just call me?" "Father." Nexia looked at him and said, "Although this is the first time we meet, I am your daughter. This is not wrong." "Wait a moment." Laud took a deep breath and rubbed his swollen temples. "I'm in a bit of a mess right now. Let me sort it out." He was single. No matter before or after his transmigration, he did not have a girlfriend. So up until now, he had always been a pure yang body. Then, for no reason, he had a daughter. Was there anything more absurd than this in the world? Chapter 524, Mysterious Girl. Daughter. Laud's brain stopped working. He was a 10,000-year-old bachelor who didn't even have a girlfriend. Now that he suddenly had a daughter, who the hell could he find to reason with? Congratulations! Staring. Laud was so angry in his heart. He suddenly tilted his head and stared fiercely at that bastard. 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes, and his killing intent was like a sharp sword. He wanted to stab Constantine to death. I was just joking." Constantine shuddered and the muscles on his face twitched. He immediately raised his hand to surrender and laughed dryly. "We are so close. It's just a joke. Don't take it seriously." "Humph." Laud snorted and turned to look at the girl again. He frowned slightly and said, "You said that you are my daughter, then what is the evidence?" A girl who suddenly appeared and said that she was his daughter, no matter from which perspective, there was a big problem. Moreover, he didn't even have a wife, so how could he have a daughter? Could it be that he gave birth to her? Evidence. Nexia cutely tilted her head. Her eyes, which were as pure as gemstones, reflected his figure. She said, "As for the evidence, hasn't father already received it?" "I received it." Laud looked surprised and said, "When did I receive your so-called evidence?" "It's that sleeve." Nexia explained, "Father should be able to sense that my spiritual power is still on that sleeve." "Wait a minute." Laud waved his hand and interrupted the girl. He felt that his brain was suddenly in a mess and asked, "How can you prove that you are my daughter with just a piece of sleeve?" "That piece of sleeve was caught and swallowed, thrown into the space and time 100 years ago, that was right. But that was just an accident, and it was not him who was thrown into the past space and time, and what could a piece of sleeve do? Therefore, with just this broken sleeve, it was impossible to prove that the girl in front of him was his daughter. It is impossible to prove your identity with just a piece of sleeve. It can only prove that you once picked up the fragments of my dead tyrant suit that I lost." Laud's eyes were like torches as he looked straight at the girl in front of him and said, "So, do you have any other evidence? I am indeed not your biological daughter." Nexia's eyes dimmed a little. She slowly lowered her head and bit her red lips. A bit of bitterness brewed in her heart. "But please believe me. I really did not lie to you. I am indeed your daughter. This is what you personally admitted. The more you say it, the more absurd it becomes." Laud's eyebrows were knitted into a ball and his voice became a few degrees colder. I haven't even seen you before. When have I ever personally admitted that you are my daughter? Wait, Lord, don't be so hasty to make a conclusion. Constantine suddenly interrupted and rubbed his chin full of stubble. He said meaningfully, maybe what this girl said is true, but you haven't experienced all this. I haven't experienced it yet. Lord revealed a shocked expression. If it was according to Constantine's thoughts, wouldn't this girl in front of him come from the timeline of the future? Even the angel that devours time has appeared. Is there anything else that is impossible? Constantine laughed and spread his hands, saying, of course, all of this is based on the fact that she didn't lie to you. I won't lie to father. Nexia grabbed the corner of her clothes and looked at Lod timidly. A pleading look appeared in her eyes, and there was a hint of crying in her voice. I won't lie to you. I am really your daughter. Please believe me. Lod's eyes flickered, as if he was thinking about something. A moment later, he casually waved his hand and set up a barrier around him, isolating the sound and vision from the outside. The reason why he did this was because the following conversation was related to his own secrets, so he could not be heard by others. You said that you are my daughter, and you are from the future. Then you should know some secrets about me, right? Lod said indifferently. This was the best way to prove it. If Nexia was not talking random stuff and was really his future daughter, then she would definitely know some of the secrets he was hiding. His secrets were not many, but at least the identity of a Soul King was something that no one close to knew. Just like the meaning of Nimue to him, for those close to him, Lod would never hide too much. Using the identity of a Spirit King to distinguish between true and false could be said to be the most suitable. Go ahead. Lod pinched the girl's chin, lifted her delicate face, and said indifferently, if it really is my daughter, at least you know about that matter. The man's voice was very calm, but Nexia knew in her heart that this was just a disguise on the surface. What was hidden under the calm was the raging turbulence. Once her next answer could not match this man's expectations, then what awaited her would be a monstrous wave, mercilessly crushing her into powder. You are Soul King. Nexia met the man's gaze, her pure eyes filled with determination, without any hesitation. What else? Lod's heart moved, and he was almost convinced. However, he remained expressionless and continued to ask, if that's the only thing I can trust, it's still hard for me to believe in you. In fact, it has basically been proved here that Nexia is indeed his future daughter, but just to be on the safe side, Lord still wants to try again. There is one more thing. Nexia bit her lips, hesitation flashing across her beautiful face. Finally, she made up her mind and slowly walked over. This is what father told me. Unless it is absolutely necessary, I must not leak it out. Seeing the girl walk over step by step, Lod raised his eyebrows, but he did not respond. He allowed her to approach him, wanting to see what other secrets she could tell. Father. Nexia stood on tiptoe and leaned close to Lod's ear. Two cold hands held his cheek and slowly uttered a name in a voice that only the two of them could hear. The moment the name left his mouth, Lod's pupils trembled violently like an earthquake. He could not even control spiritual power in his body. Bang! The granite floor was shattered, and spiritual power, who was visible to the naked eye, instantly exploded. A suffocating pressure spread out. In an instant, Kido's barrier was covered in cracks. If not for the fact that Lod had intentionally restrained himself, he would have already forcefully shattered the barrier and razed the entire hotel lobby to the ground. Whew! A moment later, Lod calmed down. He took a deep breath and looked at the girl in front of him again. He revealed a bitter smile and said, "You even know that name. It seems that you really is my daughter." Even Nimue did not know that name. Chapter 525, Researching Weeping Angel. Nexia, it was really his daughter. For a moment, Lod's mind was completely blank, thousands of thoughts intertwined, like waves that could not stop for a long time. Countless questions emerged, like tangled ball of hair, making people feel like they could not be cut out. Irritability, depression, confusion, and other negative emotions were stuck in his chest like a lump of mud, unable to disperse. Until the girl's white hands pressed on both sides of his cheek, the cold touch from his skin, only then did Lod wake up from his deep thoughts. You? How did you get here? Lod pinched his throbbing eyebrows and asked with a headache, or did I order you to come here from the future? I'm sorry, father. Nexia shook her head. She bit her lips and said, I can't reveal anything about the future. Otherwise, it might affect the direction of time. So, please forgive me for not telling you. I know. Lod was silent for a moment. There was a strange light in his eyes. He recognized the gaze he used to look at Nexia and said slowly, I won't make things difficult for you, so I only want to ask you a question. I hope you can answer me. Nexia looked at the man's eyes. She seemed to have guessed his question. She took a deep breath and clenched her white hands into fists. She could even see the protruding bones. Her voice trembled as she said, the future or the future can be changed. The past is uncertain. This is what you told me. Now I will tell you. The future cannot be changed. The past has been fixed. The future could be changed, and the past was uncertain. Ha 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 ha. I understand, I understand. Lod had already gotten the answer he wanted to know the most. He immediately laughed out loud. In that laughter, it was filled with a hearty and heroic spirit. It seemed to have vented the anger that had been accumulated in his chest. Just the sound spread, it shook the nearby space. My good daughter --. Lod raised his hand and rubbed Nexia's golden hair. He smiled and said, although I haven't seen you before, I have already started to like you. I probably know why I trust you so much in the future. Nexia was as gentle as a kitten. She rubbed against Lod's palm and her green eyes curved into a crescent. She said softly, Father, it's time for us to go out. There are still important matters waiting for you to settle. You're right. There are still important matters to attend to. Lod suddenly understood. He shook his head and smiled. He waved his hand to remove Keto barrier. Tisk, you finally came out. Constantine crossed his arms in front of his chest and sat on a chair in the hall. He held a lit cigarette in one hand and crossed his legs. It seems that the father and daughter have met. Can we solve the problem we are facing now? The rest of them trembled and hid in the corner. They seemed to know that the people in front of them were their saviors, so they did not dare to interrupt. However, this was also good. It saved them the effort to take care of ordinary people like them. It's very strange. Lod frowned slightly and looked around in confusion. It has been more than 10 minutes since just now. Why hasn't the weeping angel appeared yet? Of course it's because of this. Constantine grinned and raised his heel to knock hard on the floor. He took a puff of smoke and said, although I rarely use it, it doesn't mean that I don't know how to do it. I still have some self-defense methods. Lod lowered his head. Only then did he notice the bright red lines on the floor. The lines were bright red, like the blood of some kind of creature, giving people a strange and evil aura. The lines moved along the cracks of the floor, densely covering the entire floor of the hall. From the appearance, it looked like a pregnant woman who was carrying a baby. However, the appearance of this pregnant woman was really a bit strange. The upper half of his body could be vaguely seen as a human, but the lower half of his body was a huge snake tail. There were also wolves and goats circling around him. A huge crescent moon filled the entire background, and there were countless complicated Latin incantations on the edges. Lilith's womb, a magic that originated from the Book of Dead Spirit, a maze magic that was specially used to trap demons. It's just that the people who are trapped now have become ourselves. Constantine brushed off the half-burnt smoke and slowly said, but this is just to buy time. The group of statues outside are attacking wildly. In about one day, the magic will completely lose its effectiveness. When Laud saw these blood runes, he was already quite blurry. Fortunately, you came quite quickly. If you were one more day late, you would be able to collect our corpses. Constantine smiled bitterly. Interesting. Laud looked at him with interest and said, I am more and more curious about how many tricks you have hidden, John Constantine. No, I have been hollowed out. Constantine spread his hands and said with a sad face, Lilith's womb is my last trump card. It was originally prepared for that bastard Mammon. I didn't expect that the remaining trump cards would still be used here in the end. Do you think I believe it? Laud smiled and patted his shoulder. He said meaningfully, your means are not limited to just this. I hope I can see it later. Wait, don't tell me you want me to go out with you. Constantine's face twitched violently, and he said in disbelief, I can swear to God that I have no hidden means. If you let me go out, it is deliberate murder. Laud smiled without saying a word, looking as if he was waiting for him to continue bragging. If Constantine's nonsense could be believed, the clown on the next set could be transferred to the police. Looking at the three worlds of hell and hell, this guy could live until now and live quite comfortably. It was because this mouth of his was well known for his ability to deceive the gods and deceive the ghosts. Therefore, the first rule of friendship with Constantine was to never believe his mouth. Don't worry, nothing will happen to you. To prevent Constantine from causing trouble, Laud still comforted him, I asked you to go out just to help. I have a way to restrain the weeping angel. I will definitely not let anything happen to you. You are not lying to me. Constantine expressed his doubts. When have I ever lied to you? Laud was a little speechless. He said, do you think everyone is like you, having a bad reputation? Constantine thought about it. Laud had indeed never lied to him. Moreover, he had basically done everything he said. Only then did he feel a little relieved. He said, then you have to protect me well. If I die, you will lose a friend. No, friends can't afford it. Laud sneered. Being Constantine's friend, even if there were a few lives, it would not be enough for him to cheat. Let me ask, how do you plan to deal with those statues? Constantine came over and asked. Capture all of them and bring them back to Seoul Society. Hand them over to Technological Development Department. Laud licked his lips and a hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. He said, it would be a waste to let go of such a good material like the Weeping Angel. Constantine. Using such a terrifying creature as a research material, he didn't even know if it was because Laud was brave or if Seoul Society was capable. Moreover, if there was even the slightest accident, the entire Seoul Society would be wiped out. Nexia smiled at the two of them, but there was a hint of sadness in her eyes. That sadness was so deep and serious that it could not be wiped away. It was as if. Chapter 526, Sinners. Was the Weeping Angel powerful? In all honesty, of course, it is very powerful, and it can even be said to be quite tricky. Even if the doctor met them, he was helpless, watching the angel and taking away the person he loved most from his side. The ultimate defense mechanism of quantum lock gave the Weeping Angel an indestructible characteristic, as well as the most terrifying attack style. Like mercury, it was pervasive, squeezing every nerve of the creature at any time. It forced them not to let down their guard at all, until they finally collapsed. And the disappearance of the ghost gave them the horror of ghosts, as if they would appear behind you in the next second. They would either throw you into the past timeline or break your neck. The most terrifying thing in the world was the unknown, the deepest and oldest fear, which originated from the fear of the unknown. Laud vaguely remembered that someone had once summed up the three characteristics of a monster. It could be very easy to summarize the definition of fear. First, a monster could not speak human language. Language was a way of communication. If one was facing an existence that could not communicate, then one could not judge the intention and movement. It was essentially unknown about the current situation, causing people to be unable to understand and thus develop fear. Secondly, the real body of the monster was unknown. In a battle, one could not grasp the position of the other party, or even understand the essence of the other party's existence. They could clearly observe the other party, but they could not affect it. The essence still originated from the unknown, but compared to being unable to communicate, it was easier to deepen the fear of the unknown. Thirdly, the monster must be an immortal body. If the monster could be killed, then there was no need for fear. So the true definition of an immortal body was based on the unknown of the monster. You could not kill the monster, making resistance meaningless. The final result of fear was despair. And the monster they had to face, the weeping angel, could be said to be perfect in line with the three main characteristics of the monster above. The weeping angel could not communicate, and its real body was unknown, and it was an immortal body, which was why it caused the fear of Constantine and others that they could not defeat it. However, that was not the case. The weeping angel was indeed very strong, but it did not mean that they were invincible. Even the most powerful thing always had their weaknesses. This was the iron law of the universe since birth, and nothing could be violated. And the weakness of the weeping angel was the strongest skill they relied on to survive, the quantum lock that was known as the ultimate defense mechanism. Anything that carried an angel would eventually become an angel. This sentence was not wrong, such as images, portraits, mirrors, eyes, etc. Any object that reflected an angel would eventually become the carrier of an angel. Therefore, there was only one thing that could carry the power of an angel and lock their form forever. That was the angel itself. Using the enemy's spear, attacking the enemy's shield. The quantum lock mechanism was indeed tricky, but it was also the fatal weakness of the angels. If the two angels looked at each other, they would be locked on by the other side forever, and then they would be in the state of quantum collapse until the time in their bodies was exhausted and they became two real stone statues. Therefore, in order to avoid this, the angels would usually use their hands to cover their eyes and vision to prevent being locked when they looked at their own kind. Only when they were in the state of hunting would the angels put down their hands. Of course, there was actually another way. This method was simpler and more convenient. The weeping angels lived on time, so what they feared most was the turbulence of time and space, because there was no time there for them to absorb and survive. As long as Lod seized the opportunity to open the realm gate and introduce the weeping angel into the realm, the scavengers of the realm would teach them how to conduct themselves. Compared to the doctor in the original work, Lod obviously had more ways to deal with it. It was not that he was stronger than the doctor, but that he had more methods. Feu novo. While Lod was lost in his thoughts, Constantine tidied up his things and prepared his life-saving prop, casting a few spells along the way. When everything was ready, Lod, Constantine, Nexia, prepared to walk out of Lilith's womb and face the weeping angel in the hotel. The few ordinary people who stayed behind thought that Lod was going to abandon them and shout to follow them. No matter how Constantine explained it, this group of people refused to believe it. They would rather believe that Constantine and the others had found a way out and wanted them to stay behind to attract the angels to die. They were not willing to believe that they would face greater danger when they went out. A group of idiots. Constantine was so angry that he cursed. He did not talk nonsense with this group of people and directly took out his double-barreled hunting rifle, the Sacred Hunter, to reason with them. Who the fuck wants to talk nonsense? I will shoot you first and squat here obediently. When we solve this matter, you can naturally go out. Being pointed at by the black muzzle, the people who were originally angry all closed their mouths and nodded with pale faces. Must you force me to be reasonable? Constantine pouted, put away the holy hunter in disdain, then turned his head and said, "Let's go, no one bothers now. Actually, you don't have to save them. They are all ordinary people. It is understandable for them to encounter this. After all, everyone is afraid of death." Constantine lit a cigarette, took a puff, and said, saving one is one thing. I still hope to die in the future. I can use this contribution to exchange for a chance to go to heaven. What a pity. Nexia smiled and said, you may be disappointed. The sins that those guys committed, going to hell, is a good thing for them. Hearing this, Lod slightly raised his eyebrows. He could not help but be curious about what kind of sin those people had committed to make Nexia say such words. What do you mean by this? Constantine frowned and looked at Nexia in confusion. You will know soon. Nexia kept him in suspense. She turned to look at the stairs leading to the upper floor of the hotel. She lifted a strand of hair on her temples and smiled. No one in this hotel, even the entire city, is innocent. Except for Irene Caswell. Constantine thought, it seems that you let Irene leave this place. Irene is a good person. Nake smiled faintly and said, when she was in London, she helped many war orphans. Good people will always have good rewards, so she should not die here. Then what about her husband? Constantine stared at Nexia, his tone a little agitated. Since you already knew all of this, why didn't you appear earlier? If the people here are deeply sinful, then Irene's husband shouldn't be like this, right? No, you are wrong. Nexia shook her head slowly and said, if it wasn't for me, Irene would have died at the hands of her husband, and that man, Wilbur Whatley, was the cause of all this. Wilbur. When Lod read this name, he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity, but he couldn't remember where he had heard this name before. Father, go to the top floor. Chapter 527, Hidden Path. Wilbert, a very ordinary English name, in the long river of history, could be said to be an extremely small existence. But such a man was crowned by Nexia, the source of all sins, and even the entire city was defined as the type of sin that was deeply sinful and unpardonable. But what mistakes did they commit to be defined as deeply sinful? Nexia said that all the secrets they wanted to know were hidden in the top floor of the hotel, in the book room of Wilbert. In the past, they had always thought that the game was despicable, but now, Lod and Constantine felt that the riddles people were more than 10 times more hateful. However, they had no choice. The reason why Nexia did not say it was not because she was a riddle person, but because she was protecting the future. The future was not impossible to change. Everything was defined by what they had done in the past. Therefore, although Nexia knew the plot, she could not tell to them. She could only guide them to the right future through some small means. The above was Lod's guess. Even though it might not be the whole truth, it was pretty much the same. I more or less understand what you mean. Lod sighed helplessly. He patted Constantine on the shoulder and said, it seems that we have one more mission. That is to go to the top floor to see what secret that Wilbur Whatley is hiding. According to my experience, it is most likely not a good thing. Constantine curled his lips. But before going to the top floor, they still have to solve a problem, which is to get out of the Lilith's womb, this powerful maze magic. Although they were only less than 10 steps away from the hotel stairs, if they did not know the trick, even if they walked to death, they would not be able to get close to the stairs. Lilith was the ancestor of the vampires, so her uterus was regarded as a forbidden zone of the demons. It had the meaning of imprisonment in mysticism, which was a rather powerful forbidden magic. Even the greedy door of the 7 deadly sins would have to spend a lot of effort to escape from Lilith's uterus, and it was also because of this that it was regarded as a trump card by Constantine. The essence of Lilith's womb was that it distorted the structure of time and space. Both inside and outside were completely isolated, so it was basically very difficult to escape. Fortunately, he had left 100 million hands in advance and used the remaining amniotic fluid as the key to guide and control the maze. Great Lilith, please guide our way forward and guide the journey of rebirth. Constantine then held a lump of sticky red blood and murmured. The blood seemed to have a mind of its own, and under the support of Constantine's incantation, it was like a small snake flowing down from the cracks of its fingers, slowly moving along the road ahead. Follow me closely. Don't go the wrong way. Otherwise, we will never be able to walk out of this little bit of water. Constantine reminded the two of them loudly, and then took the lead to follow the trail of blood. Lod and Nexia followed closely behind, following the flowing blood snake, moving through this strange space. The space was sparkling, reflecting colorful light like a mirror. Sometimes it rippled, and sometimes it broke into pieces on the ground. As they went deeper, the scenery in front of them suddenly changed. The surrounding space became a wall of flesh and blood. It was bright red and full of muscle texture, and it was still squirming slightly. At the same time, there was a strange fishy smell. It felt like yes. Hold on. Constantine covered his nose, and his face was almost purple. He gritted his teeth and said, "This is the last road. We can go out after walking here." Lilith's womb. Lod looked at the walls of flesh and blood around him. His stomach suddenly surged with acid. He vaguely understood where this place was. Damn Constantine! What kind of magic was bad? Why did he have to use such disgusting magic? It was really evil. The two men were disgusted. When they turned around, they found that Nexia was still smiling at them. They must have experienced it before, so it was strange. Fortunately, the road was not long. As the meat wall became narrower and narrower, the torture lasted for a few minutes. The three of them passed through the space film and finally came out. Pop dash! After walking out of Lilith's womb, they finally arrived at the real Casanova Hotel. The whole hall was dark. All the electric roads were cut off, and the vision was no more than 3 meters. There were messy drag marks all over the place, and even collapsed pillars could be seen. Only one thing was missing, and that was the trail of the weeping angel. "We are here." Constantine swallowed his saliva and looked around nervously, afraid that an angel statue would suddenly jump out from that corner. It seems that the angels do not welcome us. Lod opened spiritual powers perception domain, only to find that it was affected by an unknown influence, causing the range to be compressed to the limit, and it could only cover about 3 meters around the body. This dark environment was like some kind of strange substance that could not only block the sight, but also contain the range of spiritual powers perception. It could be said to be the favorite hunting environment of the weeping angel. Constantine, was this situation here before you released your magic? Lod stared at the darkness and asked. No, no. Constantine also noticed that the surrounding environment was not right. She gritted her teeth and said, "I swear on God's ass that this place was not like this before, and there was no such strange darkness." Lod looked back at Nexia, trying to get some advice from her expression, but unfortunately, the latter only had a smile on her face. Obviously, he could not count on her. "Let's go upstairs first." After pondering for a moment, Lod said, "Everyone, be careful on the road. There is a problem with the darkness. Don't go too far. Otherwise, I won't be able to take care of you." Before he finished speaking, Constantine shamelessly came over. Looking at his frightened appearance, he guessed that if he was not afraid that Lod would hit him, he would have hugged him. "Stay away from me." Lord glared at him, then took Nexia's hand, and walked towards the stairs in the dark. Tisk, a guy who forgets his sense of color. Constantine shrank his shoulders and whispered a few words. Then he trotted after them, afraid that he would be caught by the angel if he fell behind. Although there was an elevator in the hotel, under these circumstances, taking the elevator was no different from courting death. Therefore, choosing to take the stairs was the safest way at present. "Wait, father!" Nexia suddenly pulled Lod and pointed to the right. "Let's go up the stairs on the right." "On the right?" Constantine was stunned for a moment. He looked at the direction on the right and asked doubtfully, "Where is the right? Isn't there only the left way here?" "No, there is another way there." Nexia smiled and said, "It is such a high-level hotel, but only the left stairs do not have the right stairs." Isn't such an asymmetrical design strange? Chapter 528, Depiction of Hell. In the direction of the hotel lobby, there was a huge stone wall. The texture of the stone wall was almost white jade, and it was painted with colorful paint. It was a classic medieval painting, and the length was just enough to block the back. When ordinary people stood in the hall, the first thing they saw was the stone wall, and then they could only see the stairs and elevators on the left. The subconscious of a person would choose the object closest to them, and this stone wall used this characteristic to lead people to ignore the object on the right, so that they could hide the secret of the road. However, when the three of them went around the stone wall, they found that there was indeed an elevator here. What the hell? Constantine scratched his head and said with a face full of doubt, there is actually another path here, but why didn't we find it after staying here for so long? This is not your problem. Laud sneered and reached out to wipe the stone wall. The dried paint on the surface fell off, revealing a part of the blood-red color. He muttered, there is a problem with this stone wall. If not for Naxia's reminder, even I would have been fooled by it. As he spoke, Laud pressed his palm. Buzz! Spiritual power instantly burst out, using a very clever control to shatter the surface paint on the stone wall, but it would not hurt the inner layer. As the paint on the surface peeled off bit by bit, the real scene of the stone wall appeared. It was a painting of hell painted with a large amount of red paint. The scene of hell depicted on the stone wall was like an hourglass hanging down. From top to bottom, it was divided into 13 layers, looking like a tower building that was built upside down. In the collapsed tower building, there were countless ferocious and terrifying evil spirits on each floor, densely packed like insects and ants, crowded and piled up in those narrow and cramped space. The techniques of the murals were quite outstanding. The pupils of these evil spirits were grey and lifeless, and their mouths were expanded to the limit. Only the skin of their bodies was left holding the bones, as if they had experienced unimaginable torture. They were as horrible as walking corpses. Every floor of the collapsed tower building was used with special painting techniques. There were differences, such as burning flames, sharp spikes, bone-scraping black wind, corrosive black river, and so on. After looking at it for a few seconds, Constantine felt dizzy and even disgusted. There seemed to be an invisible force affecting his soul. He looked away from it and felt a little better. Obviously, this painting was the culprit. Not only could it shift people's line of sight, but the painting hidden under the surface could make people feel strong discomfort from the surface of the soul, so no one would approach the painting and find the hidden road on the right. I recognize this painting. Constantine turned his head away, not daring to look at the mural again. He suppressed his discomfort and said, "This is the painting of hell from Dante's Divine Comedy. Why is it here?" Laud frowned. However, this was a rather famous poem in Europe, and almost everyone had heard of it. It depicted a person called Dante, a dream he had in the middle of his life, and it was used to criticize the rule of the Church through conversations between people like purgatory, heaven, and hell. And this mural in front of him was created by a famous painter based on the content depicted in the divine song, but the painting of the divine poem, hell. This is a type of black magic. Constantine's nose twitched, and then he clicked his tongue and said in disgust, "I can even smell a disgusting smell, which is very similar to the feeling of hell, but also a little different." It was a kind of smell similar to hell. It was very similar, but different. Compared to the hell they were familiar with, the feeling in this painting was obviously more terrifying and strange. Ryūjin. That Wilbur Whateley is likely to be a black magician. Constantine said, "I can swear on Gabriel that this painting of Divine Comedy is the real thing. The thing in the museum is fake." Whether it was real or fake was no longer important. The key problem now was, what was the secret that Wilbur Whateley was trying so hard to use the special ability of this mural? No matter what it is, won't we know once we go over and take a look? Laud's gaze was calm. He pursed his lips and said, "I'm getting more and more curious now." What secrets are hidden in this hotel? All right, you rewrite. Constantine shrugged and said, but I have a hunch that the road on the right is not simple. The man named Wilbur must have defensive black magic. It doesn't matter. Laud smiled gently and raised his hand to smash the priceless painting wall. Then, under Constantine's stunned expression, he said lightly, no matter what magic he has hidden, he will not be able to stop us. You are considered to have destroyed a relic, aren't you? Constantine looked at the rebel on the ground and felt a little distressed. A legendary item had been ruthlessly destroyed just like that. Then are you going to sue me? Laud glanced at him, then held Nexea's hand and walked past the stone wall on the ground to the hidden elevator. The corner of Constantine's mouth twitched, and he silently complained in his heart, I dare to sue you, but who dares to interfere? This is a good thing. Constantine licked his lips excitedly and quickly bent down to pick up the scattered stone wall on the ground. Although the wall of the painting was broken, the remaining murals and stones still had the ability to communicate with the spirit. It was very suitable to be used as the cornerstone of magic. Constantine casually picked up a few pieces of murals and gravel. Seeing that the elevator door had opened, he did not bother to pick up the rest. He looked at them reluctantly and ran over. Hey, wait for me. Slow down. This was an old-fashioned elevator door. The interior was relatively spacious and could accommodate about 6 or 7 people. The top was a dim oil lamp. The light shone on the faces of the 3 people, casting a shadow on them. It felt like a ghost movie. After Constantine came in, the elevator door slowly closed. But strangely, they saw no buttons to choose the floor in this elevator. Buzz buzz buzz. The sound of mechanical gears turning rang, and the entire elevator began to move down slowly. It's actually going down. Constantine's heart trembled slightly, and then she looked at Nexea with some confusion. She asked, didn't you say that our target is the top floor of this hotel? But this elevator is going down. Nexea looked absent-minded and did not hear Constantine's voice. It was not until Laud asked again that she reacted. Her eyes looked at the elevator door, and a complicated look appeared in her eyes. We did not go the wrong way. The top floor of the hotel I pointed to is going down. Below. Constantine was about to ask what was below when the old-fashioned elevator suddenly shook and then slowly stopped. They had arrived at their destination. Thump. The rusty gate slowly opened under the gaze of the 3 people, accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of metal scraping against metal. The scene in front of the 3 of them was not the terrifying scene they had imagined, nor was it the terrifying weeping angel. Instead, it was a huge stone wall. Hiss! Constantine sucked in a breath of cold air. Looking at the familiar environment outside the elevator, he said in shock, damn it, why is this place exactly the same as above? The structure of this place was exactly the same as the above. Even the location of the items was exactly the same as the above. It was as if someone had copied a completely identical scene from the hotel above. Here. Chapter 529, Limbo. The real Casanova Hotel? Laud's eyelids jumped, and a guess appeared in his heart. He quickly walked to the front of the stone wall. The truth was as he had expected. The mural in front of the stone wall was the Divine Comedy. Compared to the mural placed on the ground, the content and details of the painting had clearly increased. The content and details here were mostly the expressions of suffering souls in the murals. The suffering souls who had fallen into hell did not struggle. They stretched out their skinny arms and grabbed the stone wall full of sharp thorns. They stepped on the bones and heads of other souls and climbed toward the top of the inverted tower. However, there were 3 fierce beasts guarding the top, greedily devouring every soul that wanted to escape. Looking at the entire mural, the spiraling down tower, the lower the punishment was, the more terrible it was. The suffering souls had reached the last layer, and it was impossible to see if they were human or ghost. The expressions on their faces were twisted, or they screamed in fear, or they silently endured, or they howled in madness. They were extremely vivid and vivid. It was as if one could feel their presence with just a glance, and feel the monstrous resentment. Even the current Lord could feel his soul trembling slightly when he looked at the mural for a long time. This is the real Dante's Divine Comedy. Lord's eyelashes trembled as he slowly looked away. On the far right side of the mural, there were inscriptions written in Latin, and the number of words was not small. Latin was a language that was often used in mysticism. The earliest was the Heavenly Cardinal Council of ancient Rome. Due to its mysterious and orthodox characteristics, many people who studied magic learned it and used it to record or cast some ancient magic. Constantine, quickly come over and see what these words are talking about. Laud waved his hand to let the coward who was afraid of death come over. After all, the only one who could read Latin was Constantine. Is there a mistake? I am a magician. Do you take me as a translator? Constantine said indignantly. It's fine if you don't want to be a translator. Laud made a gesture of invitation and said, Honorable magician. You will walk ahead next? Constantine was speechless and choked. He could only walk over obediently. However, due to the shadow of the mural on the painting, he was a little afraid and asked, Wait, if I just look at the mural directly, nothing will happen, right? No, as long as you don't look at the mural next to you. Laud pointed to the area of the text. Constantine was still a little worried. He covered one eye with his hand and leaned sideways to face the mural, afraid to see the content next to him. Let me see what is written. Constantine moved forward and frowned slightly. This is not Latin, but a very similar language. It should be the words used in the early days of the Roman Empire, the heavenly bishop to record confidential events. Don't talk so much nonsense. Just say that you can translate it. Laud interrupted him directly. Of course. Do you think I have lived for nothing for so many years? Constantine glanced at him and said proudly, You are lucky. Now, besides the few cardinals and the Pope, I may be the only one who knows this language. Although Constantine was a swindler, there was only one thing that could not be denied, that was that his attainments in magic were extremely high. If not for limited by his own heart demons and self-restraint, this man was only a step away from Sorcerer Supreme next door. Just the dark magic and evil descent ritual that he was proficient in was much stronger than that good-for-nothing Caecilius. Constantine read it carefully and then slowly read it out. Through me, enter the city of endless pain. Through me, enter the deep pit of eternal misery. Through me, enter the people who are doomed. Justice pushes me, the noble creator. I am the work of divine authority, divine will, and divine love. Before me, there was no eternal creation. After me, there was no divine creation. FEENV.com. I will be with the world for a long time. I will live and die with all things. Those who enter this place must give up all hope. Now. Come. Constantine's pupils shrank suddenly, and then he took a few steps back in fear, fell to the ground, and then a horrified expression appeared on his face, and he shouted in a voiceless voice, We've been fooled, here, this is limbo. It's too late. At some point in time, Nexia walked over and stood beside Laud. She shook her head and sighed, From the moment we stepped into this place, we could no longer walk out. Even those crying angels were trapped here. You already knew that this is limbo, right? Constantine suddenly raised his head and stared at Nexia with an extremely angry gaze, as if he wanted to swallow her whole. Yes, but this is the only correct result. Nexia's expression was calm, as if not affected at all. Facing Constantine's angry eyes, he said faintly, We must come here, it's the only way to get the key. F***ck the key. Constantine pointed at the mural, so angry that his voice was trembling. You clearly know that limbo is a dead end, but you still want to lead us here. What are you planning to do? Calm down. Laud raised his hand and interrupted him. He asked, "Can the two of you explain to me what exactly is limbo?" Constantine looked at Nexia and found that the latter had no intention of explaining. He could only suppress the surging fear in his heart and said, "Limbo, translated to spirit prison. In the early Roman Catholicism refers to the leading the gate of the first floor of hell." Nexia's face was calm, as if not affected at all. Facing Constantine's angry eyes, she said faintly, "We must come here, only in this way can we get the key." Gates of hell. Laud raised his eyebrows and felt that it was not that serious. The gate to hell sounded very scary, but everyone present had gone to hell a few times, and Constantine was a frequent visitor to hell. He should not be so scared, right? "I haven't finished yet. This is just the limbo that the Bishop of Heaven thinks." Constantine clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. The real limbo is an area between heaven and hell. It does not belong to any world of the three realms, but it is closely connected to the three realms. If you have committed grave sins before you died, you will fall into hell after you die. If you loved God before you died, you will rise to heaven after you die. Then guess what kind of soul would fall into the limbo after death? Laud frowned and said coldly, "Just tell me directly. I don't have the mood to play riddles with you." Constantine paused for a moment. His pupils trembled slightly as he said, "The limbo that lies between the cracks of the three realms will automatically attract those extremely evil souls, terrifying monsters, magic and strange things of the unknown dimensions. It can be said to be an extremely chaotic and terrifying place. Even the demon kings of hell are unwilling to come here. The most important thing is, there is no exit. The only way to get out of here is to pass through the 9 layers of hell and reach the earth's core. Actually, it's not that exaggerated." Nexia crossed her hands in front of her and said indifferently, "This is not the real limbo. It is just a scene simulated by one of the fragments. At most, there is only one layer, so the difficulty is not so high." The fragment of limbo. Laud frowned and thought for a moment. He turned and asked, "You just said that we want to find a key." "Yes, father." Nexia obediently nodded and said, "Wilbur hid the key here. We have to find it before we can open the factory outside." Laud narrowed his eyes and asked, "What's in that factory?" "The source of all evil in this city." Chapter 530, Paradoxical Spiral. Laud had a strange expression on his face. This sentence gave him a familiar feeling. He seemed to have heard it a lot in his previous life. After a short moment of distraction, he encountered another problem. It was that strange factory. What was hidden inside that could make Nexia so nervous? The source of this city's evil. Just the word this time made people feel it directly. It was definitely not something good. Casanova Hotel, Wilbur Whatley, Limbo, what is the connection between these three? And to rebuild a hotel with a completely identical structure underground, could it be that Wilbur was only trying to cover up the limbo? Intuition told him that it was not so simple. The mysterious Wilbur Whatley must have other ulterior motives to build this underground hotel. "You have to thank my daughter." Laud sighed faintly and said, "If it was anyone else, they would have already died 10 times by saying such riddles in front of me." Constantine expressed his agreement. "That's right, the riddles are the most hateful. Gabriel used to be like this, but his wings were almost ripped off." "I didn't do it on purpose, father." Nexia looked apologetic. Her sleeves were tightly gripped in her hands, and she lowered her head deeply. "But I really can't say more. Otherwise, everything will deviate from the right track." "It's fine. I don't blame you." Seeing the pitiful look on the girl's face, Laud could not bear to blame her. He reached out and rubbed the girl's blonde hair. He smiled and said, "It's just a layer of limbo. It can't trap me, your father." Although things were getting more and more complicated, it was not all bad news. At least now they knew that this was not a real limbo. At least they did not need to break through the 9 layers of hell. The bad news was, even though it was just a layer of limbo, the internal space was extremely huge. It was even like a maze, and there was also the threat of the weeping angel. So to find a key in such a place, the difficulty was no less than finding a needle in a haystack. Although there was a prophet who knew where the key was, she was restricted by the timeline and could not interfere too much with the current space-time, so they still had to rely on themselves. This feeling was a pain in the ass. It was like there was a guide next to them, but they just couldn't watch it and had to clear it on their own. Damn it! Constantine was indignant. If I had known that there was something wrong with Wilbur, I would have caught him and interrogated him. Wilbur. He is not dead. Nexia said, he is in that factory, so you still have a chance to see him. The premise is that we have to find the key. I swear to God that I will break off his arm and stuff it into his ass. Constantine gnashed his teeth. Don't talk tough. Lod shook his head and said, find a way to find the key first. The two of you, follow me closely. The weeping angel is probably nearby. Up until now, the weeping angel that posed the greatest threat to them had yet to appear. Who knew which dark corner this group of lonely assassins were hiding in, waiting to launch a fatal attack from the dark? To be cautious, the few of them absolutely could not separate, let alone relax their vigilance. The underground Casanova Hotel was different from the hotel upstairs. The electric road here had not been cut off by the angels, and the lighting system was still running normally. Therefore, the entire hotel lobby looked bright and majestic, except for the lack of popularity. The three of them slowly passed through the hall and walked to the stairs on the left side of the mural. The structure of this place was indeed the opposite of the hotel upstairs. The stairs did not go up, but went deeper. The hotel upstairs has 9 floors, and the one below should be the same, so the probability of the 9th floor appearing is the highest, Constantine analyzed. Let's go down and take a look first. Lod walked at the front and asked Nexia to follow him closely. Only his speed was here. He could react and escape the claws the moment the angel appeared, so the task of taking the lead could only be handed over to him. The stairs of the Casanova Hotel were slightly different from the other hotels. It was a spiral extending down structure, and the positions of each floor were different, which dispelled the idea of Lod going directly to the 9th floor. Standing at the edge of the stair railing, looking down from above, the spiral staircase structure seemed to have some kind of special magic, making people have an impulse to jump directly from above. Fortunately, the impact was not big. Even ordinary people could overcome it, let alone Lod, Constantine, and the other two. They just focused slightly and dispelled the impulse in their hearts. Thump, thump, thump. The three people were silent all the way. They silently went down to the end of the spiral staircase and came to a corridor. The ground was covered with expensive Arabic red carpet. On both sides were tightly closed hotel doors. This was the 2nd floor of the Cassano Hotel. Lod secretly raised his vigilance. Spiritual powers detection range extended to 5 meters around him. This was already the maximum limit. Then, he stepped on the red carpet with his left foot. Pachi dash. When his foot landed, the feeling he felt was not the soft touch of the expensive blanket, but like stepping on a pool of water. Tisk, where did the water come from? Lod felt that something was wrong. He raised his foot on the blanket and looked down. However, his expression changed. What seeped out of the blanket was not water, but bright red blood. The area where he landed was clearly imprinted with a footprint. After the bright red blood was squeezed out, the original color of the blanket was revealed. It turned out that the blanket that was spread on this long corridor was not red in the first place, but this bright red color that only appeared after being soaked in an unknown amount of blood. As expected, it is evil. Lod frowned and took a deep breath. He endured the discomfort in his heart and stepped on the blanket again, walking inside. When Constantine saw this, he could only pinch his nose and follow them with an ashen face. Nexia was sandwiched between the two of them and followed them silently. She did not choose to make a sound or make any unnecessary moves, just like an invisible person. The structure of the hotel upstairs is back, Constantine said. Yes. I got it. Lod looked around and found that fresh blood was seeping out of the room. So, he walked to the first room on the right and broke the door lock with his hand. Then, he pushed the door open. Creak dash. The wooden door was pushed open. As expected, there were 2 male corpses that had just died. There was a sharp weapon inserted in the chest and neck of the 2 male corpses. It was obviously a prop that took away their lives. Judging from the way they died and the environment, they should have lost control of their emotions and killed each other during the dispute. But what was strange was that. Chapter 531, Paradoxical Spiral 2. Did he just die? As soon as this thought surfaced, it was immediately rejected by Lod. The underground hotel was filled with a strange and inexplicable aura, and these 2 people looked like they had just died. No matter how one looked at it, there must be something fishy. It was definitely not as simple as it seemed. Don't forget, this is the limbo. In the strange world between the cracks of the 3 realms, Wilbur Whatley had tried so hard to hide this place. Presumably, it was not to satisfy his perverted desire, or to use it as a large refrigerator to store the body. Lod thought for a long time and really had no clue. Make way, I will examine the body, let me go in and take a look. Constantine came over and pushed Lod away, then strode into the room. He squatted beside the 2 corpses and carefully examined them. You know how to examine corpses? Lod raised his eyebrows and looked at him in surprise. Aren't you a magician? Why do you even know how to examine corpses? You don't understand. Nowadays, the competition in the industry is too great. Exorcism does not only rely on magic. The most important skill is that you have to learn how to examine corpses. Constantine sighed and said with a sigh, after all, sometimes, if you want to find demons, you have to know how the prophet Taoist died. Lod was slightly speechless. He did not expect that even the exorcist had begun to roll in. Constantine opened the eyelids and teeth of the corpse, and then checked the muscles of the wound. He frowned and made a judgment. These 2 people died less than half an hour ago. Their internal organs are still warm. Half an hour. Lod's face darkened slightly. He stared at the 2 corpses without saying a word. He believed that Constantine would not lie about this. In other words, the 2 of them had really died less than half an hour ago, and this time difference was just right when he had just stepped into this hotel. But was it possible? In all fairness, he did not believe it. If I'm not wrong, the other rooms should be the same. There was an inexplicable look in Lod's eyes. He turned directly to the second room and raised his leg. Bang! The wooden door was smashed by the violent kick, and the wooden chips scattered in all directions. Lod and Constantine's faces sank again. Sure enough, there was another female corpse in this room. This female corpse was wrapped in a white bath towel. Judging from the situation at the scene, it should have slipped and fallen after taking a bath. It happened to hit the sharp corner of the table and was hit by the falling flower pot. The time of death is less than half an hour. Constantine squatted next to the female corpse. After checking it, his face was a bit ugly. Lod did not say a word and walked to the third room. After breaking through the door, there were 3 corpses inside. 2 men and 1 woman. One of the men was very young and was suspected to be the child of 2 people. The older man's skull was smashed by a blunt weapon, and his chest was stabbed by several swords. His internal organs were all crushed, and the younger boy was cut in the throat by sword. Before he died, there were signs of struggle, and the woman was cutting her wrist to commit suicide. The murderer was undoubtedly the woman. It was another murder case. And it was similar to the previous 2 cases. All of them died in their rooms. Constantine's pupils trembled slightly. He felt a little frightened in his heart. Fortunately, he was experienced and knowledgeable. He barely gathered his courage and walked in. He checked the condition of the 3 corpses in turn. The joints of the corpses are stiff. There is still some residual heat in the internal organs. The pupils are still spreading after death. The muscles of the fatal parts are not completely stiff. There is a slight condensation of corpse spots on the finger pressure. As each and every one of them spoke, Konstantin's expression became increasingly ugly. In the end, he became a bit pale. After getting up, he took a deep breath and looked at Lod with a serious expression. He said in a low voice, "The time of death is less than an hour. The prediction is within half an hour. Half an hour, another half an hour." After 3 rooms were pushed open, there were corpses, and the time of death was less than half an hour. If there was no connection between them, then not to mention Lod, even Konstantin did not believe that there could be such a coincidence in the world that let these people die at the same time. Bang! 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 The dozen or so rooms in the corridor were pushed open by Konstantin one after another. The situation inside was as they expected. There were more or less people in each room, and all of them died in various ways. Almost every one of them did not repeat. There were even some who were electrocuted to death and committing suicide. It was just like the real version of Death God is Here. After the search on the 2nd floor was completed, there was nothing unusual except the scene of the large killing. Lod and the others followed them down to the 3rd floor and found that the structure here was exactly the same as the upper floor. Moreover, the corridor was still covered with the bright red blanket, and it was filled with gurgling blood that oozed out of the room. Could it be that this place is also the same? Konstantin did not even care about the danger. He directly rushed over and opened all the doors. After a glance, his scalp immediately went numb. His limbs were stiff and cold. Fear was like countless ants, gnawing at his remaining rationality bit by bit. Sure enough, it is still the same situation. Lod sighed. On the 3rd floor of the underground hotel, there were still corpses in the rooms. If there were any other areas, it would probably be the way they died. In just 2 floors and 30 rooms, there were 30 different ways of dying. Each person died for some inexplicable reason, or was killed by others, or chose to commit suicide, or died by coincidence. Next were the 4th and 5th floors. It was as if someone deliberately created it. There was a different way of dying in every room on each floor. When Konstantin was tired of looking at it and even a little disgusted, the last room on the 5th floor of the corridor once again brought them a big surprise. The reason why it was called a big surprise was not because of how terrible this room was. There was a female corpse in the room. Just like all the previous rooms, her death was cruel. Her head was placed on the shoe cabinet at the entrance and was facing the place where they opened the door. But it was this female corpse that caused Konstantin's expression to change drastically, and he even cried out loudly. Lod was attracted by his scream and thought that something had happened. He quickly rushed over and saw Konstantin sitting on the ground, looking at the woman's head on the shoe cabinet with a frightened expression. He could not help but ask doubtfully, "This is just a head. It's not like I haven't seen it before. What are you screaming about?" "She." Konstantin pointed at the head with a trembling finger. The terrified expression made the muscles on his face twist, and he could not even say a complete sentence. "What happened to her? Speak clearly." Lod slightly exploded spiritual power, his voice like a bell that could pierce through stone and clouds, echoing throughout the entire corridor. Konstantin was startled awake. He took a few breaths and pointed at the woman's head. He said in shock, "This woman is Irene Caswell. She is the woman that Nexia helped to escape and left a message for you. How did she come here?" Lod realized the seriousness of the matter, and his expression suddenly became serious. "Moreover, hasn't she already left the hotel and settled down for the second half of her life? Has she written her experience into the book and handed it to me in the future? That's because the woman named Irene Caswell has already died in this hotel. Her brain and soul have been thrown into the prison. That Seireitei is just a puppet. Only a dead person can walk out of here. Chapter 532, Paradoxical Spiral 3. No one had ever thought that. At the end of the 5th floor corridor, in the last house, the body of the deceased, who had been dismembered, turned out to be the real body of Seireitei Caswell. This shocking discovery undoubtedly caused the puzzle that shrouded the entire matter to become more and more confusing, even vaguely revealing a trace of horror. The person who had walked out of Casanova Hotel, left this strange city, and finally settled down for the rest of his life, wrote books in his later years, and left a distress signal for the future was actually a fake. This is impossible. Constantine found it hard to accept. His brain was as chaotic as paste. His face was slightly pale and his pupils subconsciously trembled. Although they hadn't known each other for a long time, he was sure that there was nothing suspicious about Irene's behavior and the soul fluctuations she emitted. She was a real human. She could not be some kind of puppet or some other creature. However, Nexia would not lie. The purpose of her existence here was just like the NPCs in the game. Only after they triggered a certain event would they give some corresponding hints, so before triggering the event, Nexia could not tell. In other words, the woman with outstanding looks and excellent figure had long been killed by her husband, Wilbert, in secret, and was dismembered in this room. But then, the problem appeared again. Since Seireitei was already dead, then what kind of thing was Seireitei, who had walked out? In fact, Laud also felt very strange. No matter how bad Constantine was, he was still Death God. His perception of the soul would not be wrong. Moreover, he had rich experience in exorcism. It should not be so outrageous that he could not even tell if it was a human or a ghost puppet. Nexia guessed that they did not understand, so she explained, that Seireitei is more like a replica than a fake. They have the same thoughts, memories, and even souls. The only difference is that she doesn't have her own time. It is easy to understand, but that Seireitei is actually Seireitei. It is just that the time she has existed has been trapped in this spirit prison, and only the body and soul have left. And creatures without time are like dead bodies, so she can only walk out of this city, and she will not be detected by you. Although Nexia's explanation was very simple and easy to understand, Laud and Constantine did not understand this at all, so they still understood half of it, not very understanding the principle. After listening to the explanation, they came to a simple and crude conclusion that the Seireitei who went out was a fake, and the one who died was a real one. Wait! Constantine seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and his whole body trembled as if he was struck by lightning. His face was pale as he swallowed his saliva and said, if the Seireitei who died was true, then the other people who were still alive in the hotel would have already. Nexia sighed softly. She nodded silently and said, you guessed right. Those people were already dead. As expected. Laud sighed slightly. The people in the hotel were already dead. It was hard to say whether those who were still alive. They are all dead. Hearing this, Constantine was stunned for a few seconds. Then, as if he was discouraged, he leaned his entire body on the door and looked at the head with a complicated expression. Do you mean the grave sin you mentioned? Is that what you mean? No. Nexia shook her head and said, the reason why they are so sinful is because of other important reasons. It is also the truth you are looking for. The truth. Constantine laughed at himself and said with drooping eyelids, I'm just afraid that the price of this truth will be too much for the few of us. Nexia remained silent and returned to her mute state. It seemed that there was only this little clue that could be revealed at present. How depressing, like an idiot, being led by the nose. Constantine gritted his teeth and punched the wall angrily. Laud did not pay attention to him. He was deep in thought. His eyes were fixed on Irene's head. There was a hint of seriousness between his brows. He asked, this should be the 75th method of death, right? Yes, there are 15 rooms on the first floor. There are a total of 75 rooms. Constantine looked up at him and said in a muffled voice, "It's all thanks to those freaks called Wilbur that we can appreciate so many ways to die." Laud said, "The way each room dies is different. On the surface, it looks like an accident, but in fact, it was intentional by Wilbur." "What is his intention in doing this? Isn't that obvious?" Constantine sneered and said, "That Wilbur is a pervert. He collected different ways of death to slowly appreciate it and satisfy his special hobby. It shouldn't be so simple." Laud frowned slightly. As he was sorting out the clues, a flash of light suddenly flashed through his mind. Unfortunately, the speed was too fast and too vague. Moreover, the clues he knew were insufficient, so he could not grasp the idea. "Father, let's go to the 8th floor." Nexia tugged at Laud's sleeve and looked at him with her green eyes. She said, "When we reach the 8th floor, you will understand very soon after you see the things there." "All right, I'll listen to you." Since the only prophet had spoken, Laud simply gave up on reasoning for the time being. He nodded and said, "Let's go to the 8th floor and see what secrets are hidden here." The three of them advanced in turn, all the way silent. The situation on the 7th floor was the same, so there was no need to say more. After going down to the 8th floor, it is finally no longer a dull dark red, but a banquet hall. The decoration can be described as extremely luxurious. The 4 pillars are carved with European-style goddess reliefs and a pure white marble vaulted roof. Above, there is a row of multi-layered gorgeous crystal lamps, emitting a soft and bright light, setting off the entire banquet hall like a royal family. The expensive Arabian carpet covered the entire banquet hall. The feeling of stepping on it was extremely soft. A long square table was in the middle, and exquisite utensils were scattered on the long white table. There were also a few candles that had been burnt out and some leftover food. It could be seen that a banquet had just been held here. Moreover, the people attending the dinner party should be quite satisfied, otherwise, the wine water would not be scattered everywhere. But the secret? Nexia asked them to go down to the 8th floor. Was this banquet hall? Laud cast a puzzled look, as if asking Nexia, "What exactly did you want me to see?" "There, father." Nexia raised her hand and pointed in the direction of the banquet hall. Chapter 533, Paradoxical Spiral 4. "What you want me to see is this clock." Laud frowned and looked at the girl next to him in confusion. The latter gave him a look of affirmation. What secret was there in a clock? With this doubt, Laud and Constantine walked forward and carefully observed. However, no matter how they looked at the clock, they could not find anything special about it. If there was anything unusual or this crimson clock, it was a palace clock from the collection of the British royal family. Constantine was a native Englishman. In the past, he had been wandering in London for a long time. He had come into contact with many people when he was exorcising demons. Therefore, he had some experience in identifying the ancient objects. He recognized at a glance that this clock came from the British royal family. The wood outside the clock was extremely high-end. It was the kind that was rarely seen in the city. Moreover, the clock inside was not simple. It was made of some unknown crystal and was engraved with the crown of the Queen who symbolized the British royal family. The structure of the 2 porcelain plates on top and bottom was shaped like a delicate flower. The sign was carved from precious blue minerals. Then, how precious was this clock? In Constantine's words, if this clock was handed over to the British royal family, it could at least be changed to a viscount. Moreover, it could also make the Queen personally accept the viscount and kiss the great back of the hand. For an Englishman, the back of the hand that could be kissed, and the fact that he could personally receive the viscount title could be said to be a supreme honor. Constantine's eyes became more and more fiery as he thought about it. From the looks of it, if Laud was not still there, he would have removed the clock and taken it away. Cough cough, a friendly reminder. Your dear, there are still 11 years before birth. Laud coughed and destroyed Constantine's unrealistic fantasy. I almost forgot. It's George VI now. Constantine shook his head regretfully. He grimaced in regret and said, it would be great if it was 1939 now. Maybe after we go out, we can go and meet him in his prime. Sure, you can discuss it with the Weeping Angel later and bring you to 1939. Laud was amused by this guy and said, I can compete with the King of Philip and see who will win the Queen's heart in the end. Dong! Just as the two were joking, a deep and heavy sound suddenly echoed in the banquet hall. This sudden sound scared Constantine. He looked down at the clock at the same time as Laud and found that the flower pointer overlapped and pointed to the top 12 o'clock. It's about to start, father. Nexia approached and looked at the shaking clock. She said faintly, you will soon know the meaning of the existence of this hotel and what Wilbur wants to do. Dong! After the bell rang 12 times, the things in front of them suddenly blurred. It was not because there was something wrong with their eyes, but it was a physical blur. The space was like a canvas that had been wantonly painted. It was filled with a myriad of colors. A strong sense of distortion surged into their hearts. In the next moment, the space returned to normal. The intense distorted state gradually disappeared. When they saw Laud and Constantine clearly understand the things around them, they were immediately shocked to the extreme. They actually returned to the lobby of the hotel, and the stone wall with the painting of hell was impressively placed in front of them. We're back again. Constantine looked around and said with a shocked face, but don't I remember that we were in the banquet hall? The space has been changed. Laud glanced at the things around him and heaved a heavy sigh. His expression suddenly became serious as he said in a deep voice, not only has the space been changed, even time has been transferred back to before we came. Before he left the hall, he had left Kido's mark on the stone wall. But now that he had returned here, Kido's mark had disappeared. Moreover, it was not destroyed by any external force, so the remaining result was that time had to turn back. How is it possible for time to turn back? Constantine was shocked. This was beyond the scope of magic. According to what he knew, only Sorcerer Supreme could do it. But how could such a terrible person appear in this small hotel? Whether it is or not, we will know once we go take a look. This time, Laud did not stop. He grabbed the two people beside him and directly went to the first floor. This time, there was a change. There were no dead bodies in the room, and no one was there. This kind of magic. Constantine was dumbfounded. He could not believe this scene. This kind of magic that could fool even time, he vaguely remembered where he had seen it before. But now, he could not remember where it was. If I guessed correctly, these people should be on the 8th floor. Laud narrowed his eyes. The thought that had flashed through his mind before suddenly came out again at this time. This time, he caught it accurately. Yes, father. Nexia did not hide anything and said straightforwardly, now, everyone is attending the banquet for the 8th time. I have roughly guessed Wilba's intentions, but I still need to verify it. As Laud spoke, he grabbed the two of them and said indifferently, let us see the entire process of this hotel. Ho ho, and ho ho. After several times, the three of them arrived at the 8th floor. And at this time, the banquet hall on the 8th floor was no longer the empty appearance from before. A group of people were sitting around a long table. Their faces were filled with happy smiles. They were very unhappy as they toasted each other. The lively laughter gathered together, diluting the strange atmosphere from before. It was as if everything was their illusion. However, this lively scene in front of him was extremely horrifying in the eyes of Constantine. The people sitting around the long table with white napkins and elegantly enjoying the delicious food were the people they had seen in the room before. They were resurrected. Moreover, she was sitting in this banquet hall as if nothing had ever happened. She was drinking delicious food and fine wine with a smile. At the end of the long table sat a man and a woman. The woman had soft blonde hair and wore clothes that did not match this era. Under her wide-open dress, she had round and slender legs. She was wearing alluring flesh-colored stockings, which accentuated her charm. The man sitting next to the woman had brown hair combed meticulously. He had a high nose bridge and deep eyes. He looked very handsome. He was wearing a tailored suit. His demeanor was full of the temperament of a noble, just like the owner of the entire banquet. Those two. Chapter 534, Paradoxical Spiral 5. That brown-haired handsome young man was Wilbur Whatley, the core figure of the entire incident. Nexia mentioned this person several times and called him the origin of disaster. He single-handedly contributed to all the strange things in the Casanova Hotel. Even the Weeping Angel and Limbo had a deep relationship with this person. From the first day they met, Laud had a strange feeling, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. This strange feeling of incongruity was extremely obvious in Wilbert, as if he was incompatible with this world. There was a strange aura everywhere, making him feel an inexplicable sense of disgust. While Laud was thinking, Constantine had already walked into the crowd of people at the banquet. He was surprised to find that these people actually could not see him. Not only did they not see him, but they even deliberately pushed him without any reaction. In the eyes of these people, he was like a ghost that did not exist. They have already died a long time ago. Now it is just a replay of the established facts that have happened in the past. Nexia timely reminded Constantine not to try again. Repeating, death. Laud locked his eyes on the dark red clock. It was 10:30. The banquet was still going on as usual, and everyone had a smile on their faces. When the atmosphere came to the climax, a man was drunk and behaved rudely, without the British gentleman's style, cursing George VI wantonly in his mouth, and even started to smash the utensils on the table. The woman next to him could not stand it anymore. She got up and wanted to pull the furious man away, but she was slapped hard. After she fell to the ground, she was punched and kicked by the man. She was so painful that she curled up and cried out. Constantine saw very clearly from the side that they were the family of 3 who had died before. And the cause of the death of this furious man was that this woman hit his skull with a blunt weapon, and then he was stabbed and killed by sword. Now it seemed that this man was not worthy of sympathy at all. With the violent abuse of the furious man, the banquet was finally suspended. Everyone lost the mood to continue playing after being disturbed like this, so they walked out of the banquet hall together and went back to their rooms respectively. Follow them, Laud said softly, and then followed everyone out of the room. Wilbert seemed to be drunk as well. He was supported by Irene Kevin. However, their weight was not on the same level after all. It was still difficult for a weak woman to help the drunk man walk forward. Therefore, they quickly fell behind the crowd. When they passed through the other floors, Laud deliberately kept an eye on them. Every time they passed a room, they would throw a surveillance bacteria into the room until they returned to the 5th floor of the hotel with the Wilbur couple. It was still a familiar hotel corridor, but this time the carpet was no longer dark red, soaked in blood. Irene thought to herself as she opened the door to the room. Then, she supported her husband and carefully walked in. Laud and the others followed closely behind. They came to the room and observed silently, waiting for the following storyline. After settling down the drunk Wilbur, the exhausted Irene took off her clothes and walked into the bathroom to clean up the dirt. The hour hand in the room slowly turned, and it slowly came to 10:40. Irene finally finished washing up and walked out of the bathroom naked. She walked with her proud twin peaks and perfectly round legs. This scene made Constantine's eyes widen and he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. After all, a supermodel's figure was still very attractive to men. Nexia stole a glance at Laud, wanting to see how her father reacted. However, Laud was expressionless. There was no reaction at all, as if he was looking at a corpse. His eyes were unusually cold and silent. As expected of a father. Nexea's jade-green eyes curved into a crescent moon. The corners of her lips curled up in a happy arc. It seemed that her father was indeed an upright man. He was definitely not as lecherous as her mother had said. Irene sat by the bed with her legs crossed. She picked up a bath towel and wiped her wet hair. Her mouth was humming modern pop songs. From time to time, she would use her free left hand to pat the children. It seemed that her days were quite comfortable. Wilbur Whatley, who was originally still in a drunken sleep, suddenly stood up stiffly as if he was controlled. His hands rested on Irene's round shoulder and then he slowly began to move down. Feeling the hands slide over her body, a trace of desire gradually occupied her brain. A seductive smile crossed the corner of Irene's mouth. Just as she was about to turn around and hug her husband to make love, Wilbur's eyes suddenly lit up with a red light, hidden in a sinister and tyrannical aura. In the next moment, Wilbur opened his mouth and bit into Irene's slender neck. Don't misunderstand. Wilbur was not a vampire. He did not have sharp fangs. He just used his flat teeth to bite and bite like a crazy beast. Irene screamed and waved her hands. The aorta on her neck was torn, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Soon, Irene stopped struggling. But at this time, she was not completely dead. Her consciousness was still in a blurred border. Her pupils expanded to the limit, revealing a look of disbelief. She let out a silent, gurgling blood from her neck. Wilbur let out a strange smile, turned and walked into the kitchen. When he came out again, he was holding a handful of bones. What happened next, even Constantine could not bear to look at it directly. Wilbur took advantage of the fact that Irene was still alive and still had a lingering sense of pain and consciousness. One after another, he dismembered the woman and slowly walked up from her legs. Finally, he cut off the woman's head and placed it on the shoe cabinet at the entrance. It's 11 o'clock. Laud looked at the clock in the room and found that it was exactly 11 o'clock. He snapped his fingers and opened the projection of the surveillance bacteria. All the rooms on the other floors were displaying all kinds of death methods at the same time, just like what they had seen before. The only one who did not die was Wilbur Whatley. After Wilbur Whatley dismembered his beloved wife, Irene, he slowly opened the door and walked down. Laud quickly followed him. The other two followed him out of the room. The carpet in the corridor had turned dark red. This scene was exactly what they had seen in the hotel room when they came over. But when they looked up, they found that Wilbur had disappeared. It really is like this. A complicated expression appeared on Laud's face. He sighed and said, all the people in this hotel are in a strange loop. They will constantly repeat death, just like a miniature cycle. Repeating death. Constantine was puzzled. Why does he want to repeat this process? Repeating death, observe death. Laud rubbed the corner of his eyes tiredly and sighed. If I'm not wrong, he said, the reason why Wilbur did this is perhaps because he wanted to explore if there were any differences in the deaths of humans through the continuous cycle of death. You are only half right, father. After they triggered the conditions, Nexea could reveal a part of the plot. To be more precise, Wilbur wants to find a way to break the established facts by exploring the repeated deaths of humans. Ha! Paradoxical Spiral. Chapter 535, Breaking the Cycle. I still don't understand. If it really is as you said, Wilbur is looping the death of these people infinitely. How does he control time? Constantine asked. Even if he has practiced black magic, if he wants to use such a magic, the price and the backlash he has to pay. As far as I know, in the past few hundred years, only Sorcerer Supreme can do it. Sorcerer Supreme has the inheritance of the Dimensional Mountain Emperor and is in charge of countless treasures. It is not surprising that she can do it. But how can this British noble do it? Indeed. Hearing this, Laud sighed and said, I am also very curious as to why he could do it. Control time was a forbidden spell among magic. Even the Camartage bloodline, which had the inheritance of white magic and the protection of the three gods, had strict rules for this magic. Sorcerer Supreme would have to pay a serious price, let alone this Wilbur, who was just an English noble. Magic was not free. No matter how insignificant the effect of any magic was, it would still require a corresponding price. This was the absolute iron law of the magic world, and even Sorcerer Supreme could not go against it. Magic was like a loan relationship. Mages could use specific gestures and incantations to contact the existences of other dimensions and borrow the corresponding power from them. No matter how strong or weak this power was, they would have to pay it back after the spell was cast. With every spell cast, the body would suffer a backlash. According to the strength of the spell, the strength of the backlash would also change. The only way to solve this backlash was to devour those disgusting magical creatures. Even if it was Kamartaj, who mainly used white magic, borrowing from the three-dimensional mountain emperors, he would still have to pay a different price. And some extremely powerful black magic originated from those terrifying dimensional devil gods. It required the negative energy of humans, and it also had to be very strong. For example, offering sacrifices to his loved ones and friends. Therefore, Constantine rarely used magic. On one hand, it was because of the rules he had set. On the other hand, it was because of this price. Sometimes, he would rather die than eat those disgusting magic creatures. According to the clues he had gathered now, Constantine was almost certain that this was an extremely large and powerful black magic. However, he did not know which dimensional devil god it came from. Then the problem came. A mere noble from the upper class of the UK had neither orthodox magic inheritance nor treasures that could resist the backlash and cost. How did he display such a powerful black magic? He does not need to pay the price. Nexia was silent for a moment, her eyes flashing with a touch of hidden disgust. She said, "Forgive me for not being able to tell you the reason, but please believe me. This is the truth." There was no need to pay the price or bear the backlash, yet he was able to use an absolute loop spell that had such a large area and could freely control time. Constantine's eyes were like copper bells as he powerlessly opened his mouth. He wanted to refute that it was impossible, but when the words reached his mouth, he swallowed them back. It was not impossible, it was very likely. In fact, from the moment he stepped into this hotel, he had experienced many impossible things, and every matter had broken his impression of the routine. The weeping angel who used time as energy and the extremely evil black magic. The things he had seen up until now had almost shattered his worldview. What else could not happen? Laud did not want to delve into this. Compared to blindly guessing here, it was better to go directly to the banquet hall to find out if there were any clues left. He said. After Wilbur walked out of the room, he suddenly disappeared. "I guess he went to the 9th floor. Let's go to the 8th floor to see." The entire floor structure of the underground hotel was the same as the Casanova Hotel on the ground. The area before the 8th floor was exactly the same, but the only difference was that there was no entrance to the 9th floor here. Therefore, the most important thing for them at the moment was to find the entrance to the 9th floor and then see what secret this strange Wilbur Whatley was hiding here. Moreover, if there was no accident, the key mentioned by Nexia should be hidden by Wilbur on the 9th floor. According to normal thinking, the 9th floor should be below the 8th floor, so Laud planned to check it first and see if they missed any traps or important clues. The three of them returned to this place. The crisp sound of the clock moving echoed in this empty banquet hall, and the appearance of everything here returned to what it was when they first saw it. Gulp. Constantine had a bitter expression on his face. He held his almost shriveled abdomen and looked at the remaining food on the table. He sighed helplessly, "What a pity. If only I could eat these dishes. Aren't you death god?" When Laud heard the sound of hunger, he turned around and looked at him in surprise. He asked, "The spirit particles here are not thin. There should be no problem maintaining the daily needs, right? It's not the kind of hunger that you understand." Constantine waved his hand and shook his head. My stomach is rumbling. It's because of the backlash from the spell, so I need to eat magical creatures. Ordinary spiritual energy and food are useless to me. Laud did not understand what he was saying. He also did not understand the line of mages, so he could only pat his shoulder comfortingly and say, then there's no other way. You can stay next to it first. We'll talk about it after the matter is settled. The search continued for a long time. However, no matter how they searched, they were only 3 feet away from finding an entrance or something suspected to be a mechanism. It was as if it was an ordinary banquet hall. Dong 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 dash. As the pointer overlapped again and pointed to the number 12, a deep and dull bell rang in the hall. The things around them became blurry, and a strong sense of distortion and dizziness gradually spread from the bottom of his heart to his mind. Time was going to repeat again. But this time, Laud, who had been observing the surroundings, suddenly narrowed his eyes into a thin line, and a terrifying light appeared in his eyes. As if he had discovered something, he took a step forward and pulled out ZANPAKUTOU from his waist. Clang! Constantine, who was in the distorted space, suddenly felt a burst of spiritual power, like a stormy wave, unstoppable, and an extremely dazzling silver-cold light suddenly cut off the chaotic hollow space. A Koros, Shinso. The boiling spiritual power suddenly gathered, and then turned into a dazzling light, bursting with extremely sharp sword chi, tearing the space in front of them. The floor and long table in the banquet hall were divided into 2 by this sword light, and the cut was as smooth as a mirror, as if it was originally like this. Constantine raised his head and looked in the direction of Sword's body. He found that the target of Laud's attack was the clock embedded in the wall of the white relief sculpture facing the door. Kaka! A huge crack spread from the surface of the clock, and then more and more cracks appeared, covering the entire dark red clock. Time. There is no repeat. Constantine looked around and suddenly realized that the time cycle of the entire hotel seemed to have been destroyed. But before he could be happy, the entire banquet hall suddenly shook. The crystal lamp above his head shook wildly, and the slender chains attached to the lamp emitted a heart-palpitating sound. The vibration lasted for about 10 seconds. The crystal lamp finally could not withstand it. One by one, it fell to the ground and shattered into crystal dregs. As the only source of light disappeared, the entire hall suddenly became pitch black, and it could not be seen with one hand. All of a sudden, Constantine felt his vision go black. Something flashed by, but the speed was too fast and the light was not enough, so he could not see the shape clearly. But he was sure that the thing that flashed by was definitely a living creature. Because. Chapter 536, Parrot. Darkness, silence. A strange atmosphere finally reached its peak at this moment. The 4th person only breathed for a moment, but since Constantine could hear it, Laud naturally heard it as well. He immediately locked onto the general direction of the breath. However, the surrounding darkness environment was too strange. Not only could it block the sight, it even hindered spiritual powers detection. In this strange dark environment, their range of vision was only less than 2 meters. 2 meters. In the case of a confrontation between experts, it was a very dangerous distance. The line of sight was compressed to the extreme, and coupled with the dark oppressive environment, as well as the unknown enemies and crying angels, the multiple threats were very testing the spirit and reaction of people. Once their reaction was a little worse, then the outcome would be certain death. Constantine tried to use magic to light up the flames to illuminate the surroundings. There was no problem with this idea. However, after the magic flames were ignited, the light was still limited to 2 meters. Moreover, the flames were as weak as a candle flickering in the wind, as if they were about to extinguish at any time. This undoubtedly made him even more nervous. However, the more dangerous the situation was, the calmer Laud became. Although the darkness blocked his vision and spiritual powers detection, it did not mean that he had no way to respond. There were 5 kinds of human senses, namely the spirit, eye, ear, nose, and mouth. Even if he lost his sight and spiritual powers detection, he still had 4 other senses to rely on, which was enough to cope with the current situation. Compared with the Bankai of Tosen Kaname, Suzumashi that could deprive all the other senses of the environment. The dark environment in front of him was much simpler, at least he did not need to rely on his sense of touch and intuition to fight back. At this moment, Lod was expressionless and held Zanpakuto tightly. His sharp eyes were like swords as they slowly swept through the surroundings. He pricked up his ears and carefully listened to the movements in the dark. Once the 4th person's voice appeared again, then Shinso in his hand would pierce through it as quickly as possible. However, after waiting for more than 10 minutes, the sound of breathing never appeared again. "Are we mistaken?" Constantine asked with some doubt. Perhaps it was because the light suddenly disappeared and the crystal lamp fell, they were too nervous, so they mistook the sound of other things as the breathing of the 4th person. Lod frowned and felt that it was impossible. With his hearing ability, he could hear the sound of mosquitoes flapping their wings clearly dozens of meters away, so it was almost impossible to confuse the breathing of one person at a close distance with other sounds. "Are we mistaken?" Another voice suddenly rang out from the darkness. "It's here." Lod's pupils constricted as he used his amazing hearing to determine the general direction. He raised his hand and slashed its sword. Shua! In a thousandth of a second, Shinso suddenly shot out a cold light. No one knew what exactly that Shinso hit. Everyone clearly heard a sound of being pierced through, but when Shinso withdrew, Sword's body was still as bright and clean as before, not contaminated with any debris. "Here!" Another voice came from the darkness. This time, the voice in the dark was obviously trying to imitate what Lod had just said. Constantine's hair stood on end and he said in horror, "What the hell, something is learning to talk." "What the hell, something is learning to talk." The unknown existence in the dark imitated Constantine's tone and repeated what he had said. F***ck, damn bastard. Constantine was furious. He was inexplicably angry and shouted at the darkness, "Hurry up and get out here. Don't hide somewhere if you have something to do. Play the tricks of these children. F***ck, damn bastard. Hurry up and get out here. If you have something to do, don't hide there and play the tricks of these children." In the next moment, without a doubt, Black heard the same voice in the dark. "Oh, F***ck, are you a baby in mother's arms? You like to learn how to talk?" Constantine cursed angrily. "Oh, F***ck, are you a baby in my mother's arms? You like to learn how to talk? You forced me to do this, bastard." Constantine was so angry that he laughed. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and uttered a string of unknown words. It was obviously a spell used to cast magic, so the syllables and tones were very strange. It was difficult to imitate a normal creature, but the thing in the dark could still be accurately read. Constantine stopped at the last word, and his face turned red. He gritted his teeth and said, "What the hell is this thing? What the hell is this thing? Great Devil Monarch Satan, please listen to my call. Great Devil Monarch Satan, please listen to my call. Sure, if you have the ability to learn this, I don't believe that you can even learn the angel language. Sure, if you have the ability to learn this, I don't believe that you can even learn the angel language." Just as Constantine, who was in an angry state, was planning to use the language of angels to teach a lesson about the wicked fun bastard who learned how to talk in the dark parrot, his mouth was suddenly sealed by Kido. "Constantine, stop talking! Constantine, stop talking!" Lod's voice, almost exactly the same as Black Creature's voice, rang out at the same time. At the same time, the sound echoed like a heavy sound. Constantine widened his eyes, and his pupils reflected shock. "As I thought, the learning speed of this thing is evolving. As I thought, the learning speed of this thing is evolving. Lod closed his eyes and thought for a moment. He already roughly knew the origin of this thing, so he warned Constantine. From now on, do not speak. This thing will start from imitating the voices of other creatures and learn at an incredible speed. It will reach the second stage where the voice of the creature is 100 synchronized with that of the creature. In the end, it will imitate the creature in advance and say what they want to say. At that time, the creature it imitates will become the next one. Asterisk 2. There was no doubt that this was the second stage. This thing had reached a completely synchronized stage. The next step was to surpass them in advance. Imitating, synchronizing, transcending. This was a terrifying monster that learned your voice and eventually turned you into one of its kind. Where did they come from? Why did they imitate the voices of other creatures? Were they real or not? Lod was not very clear about this. In the plot of Mysterious Who that he had seen, this ghost only appeared once. Chapter 537, Surpass Yourself. Lod had no intention of investigating how that thing came about. In any case, even the weeping angel had appeared. Furthermore, the limbo was connected to other dimensions. Even if Derek came out later, he might not find it strange. Although Constantine did not understand the reason behind it, seeing Lod's solemn expression, he roughly understood how troublesome that damn thing was, so he frantically waved his hands and nodded, indicating that he would definitely not speak again. Had number 78. Zhang Aaron, cutting flower ring. Had number 78. Zhang Aaron, cutting flower ring. Lod recited the spell in a normal tone. According to the voice that was echoing in the dark, he seized this opportunity that could not be missed. He instantly aimed at the monster. Sword, whose ribs were short, burst out with great momentum. Clang! The huge sword suddenly flashed like a beautiful moon hanging in the night sky. The high-level Hado was powerful enough to match modern naval weapons. In an instant, he cut the darkness in front of him and slashed at the monster with unparalleled sharpness. But at this moment, something shocking happened. From the dark shadow, a huge moonlight flashed at the same time, almost exactly the same as Hado, who was released by Lod. Boom! The two crescent moons collided with each other, bursting with a huge roar. The hard marble floor around him was cut into countless pieces by the air current generated by the impact, and the entire hotel shook violently. He could even imitate a move? Lod's eyes narrowed slightly, and he suddenly felt a little horrified. The speed and degree of evolution of this monster had completely exceeded the normal scope, and it was different from the thing in the original work. Now, not only could they speak their language simultaneously, but they could also imitate his attack without any mistake. Could it be that he had guessed wrong? This thing hiding in the dark was actually not the monster that learned tongue, but another unknown existence. Lod planned to try again to see if this thing could really imitate Kido. Had number 31. Shaka, red fire cannon. Had number 31. Shaka, red fire cannon. As he had expected, Black had also released Shak Keiho. The blue flames were exactly the same. Even spiritual power was exactly the same. He roared like a giant dragon soaring in the sky. The two collided in a short distance, and a huge fire burst out. The darkness in the surroundings was instantly dispelled. With the help of the collision of the Had number 31. Shaka and the explosion, the momentary light that burst forth was instantly bright. They were finally able to see the true form of the monster that had been hiding in the dark and imitating them. It was a man. He had a pair of scarlet eyes. Under his messy silver short hair was a handsome and extraordinary face. However, in the eyes of others, that face was a little too horrifying because the monster looked exactly the same as Lod. Lod. Constantine sucked in a breath of cold air. He was so scared that his face turned pale. He turned to look at Lod beside him. He had a strange feeling of horror. He swallowed his saliva and said, "What the hell?" Why does that thing look the same as you? Lod's eyes trembled slightly and his breathing became erratic. It seemed that he had not expected this scene. The thing that was hiding in the dark and imitating them and could even imitate and release Kido was actually a creature with the same appearance as him. Although the two of them looked exactly the same, if one looked closely, one could still see a few differences. That Lod's pupils were not blue, but a kind of scarlet red that revealed ruthlessness and killing. Rather than saying that it was a human, it was better to say that it was more like a beast. Moreover, it was not wearing a tyrant outfit, just standing there naked. Your figure is not bad. Constantine glanced at the man, especially at the area under his crotch, and said with a slight teasing tone. Lod's eyes were gloomy, and his gaze could almost kill. Pretend that I didn't say anything. Seeing that something was wrong, Constantine immediately apologized and covered his eyes with his hands. Don't worry, I didn't see anything just now. There's something wrong with my eyes. I can't see it. Lod continued to move his gaze and landed on the girl beside him. I didn't see anything, father. Nexia's delicate body trembled and she hurriedly covered her eyes. However, the redness on both sides of her cheeks and her slightly hurried breathing undoubtedly overturned her little lie. There was no doubt that this was basically the death of a certain degree of society. Lod gritted his teeth and looked at that thing. He cursed Wilberforce 10,000 times in his heart. Wait, why didn't he learn to talk? Constantine, who was covering his eyes, suddenly realized that something was wrong. That thing did not imitate them anymore. Because, it has already locked onto the target. Nexia's face was red. She looked even seductive and charming. She lowered her head, not daring to look at that thing. She whispered, Father is its new target, so the two of us are temporarily safe. Tisk. You should have said so earlier. Constantine looked at the girl in pain and said, Don't be fooled by us every time. That's why you came to tell us what to do. Nexia bit her lips and an apologetic look appeared in her eyes. I didn't do it on purpose. This is the only way I can do it. Lod pinched the girl's face, indicating that he did not blame her. That's not what I meant. I just said it simply. Constantine immediately defended himself. Then he looked at the fake Lod worriedly and asked, Lod has been locked on by something. What should we do now? Father, I'll leave the rest to you. Nak took Lod's hand and looked at his face seriously. He said word by word, I will go to the 9th floor with Constantine. I will leave that thing to you. Let Lod deal with that thing alone. Constantine frowned and said worriedly, I don't dare to say if he has any questions, but with just the two of us, is there really no problem going to the 9th floor? His worry was not without reason. In addition to this monster, there was also the threat of the weeping angel. Due to the monster's imitation, Lod did not dare to speak so easily, so he could only cast a suspicious look. Please believe me, Father. Nexia hugged Lod and buried her head deep in his arms. Smelling the familiar scent, she whispered, everything I did was to go in the right direction. So, please surpass yourself and defeat it. Surpass myself. Constantine was very self-aware and acted as Lod's microphone, asking the question he was curious about. Yes, surpass yourself. Nexia took a deep breath and said, that monster will evolve indefinitely until it completely surpasses you. So the only way to defeat it is to become stronger than it, stronger than its past self, stronger than its past self every minute and second until it can't bear it and collapses. Constantine said in horror, can this kind of thing really be done? It can definitely be done. Chapter 538, The Void. Nexia firmly believed it, and she never suspected that no matter what kind of predicament and enemy they were facing, her father would definitely cut off all obstacles. This was not blind confidence. She had seen countless similar scenes in the air in the future, and those powerful enemies that made people feel desperate were defeated by her father in the end. Lod did not respond to her, but silently took a step forward, blocking in front of the fake, using practical actions to express his thoughts. Go ahead. Leave this place to me. Constantine understood what Laud meant. The last hesitation in his heart was completely dispelled. He took a deep breath and said, "We'll wait for you on the 9th floor. Take care." "We're leaving, father." Nexia was reluctant to part with him. She took a deep look at Laud's back and firmly imprinted it in her heart. Then, she turned around and walked to the back. After the wall of relief that was embedded with the bell was smashed by sword, a dark path was revealed. It was the road leading to the 9th floor. It was still a spiral staircase, but it was even narrower and more cramped. It could only accommodate one person at the same time. Moreover, there was no end to it. It was like a huge mouth that had been opened from the abyss, extending all the way to the depths of the earth. When the two of them were about to step into the road, the fake Laud who had been motionless all this time seemed to have been stimulated by something. He suddenly rushed over and let out a roar like a beast. The fake Laud was extremely fast, but he was not using ho-ho. Instead, he was using his physical ability to move at an astonishing speed. Crack! 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 The moment it disappeared, the marble floor in the banquet hall cracked, as if it had been trampled by a mammoth. It directly shattered into countless pieces of stone, and the violent wind that rose up in all directions made a whistling sound like a bullet. Whoosh! 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 A fishy wind mixed with thick blood energy, accompanied by the roar of a terrifying beast, pounced towards Nexia and Constantine. The 5 fingers were like sharp blades of sword, making an ear-piercing sound as they cut through the air, aiming straight for the necks of the 2 people. Constantine felt a chill on his back. Goosebumps immediately rose all over his body. His exposed skin was brushed by the strong wind, and it split open a fine bloody wound. The feeling of battle deep into his bones surged into his heart and brain. Subconsciously, Constantine turned around and saw that the roaring beast figure was stretching out its 2 pale arms. Its 5 fingers were like the blades of sword, and at this moment, it was less than a meter away from Nexia's neck. The girl's clean and slender neck seemed to be going to be beheaded in the next second in front of those sharp claws that had distinct joints and were as white as a corpse. "Be careful!" Constantine immediately turned pale with fright and hurriedly reached out to grab Nexia, saving the girl from this danger. But before he could do anything, he caught a glimpse of another figure from the corner of his eye. It suddenly appeared like a ghost, and a short sword with a cold and gloomy light directly pressed against the palm of the sharp claws. Clang! The sharp claws collided with sword. In the dark ring, a dazzling fire splashed. The loud and clear sound of metal hitting metal echoed in the empty banquet hall. The short fire reflected Laud's cold face and eyes that were suffused with cold killing intent. Only then did Constantine react. At the same time as he breathed a sigh of relief, he immediately glanced at Nexia. He found that the girl was still walking forward without any hesitation, as if she had already expected it. "Don't worry about what's behind you." Nexia walked all the way to the stairs. Only then did she slowly turn around and say, "With father here, it is impossible for that guy to break through, so we just need to move forward." "You are right. I was too careful. Even an angel could not kill your father, let alone a monster." Constantine was stunned for a moment and then laughed at himself. Laud's eyes were a little unhappy. He felt that Constantine was talking too much, so he turned around and kicked him hard in the chest, kicking him directly into the stairs. "You f***ing sneaky bastard!" Constantine had no time to react. He was kicked several meters away by Laud. He almost flew into the stairs upside down. Then, like a wind and fire wheel, he rolled down the stairs. The spiral staircase was very narrow, and the angle of each level was very high. Therefore, Constantine could not stand up at all. He was forced to form a human ball. He cursed loudly and screamed as he rolled down. He gradually disappeared into the darkness. Nexia was stunned for a few seconds. Then, she looked at Lod with a strange expression. It seemed that she had met her father again. Lod pointed to the passage with his chin and then gave the girl a look, indicating that she should leave here quickly. Otherwise, she could not let go of her hands. Yes, I will leave now. Nexia's delicate body shook. As if she had been frightened, she quickly turned around and walked into the passage. Looking at her panicked little steps, she was probably afraid that she would be kicked. Roar dash! When the fake Lod saw someone break into the passage, he immediately let out a sharp howl. His face was covered with black blood vessels, and his muscles were twisted and terrifying. His entire body was suffused with a dense and violent aura. The strength of the sword suddenly increased several times. The fake Lod relied on brute force to press his palm against the tip of Shinso's sword and slowly advanced forward step by step. What a strong strength! Lod's expression changed slightly and he was secretly shocked. He did not expect the power of this ghost thing to even make him feel a little strained. Bang! The fake Lod's eyes flashed with red light. He roared and took half a step forward. The ground was cracked by the stomp. The huge force passed along the ground and shook the entire banquet hall violently. His fist, which was much tougher than steel, broke through the air. Along with the powerful force that was like a mountain collapsing, it smashed toward Lod's face. The force of this punch made Hollow tremble in the air. The explosive wind was pulled by the fist. It roared like a wind dragon and rushed over. Lod couldn't help but narrow his eyes into a slit. The tip of his foot tapped the ground and jumped back. In the air, he turned over and pulled away from it. The punch missed, causing 1,000 ripples of air. The power that was released from the fist directly plowed a deep gully on the marble floor in front of him. Dong! Seeing that the punch did not hit its target, it was like a monster that did not know exhaustion. It did not give Lod any chance to catch his breath. It ran over like a wild beast on all fours. Its scarlet eyes that were filled with ruthlessness and killing intent, in this dark environment where it could not see its fingers, pulled out a thin line that was as red as blood, floating in the dark like a terrifying ghost. It had to be said that the monster had a strong ability to grasp the timing. It grabbed Lod and jumped into the air. Then, when it just landed, it could not adjust its posture in time. It planned to use a storm of attacks to tear this enemy in front of it to pieces. However, how could Lod do as it wished? If he talked about the battlefield experience and the temporary reaction when fighting against enemies, he boasted that he would not lose to anyone. Don't forget that he inherited the title Kenpeki from the hands of Anohana Yachiru. He had already seen through the thoughts of a mere monster. The monster rushed forward confidently and was about to punch at Lod when he saw that under the wide black robe, there was a sudden burst of dazzling light, like the first ray of dawn that cut through the night, and suddenly lit up the dark environment as if it was daytime. Chapter 539, The Void 2. Kamishini no Yuri. The majestic spiritual power exploded, like a sleeping dragon opening its eyes. The terrifying spiritual power storm that could not be described with words instantly shattered everything in the banquet hall. The marble floor was instantly crushed into powder by the strong wind, accompanied by the endless waves of air being lifted into the air. The monster only had to bear the impact of spiritual power, and its body was cut open with countless fine wounds, comparable to the terrifying pressure of a mountain falling on its body. It directly caused its bones and muscles to be unable to bear the burden, and it issued waves of mournful cries and wails. But in the next moment, the monster was pierced through. Swish! An extremely bright and sharp sword light, as if wanting to cut the entire space in half, directly cut the monster in half. After the Kamishini no Yari's light pierced through the monster's body, it continued to rush towards the hotel's passage. Only after leaving a huge gully on the ground did the vast sword light finally gradually dissipate. Ugh! However, the monster did not care at all. Even though it was cut in half by sword, it did not feel like a human. Therefore, it did not care about losing its lower body at all. Instead, it let out a crazy scream and reached out to grab sword's blade. Lod's pupils shrank slightly. He recalled the strangeness of this guy and quickly withdrew the Kamishini no Yari to avoid being caught. The reason why the Kamishini no Yari had an astonishing speed of expansion and contraction was in fact because the moment it extended and contracted, sword's blade energy would turn into tiny particles of dust, which was why it could ignore the laws of physics and extend and shrink at a speed that was almost 100 times faster than the speed of sound. Ah! The monster reached out and grabbed only the air, then aimed its target at Lod. It roared and opened its mouth, spewing out a huge blue flame. This is Skatsui? Judging from the concentration of spiritual power, the destructive power was definitely more than that of number 33. Even from the distorted space around him, it seemed to be even stronger than had number 73. Srin Skatsui, which posed a threat to him. Lod's expression changed slightly, and he immediately turned around and left, leaving an afterimage in his original place. Boom! The deep blue flames looked like a majestic dragon. As it flapped its wings, waves of blazing fire surged, turning into a torrent of destructive flames that devoured all tangible and intangible substances in front of it. They purified everything in the terrifying heat. Under this wave of blazing flames, space appeared to be twisted and boiling. The entire banquet hall was filled with crystallized substances after burning. White smoke rose from the scorched and sanded surface. The monster stared at Lod with a terrifying blood-red gaze, searching inch by inch in the smoke. It was too dangerous. Lod suddenly appeared behind him and looked at his burned sleeve. Not only did he feel a bit of lingering fear, but his level of threat to the monster had also increased by several levels, reaching a rather troublesome level. The monster was almost instantaneous, but its destructive power was comparable to had number 73. Srin Skatsui. If his reaction speed had been a little slower just now and he had been hit by this Hado head-on, he would have been so busy that his feet would have been messed up. She. Suddenly, there was the sound of bones breaking. Lod raised his head and looked towards the source of the sound. He saw that the monster's head had actually spun around 720 degrees. That pair of terrifying scarlet eyes was silently watching him. It was like a ghost that made one's hair stand on end. Should he continue attacking? Lod let out a breath and immediately adjusted his posture, preparing to deal with the next attack. However, the monster did not choose to attack immediately. Instead, it used its two hands to support its upper body and moved close to the lower half of its body that had been cut off. It pulled the broken lower body that had been burned by the flames and forcibly pieced it together at the place where it had been cut off. Then, at the spot where the monster had been cut off, the cell tissue healed at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the monster stood up again, moving its limbs and making thunderous sounds. The cut on the waist was as clean as new, as if it had never been cut off. He had even learned how to accelerate regeneration. Lod's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a hint of heaviness in his eyes. This damn thing was becoming more and more troublesome. Ka ka ka. Am I? The monster repeated mechanically. It raised its arms and stretched them parallel to the ground. It spread its palms toward Lod as if it was imitating his attack just now. Seeing this scene, Lod suddenly felt that it was a bit ridiculous. ZANPAKUTOU was born with Death God. The other half of his soul had materialized. Even if this ghost was special and could imitate his Kido and other attacks, there was always a limit. It was impossible to imitate even the soul, right? Kamishini, no. Yari. The monster finally finished chanting, but nothing happened. Ha! Sure enough. You overestimate yourself. Do you really think you can imitate everything? The corner of Lod's lips rose slightly, but before he could laugh, he saw a pale white ray of cold light shoot out. With a terrifying speed, it instantly pierced through the air of Hollow, who was dozens of meters away, causing layers of ripples to ripple out. Clang! Sparks splashed out from the dark, and a loud bell sound rang out. Lot instinctively reacted and held Shinso horizontally in front of him, blocking the incoming attack. However, the impact of the impact caused him to uncontrollably retreat backwards. The friction between his feet and the ground caused 2 charred marks. The power on the sword blade was extremely terrifying, several times stronger than the previous exchange. It felt like a high-speed train had crashed into his chest, and his ribs were almost broken by this blow. Bang! Lot was pushed into the wall, and his entire body sank several meters deep. In the end, the short Shinso was still unable to completely block it, causing his abdomen to be pierced through by that attack. Along with the huge impact, several internal organs were instantly shattered. Blood flowed down and dripped onto the broken ruins. Cough cough! Cough cough! Lot coughed out a mouthful of blood. He felt that the bones all over his body were about to break, and there was an intense pain everywhere. When he forced himself to endure the pain in his abdomen and lowered his head, he finally saw clearly that the murder weapon that pierced his abdomen was actually a white bone, and it was a human arm bone. Was there a mistake? The bones were all out. Lot sucked in a breath of cold air. Wasn't this a bit too ridiculous? That monster indeed did not have ZANPAKUTOU, nor could it imitate the soul-forging ZANPAKUTOU. However, it had used a different method to imitate the attack of the divine killing spear. That was to use the bones in its body. Sure enough, it was not that simple. At this time, Lot finally understood the meaning of the imitation mentioned by Nexia. If he used the fastest and strongest speed to get rid of this thing in a short period of time, once the time of the battle was prolonged, then the enemy that greeted him would be in existence that was exactly the same as him. At that time, it was hard to say who would win and who would lose. Chapter 540, The Void 3. Fight quickly. The divine light in Lot's eyes faded. The speed of the enemy's growth had already exceeded his imagination. In such a serious situation, the longer he dragged on, the more disadvantageous the situation would be for him. He had to use all his strength in order to completely destroy it in the shortest time possible. He absolutely could not allow it to continue growing. After understanding this point, Lot finally stopped holding back. A steady stream of spiritual power surged out like a giant volcano that had been buried for thousands of years and accumulated endless energy. It exploded with a world-destroying roar. Boom! The naked eye could see spiritual power wantonly vent out. Like a raging wave raised by a vast ocean, it slammed heavily in all directions. Hollow even trembled in the air, covered in pitch-black cracks. He looked like a broken mirror. Then, an indescribably terrifying pressure spread out from Lot's body, causing the entire banquet hall to shake as it let out a wailing cry. The wind was howling. The earth was trembling. Everything in the banquet hall was crushed into powder by the storm that spiritual power set off. But just this alone was not enough to completely defeat the monster, so Lot decided to use the move, Shunko. The compressed energy of Kido rushed out of his body like a flood, turning into violent thunder and roaring wantonly. The extremely unstable lightning intertwined and jumped behind him, outlining 6 rings of the Jade Hook Thunder Ring. A pair of ferocious thunder horns slowly extended from Lot's head. Unlike the time when he faced the destroyer, he could not control this power. After a period of hard training, he could now completely control it. This power was as violent as explosive, and with the combination of Bankai, Golden Lightning Palace, the power of the Thunder God War form would be more than several levels higher. If it was just about the destructive power of an instant, it was even comparable to Ryūjin Jakka. Bankai. KK Gonririki, Golden Lightning Palace. Lot raised ZANPAKUTOU high, and released spiritual power into the thunder cloud. For a time, the earth-shattering sound of thunder resounded throughout the hall like the roar of an ancient dragon. Waves visible to the naked eye washed the ground, setting off layers of soil and stones. The endless golden lightning was like a vast ocean, gathering into a beautiful golden crown. From the golden crown, millions of bead curtains were hung down. But if one looked carefully, one could see that those beads of light that looked like pearls were actually extremely concentrated lightning. Just one of the thunder bead curtains could easily connect several thousand meters of buildings, let alone the thousands of bead curtains here. Rumble. In the deafening rolling thunder, Lod's eyes shone like stars. He was clad in a suit of lightning armor made of white and gold. The golden lightning above his head covered his head. At this moment, Lod was like a god that controlled lightning. An extreme aura of destruction emanated from his body, and even the space around Hollow was trembling and twisting. The enemy he was facing right now was a god who controlled the punishment of lightning in the world like an ancient legend. His mighty aura was like a raging wave that was almost tangible. Every inch of his muscles and bones were enduring an unimaginable great pressure. The fake Lod roared, trying to resist, but in the end, it was thinking too much. When the gap between the two of them was too big, any technique or trick would be so weak. The gap between the two of them was suddenly widened, reaching a level that was currently impossible to surpass. If he was given some more time, he might be able to match up to this level, but right now, it was impossible. Infinite evolution? Perfect imitation? The fake Lod seemed to be troublesome and terrifying, but he had a fatal weakness. That was its imitation evolution. It required an extremely important period of time. If not for given time to evolve and directly crushed it to death with its strongest strength, then no matter how fast the evolution speed was, it would just be an empty talk. Yachiru style, Zanjutsu, Crescent Moon. Lod silently thought to himself as he took a step forward, and his figure instantly disappeared from where he stood. The next moment, in the fake Lod's scarlet pupils, a brilliant golden light was reflected, cutting through the darkness that could not be seen with one's fingers. In a thousandth of a second, the light was like a golden ray. The golden ray of light arrived in front of it. The suffocating pressure crushed its mind in an instant. Fear of death was the instinct of a living being. Even if it was a strange creation, as long as it could still move and think, no matter if its thoughts were changed or not, it could not avoid fear of death. At this moment, it felt death. It was a person who was pressing down on you at all times. His footsteps were neither fast nor slow, but he was steady and powerful. He was unable to be stopped by anything. No matter what method he tried, he was unable to get away or even disperse it. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as it approached bit by bit, taking away your life when you were in a state of cold despair. Rumble. Endless thunder resounded in his ears. Along with an aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth, he suddenly woke up the fake Lod. When he forced himself to look up under this pressure, he was shocked to see a bright golden color. It was the punishment from the gods. Lod raised sword with one hand and bathed in the golden lightning. Facing the darkness in front of him, he swung sword down from above. With its beast-like accurate intuition, it finally reacted. It drove its stiff limbs and used all its strength to move to the right with great difficulty. It moved a small distance to avoid the fate of being smashed by sword. At this moment, the dazzling golden light flourished. A golden, beautiful crescent moon suddenly rose in the dark ring. However, in the eyes of the fake Lod, this beautiful scenery was filled with a deadly dangerous aura. It was like a rose full of needles. Even from afar, it was still beautiful and moving. However, if one were to approach it, they would only end up with skin and flesh torn apart. Roar! 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 With a roar, its muscles suddenly expanded several times. An invisible power filled its body, causing it to be the size of a normal person. In an instant, it became as big as a green giant. The muscles on its body were like a 100-year-old tree root that had taken root in the depths of its body. Its skin color also changed into a dark steel color. Then, it crossed its hands in front of its head in a cross shape, trying to resist this sword with its hard bones and skin. However, could he block it? The cold killing intent followed sword's momentum and engulfed the fake Lord, causing his arrogant defense to collapse in an instant. The blade of lightning that had been compressed to its limit, with a crushing force that was close to crushing everything in its path, instantly smashed apart the obstruction in front of it. Even the object in a straight line behind it was neatly cut into two by the sharp blade of sword. The violent lightning immediately tore apart the silent darkness, crushing everything along the way. When the dazzling golden lightning slowly dispersed, it revealed the fake Lord who was badly mutilated. The sword that Lord had swung down from his left shoulder directly shattered most of its body, leaving only a bloody head, along with his charred and cracked right shoulder and arm, lying on the ground, struggling to survive. He was already on the verge of death. Bang kai! Bang kai! The monster struggled to raise its head, using its bloody and broken face to stare straight at Lord. After the skin and flesh had been cut off, its white teeth moved up and down as it slowly chanted, "Golden Lightning Palace." Chapter 541, The Void 4. Golden Lightning Palace. Lord's face was quite ugly. The growth speed of this monster was a bit too fast. Moreover, the Bankai imitated by this monster is different from his open and upright, exuding a mighty and majestic air. The power of thunder summoned by it was actually a strange scarlet color like blood. Moreover, it was shaped like a sticky gelatinous substance that seeped out from the pores on its body and slowly dripped onto the ground nearby. Bright red liquid that was as viscous as asphalt flickered with lightning patterns. When it landed on the ground, it immediately produced sizzling sounds, and a foul stench of white smoke rose up. The already bumpy ground was corroded, and many ditches appeared. Chi! 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 The monster let out a meaningless howl and slowly got up from the pool of blood. Meanwhile, the half of its body that had been cut apart by Lord and sword had somehow recovered to its original state without any signs of injury. What a fast speed! Lord's pupils suddenly shrank. He was frightened by this terrifying recovery ability. He swore that he had only been distracted for a moment, and his attention had been attracted by the scarlet blood pool mud. But even so, in less than a second, the monster had already reconstructed its ruined body. This degree of recovery could no longer be said to be a super-fast regeneration. GGG! The monster swayed its body and its half-drooping head spun 720 degrees. Suddenly, it let out a strange laugh. The corners of its mouth gradually expanded to an astonishing degree. It looked as if it had cracked open, revealing the eerie white teeth mixed with blood. Bang! Bright red blood splashed, and the huge force poured into the ground. The monster suddenly disappeared. Lord's pupil shrank, and his expression changed slightly. He saw very clearly that the monster was using Death God's ho-ho. Holala! The fierce wind suddenly attacked, blowing up layers of black waves. There seemed to be thousands of thunder drums ringing in his ears. The sudden explosion made Lord see stars. He caught a glimpse of a bloody figure in a trance. The body was covered with dense blood light and rushed straight at him. The dark claw shadows whistled through the air, tearing 5 clear gaps in the dark night. Lord's handsome face was naturally not spared. It was torn by the fierce wind blowing on his face, and his black clothes were scratched out 5 holes. It was not difficult to believe that if he was really caught, it was inevitable that several layers of skin and flesh would be cut off. Rip pull dash! The sound of ripping silk could be heard, and a black coat was torn into pieces. Lord suddenly appeared in another place. He had just breathed a sigh of relief. He was glad that he had not forgotten Utsasimi technique. However, before he could catch his breath, he saw that scarlet and violent voice pulling the roaring wind dragon towards him again. If it was just him alone, it would be easy for Lord. But that sticky pool of blood, no matter how one looked at it, was extremely ominous. Moreover, his intuition told him that it was best not to touch that thing. Helpless, Lord could only retreat again. He had already seen the monster's recovery speed. Coupled with the ominous and evil nature of the blood pool, he planned to distance himself from it first, then use the Imperial Thunder God to completely kill it. The Imperial Thunder God was his strongest move up until now. In the Thunder God battle form state, this move could not even be blocked by Anohana Yachiru. Its destructive power was enough to wipe out half of the city. If not for the fact that he had no choice, he actually did not want to use this move. But now, he had no other choice. While his thoughts were in turmoil, Lod had already opened up a distance. Just as he was about to raise his hand to gather the lightning stored in the golden canopy, he saw that the monster suddenly slapped the ground with both hands, causing a large amount of bright red liquid to splash over. Crash! Countless drops of bright red liquid that were only the size of raindrops surrounded Lod like a school of fish that had smelled bait in a pond. There was no room for him to escape. Bakud number 81. Dank, splitting void. Lod was not flustered. He raised his hand and pointed ahead. A huge, almost transparent wall of space stood between the two, isolating him from the bright red liquid. The defense of Bakudo number 81 was enough to resist Hado that was below number 90. Even if the bright red liquid could be broken through, it would take at least some time. But what happened next gave him a hard slap. The bright red liquid hit the broken wall created by the space. Not only was it not bounced off immediately, but it was sticky and stained. It was like mercury flowing everywhere, completely ignoring the defense of the broken space and slowly seeping in. After passing through the barrier of the broken space, the bright red liquid changed its shape. They were like fine threads, their bright red bodies twisting like snakes as they shot towards Lod at lightning speed. Lod noticed that something was wrong and immediately left. However, he was still a step too slow. He did not notice that there were threads extending from the ground and his feet were immediately entangled. Sinister, evil, sticky, cold, and bone-chilling. All kinds of strange feelings spread from his heart, and even vaguely awakened a certain beast that was sealed in his heart. Lod reacted quite quickly, directly waving sword to cut off the winding threads, and then stepped on several ho-ho to escape to the rear passage. Along the way, the monster chased after him. The churning red blood pool followed the monster's footsteps and chased after it. Every time it passed through a floor of the hotel, it would absorb the blood of those dead bodies, and finally form a larger blood pool that madly rushed over. What the hell was that blood pool? Lod ran up using ho-ho, his brows furrowed. Just now, when his feet touched the sticky blood pool, although it was only for a split second, he still felt a damp and cold, thick and turbid feeling, as if his bones and muscles were about to melt. Moreover, the strange part about the red liquid was not just this one. This strange red quagmire liquid, like blood but not blood, like thunder but not thunder. It was between solid and liquid. Not to mention its strange and ever-changing form, it could even cut down spiritual power who swallowed him. Just now, he was only touched for a second, and his spiritual power was consumed by 10%. He had to think of a way to restrain this strange quagmire. The current situation was very bad. He did not dare to use Bankai at will. If he was imitated by the monster again, he was afraid that the one who would die would be him. Who knew how that thing would change? Boom! The monster rushed through the pool of blood. The sharp howls pulled Lod back to reality from his complicated thoughts. The boiling blood surged and roared, setting off huge waves that were several jong tall. It filled the space in front of him and stretched out from every crack in the ground. It even seeped out from the cracks in the wall, the ceiling, and the door. It was like a classic drama from a large horror movie, about to be drowned in a sea of blood. It turned out that while he was thinking, he had already been surrounded by the inescapable net that the monster had set up. Now, he was a turtle in a jar. Hesitation would lead to defeat, and he had no way out. Lod let out a heavy breath, his eyes flashing with madness, throwing all the consequences and concerns to the back of his mind. Imitation? Then let me see just how many abilities you can imitate. Reduce all creation to ash, Ryūjin Jakka. A wisp of blazing flame ignited from sword's blade, almost instantly igniting the surrounding air. The boiling spiritual power scorched the earth, turning it into scorched earth. Everything in sight was ignited by flames. Chapter 542, The Void 5. The flames were burning. The scorching sword blade gently brushed through the air, and the place the blade touched twisted and boiled. The flammable object in the atmosphere seemed to reach the highest limit of tolerance at this moment. Along with the unparalleled fluctuation of spiritual power, it expanded in all directions in a nearly violent manner. Space finally could not bear the burden and let out a cracking sound. It was visible to the naked eye that it was collapsing inch by inch. Everything that was visible and invisible was ignited by the endless flames. The terrifying temperature almost enveloped every corner of the hotel in an instant. The raging waves of blood that had been roaring for a second were evaporated in the next second. After the bright red blood boiled and dissipated, there was an unpleasant stench in the air. The shocking heat emitted by the burning flames caused the structure of the hotel to crack open. There were countless blood vessels crisscrossing each other. It made people worry if the hotel could hold on. There was boiling hot lava flowing under the cracks. It was from the melted rocks. The dead bodies in all the rooms were directly vaporized. The pipes exploded because they could not withstand the high temperature of the explosion. The water that sprayed out directly splashed on the ground, but it was instantly evaporated by an unbelievable high temperature. The monster was the closest, and the two of them were only a few meters apart. At such a close distance, the water in the body was almost evaporated in an instant, and the sweat was dispersed before it could flow out. Soon, its skin was covered with cracks, like a dry land that cracked because of a great drought. When the monster saw this, it let out an uneasy roar. It was not a wild beast that only knew how to kill without thinking. After experiencing the powerful threat brought about by the Ryūjin Jakka, it only paused for a few seconds before making a judgment and counterattack that was most suitable for the current situation. Instead of rushing over directly like before, it chose to distance itself from Lod first. It was a very wise choice. There was a hint of coldness in Lod's eyes. It was a good choice to distance himself. On one hand, he could avoid the high temperature flames of the blade like fire. On the other hand, he still had enough time and space to react. Whether he chose to charge directly or use long-range attacks, that thing could all come up with corresponding countermeasures at the first moment. Seeing that Lod did not pursue, the monster's arm suddenly expanded several times. The viscous blood flowing in the vicinity slowly rose and condensed into a huge blood spear. The monster clenched the long spear with its expanded giant arm, aimed at Lod, and suddenly threw it. Bang! The bright red spear was like a comet falling to the ground, instantly passing through the passage that was less than 100 meters away. Thousands of wind dragons roared at the same time, giving off a deafening roar. They broke through the sound barrier at a terrifying speed several times faster than before, directly breaking through the layers of atmosphere in front of them. The turbulent airflow around them was like a storm created by a sword blade, tearing apart all the violence in its path. Hitosuum, Nadegiri, the first, killing stroke. Lod held sword with one hand and took a step forward. The scorching flame sword slashed down from above, accurately striking the tip of the spear. Only sword. It was neither stunning nor fancy. It was just an ordinary slash, but the destructive power it brought was undoubtedly quite terrifying. The scorching hot flames released from sword's body evaporated the blood that covered the sky and the earth in front of him. Everything that the mortal sword touched was turned into ashes under the scorching hot flames. Hoo! Lod exhaled a mouthful of scorching air and adjusted his breathing and spirit. Then, he slowly lowered his center of gravity. He took half a step forward with his left foot and hid the flowing blade like a fire in his sheath. The 5 fingers of his right hand spread open, seemingly tightly holding the position of sword's handle. His eyes firmly locked onto the enemy in front of him. The blade was like a fire out of its sheath, accompanied by a long cry that tore through the sky. The scorching red sword's blade came from the side, carrying with it a monstrous flame, slashing out a gorgeous sword light. The monstrous flames released from Sword's body were like a stormy sea set off by the sea, surging out in a huge fan shape, engulfing everything in front of him in an instant. She The crimson-red sword cut through the monster's body. The hard skin that even Zanpakuto could not break through was extremely simple in front of the blade like fire. Sword did not feel any obstruction when he swung his sword. It was silky smooth like a piece of butter that was melting. Boom! Endless flames spewed out from Sword's body. The huge flaming dragon rolled up and wrapped around the monster. It roared and spun around it. Before it could let out a scream, half of its body was burned into black ashes in an instant. Super regeneration? Sorry, not even cells will be left. Under the extreme high temperature of the flames, everything will be restored to the most basic atomic state. Unless the monster is the physique of Majin Buu, Lord does not believe that it can even recover from this. The monster that only had one head left was as black as charcoal. After exhausting the last bit of viscous blood, it barely managed to escape from the raging flames and wind. Using the wind force, it used the chaos to use the head as a football, rolling around in the passage, impatiently wanting to get away from this terrifying flame. Laud had been paying attention to this guy, so how could he let it escape? The originally blue spiritual power suddenly changed into a deep black spiritual power. It was even more violent and heavy than before. It washed in all directions like a flood, and the ground of the entire passage was cracking and shaking. Bang! 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 A dark shadow bathed in thunder broke through Hollow's sky. He raised his hand and summoned the boundless fury thunder. Then, it condensed into a dazzling golden lightning spear. From it, it exuded an extremely powerful divine might, like a divine punishment that could destroy the world. In the next moment, the dark shadow stretched out his arms to the extreme. He was like a statue in ancient Greece, displaying an incomparable beauty of power. After injecting the power of all things in the holy text, he spared no effort to throw out the gun of apocalypse, which was made of thunder and had an extremely powerful aura. Control. Thunder God. Boom. In the earth-shattering roar, the god's spear of retaliation penetrated the limbo zone. The layers of hollow were like transparent mirrors that shattered into pieces. Rings of sound that could be seen with the naked eye exploded one after another, causing surging waves of air to roar and roar, continuously destroying all tangible things with a destructive momentum. Hoo! The extremely tyrannical spiritual power slapped the space like a violent gale or a huge wave. The unbearable loud explosive sound accompanied by the vast golden light in front of him caused the entire world to lose its original luster. The aftershock that spread out carried the remaining lightning, tearing out dark and deep cracks. Only after the gale gradually stopped did his vision recover. He should be dead, right? Laud adjusted his hurried breathing. He slowly walked into the heavy smokescreen. Although he was more than 90% confident that that damn thing would definitely not be able to block the King of Thunder, for safety's sake, he still decided to personally go over and take a look. Only by personally confirming death would he be at ease. Stepping on the scorched and broken ground, he felt the remaining heat in the air. This hotel that was covered by the limbo had suffered such terrifying attacks several times. It had long become fragmented, revealing the real appearance of the hotel outside. Moreover, the signs of collapse were still increasing. It was obvious that it was about to completely collapse soon. Finally, the smoke screen in front of him dispersed. However, the scene in front of him now made Laud's heart feel a little cold. Welcome, to my domain. The monster stood there unharmed, its scarlet eyes full of ridicule. It grinned and said in a stiff and sharp voice, "Thank you, your contribution, let me evolve." Finally, the last stage. This was impossible. Laud's expression gradually stiffened as he looked at it in disbelief. Countless questions and doubts burst out from the bottom of his heart. After withstanding the attack of the Ryūjin Jakka, he was directly hit by the Thunder Emperor. How did this guy survive? Chapter 543, The Void 6. Everything in the world was turned to ashes. The moment the voice fell, the monster was surrounded by a strange scarlet flame. The surging blood-red flame was like a torrent, gushing out from its body like a familiar scene, igniting every corner of its sight. However, it was different from the high temperature of the flowing blade fire, as well as the explosive flames that burned everything into ashes. The blood-red flames that it released were not scorching to the senses, only looking like flames, but in fact, there were even traces of coldness. I like your power. The monster reached out and picked up a wisp of blood-red flames, allowing it to dance excitedly on its fingertips. It grinned and said, "Human, abandon your body and join us." "Great, evolve." Lod frowned and did not answer it. From the beginning, this guy could only imitate other people's words. Now, he could speak on his own. It even became smoother and smoother, as if it was foretelling that its evolution was approaching a perfect state. If it continued to evolve, it would be hard to believe to what extent it would reach. "Human, tell me your answer." The monster showed a strong interest in Lod and wanted to pull him into the evolution it mentioned. "Forgive me for refusing." Lod exhaled heavily and ignited all the remaining spiritual power in his body. "What a pity." A hint of regret appeared on the monster's face. He sighed regretfully as if he was looking at a dead person. Then, he placed his right hand on his lower abdomen and bowed gracefully and slowly. His behavior revealed a strong noble temperament. "Then, before I kill you with my own hands, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wilbur Whatley, a hereditary Viscount of the Whatley family." "Impossible." Lod's brain buzzed and he blurted out, "How is that possible? It's Wilbur Whatley. Why is it impossible?" A hint of ridicule appeared on Wilbur Whatley's face. People always choose to believe what they believe, but they refuse to believe the truth. "Just like you think I can't be Wilbur Whatley, but I am Wilbur Whatley. This is an unchangeable fact." Lod vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what the problem was. "It doesn't matter. You will understand soon." Wilbur Watson smiled eerily and said faintly, "After you join us, you will be one of us. At that time, you will also be Wilbur Whatley." "I am also Wilbur Whatley. Everyone will be Wilbur Whatley." Boom! This sentence was like a thunderbolt in the clear sky, suddenly waking up Lod. The guesses about Wilbur Watson, as well as all the clues from before, suddenly surfaced at this moment, and the truth was already in front of him. Febol.cm. Have you guessed it? Wilbur smiled sinisterly, but it's a pity that it's already too late. Bang! The ground around them suddenly cracked, as if they had been trampled on by thousands of soldiers. The entire hotel shook violently. Lod's expression changed slightly. The figure of Wilbur Whatley was reflected in his eyes. He rushed forward, surrounded by endless blood-red flames. It was as if there were thousands of war beasts rushing over. Yachiru style, Zanjutsu, Yellow Springs. Lod injected all of spiritual power into this sword, with the belief of facing death with equanimity. The dark spiritual power was condensed into a single point, and then gradually expanded into a sky of black, causing the entire atmosphere and space to shake. The sharp sword force slashed out a heaven-shaking blow, as if it wanted to split the world in front of it. Sword's blade collided with the fist, causing intense flames to splash out. Violent shockwaves rippled out, covering the entire hall like mercury, ruthlessly plowing through the already broken ground. Clang dash! Lod used the sword blade to execute the exquisite force to parry the fist force, and then took a deep breath. The sword in his hand instantly slashed out a blur. The sword shadows all over the sky fell down like a storm. At this moment, the 8,000-strong Zanjutsu was displayed to the extreme. In almost a thousandth of a second, Lod merged thousands of slashes into one sword. After the sword shadows scattered and gathered together, they turned into a vast sword light and fell down, slashing toward Wilbur Watson with a momentum that could split the sky and earth. Pucci! The mighty sword light tore through Wilbur Watson's chest like a hot knife through butter. If it had been any other normal creature, this kind of injury would have been fatal, but for this monster in front of him, this degree of injury could be recovered in just a breath of time. It was even worse than a human hitting his toes. It's useless. It's useless. Wilbur Watley laughed sinisterly, smashing the layers of sword light in front of him. It was really disgusting. Lod cursed in his heart. He quickly stepped on Ho-Ho and left. This damn thing killed, and it would evolve if it was beaten. I really don't know how to solve it. When Wilbur Watley saw the direction in which Lod retreated, a strange smile suddenly appeared on his face. As soon as he landed on the ground, Lod felt that something was wrong. A damp and slippery, cold and evil feeling suddenly spread up from the solace of his feet and spread through his limbs and bones at an astonishing speed. When he lowered his head to look, he found that it was actually the viscous blood from before. The bright red liquid that was as viscous as asphalt seeped out from the broken ground. Like mercury flowing through the ground, it penetrated into his body through the solace of his feet and rampaged through his body like countless ants. Half of spiritual power had been absorbed in an instant. Lod's face instantly turned pale, and his entire person became dispirited and listless, his physical strength rapidly slipping away. What a pity, you probably didn't notice. Wilbur Watley had victory in his grasp, and said proudly, "Before I was attacked by your flames, I split a portion of my blood into the ground. I was just trying to divert your attention. Now, join us." Wilbur Watley raised his hands and controlled the burning blood flames to drown Lod. The blood flames were not hot, but they were extremely cold. All sorts of negative emotions surged out crazily, as if they were ignited in the depths of his heart with flames. One sharp howl after another sounded out, as if countless mournful ghosts were tearing and devouring his soul. Fall into the darkness. Join us and step onto the sacred path of evolution. Only that supreme being can guide us to immortality and escape from the hell of flesh and blood. Countless transparent hands stretched out from the darkness, wrapping around him like branches, and then dragging him into the endless abyss. Success! Wilbur Watley's eyes flashed, and he licked his tongue greedily. With this person's soul, my plan will soon be realized. The true path to becoming a god can finally be opened. Hey, that bastard over there! The bright red flames were torn apart by the violent spiritual power. Lod, who was covered in a white mask, slowly raised his eyes that were filled with ruthlessness. A cold killing intent instantly filled the entire space. Without my permission, you can just stuff them in. Have you asked for my opinion? Wilbur Watson subconsciously took 2 steps back, and there was a sudden chill in his heart that could not be shaken. Ever since it evolved, it had not experienced this feeling for a long time. It was a feeling of fear that only humans had. Moreover, it was so deep and dignified, as if it was imprinted in the depths of their souls. It's been a long time. I can't breathe any fresh air. Chapter 544, Strong Impact. Oh, fresh air. Lod's nose twitched. He took a deep breath and revealed an intoxicated expression. He slowly spread his arms, as if he was embracing the world. It's really a refreshing smell. I haven't felt it for a long time. It was different. If the attitude of the man before was more inclined towards humans, then the feeling that the man now gave it was undoubtedly beyond the category of humans. Wilbur Watley, who had long abandoned an individual, had a very deep understanding of this point, so in almost an instant, it determined that they were not alone. Although they had the same human appearance, they exuded a completely different soul aura. Chaos, disorder, violence, slaughter, destruction, and all other negative words were the label of the man in front of him. If Lod still had consciousness at this time, he would definitely find that his mask had changed. It was no longer the simple style of the previous one in Los Angeles, but more recognizable. The appearance of the mask was similar to that of some kind of demon. It had the shape of a goat bone as the main structure. The pale white color that was similar to bone ashes was mixed with strange black lines. From the overall appearance of the mask, it gave people a sense of majesty and evil, sacred and degeneration. It was like an angel that saved the world, or a demon that led people to fall. The two completely different temperaments were strangely intertwined on a mask. From the top of the mask, there were two curved goat horns extending backwards. The eyes burned with scarlet flames through the dark and deep hole on the mask. A pair of golden pupils were vertical like a beast, emitting a violent and murderous aura from them. The dark spiritual power rubbed violently in the air, like a burning hellfire, constantly eroding the surrounding space and matter. Even the air was expelled, forming an area that was similar to a vacuum. I see. Wilbur Whatley narrowed his eyes. He seemed to have suddenly understood the reason. He revealed a mouth full of white teeth and smiled. No wonder I can't infect you. Such strong negative emotions and this non-human posture. It turns out that you have been infected by something else. Be careful when you speak. Laud raised his head and looked at it. His long and narrow eyes narrowed into slits, and his golden luster revealed a hint of coldness. Although I don't like this guy's way of doing things, it doesn't mean that trash like you can point fingers at our existence. If I'm trash, then what are you? Wilbur Vogt was not angry. He just stared at him with a forced smile. His stiff lips twitched. If not for my help, you would still be suppressed by him. Anyway, your target is this body. How about we cooperate? Laud did not reply. He only looked at Wilbur Whatley with interest, as if waiting for its next topic. Seeing that Laud did not immediately refute, but waited for it to continue, Wilbur Whatley was suddenly happy. It seemed that he was right. The other party's goal was to occupy this body. As long as it could hold this point and stabilize this seemingly terrible guy, then when its great plan was completed, it could also host a powerful body. Yes, it is cooperation. Wilbur Whatley waved his arms and said excitedly, our goal is this person's soul. Although I also want to get it, I can give it to you, so there is no need for us to fight. Not only that, I can help you erase his consciousness, so that you can completely control this soul, and even build a body for you to accommodate this soul, so that you can become stronger. Eternal life. Powerful. Inextinguishable. As long as you are willing to help me complete the great project of godly ascension, we will be the gods of the new world, just like the God in the Bible, controlling everything in the world. Wilbur Whatley's emotions were ignited to the extreme, like a fanatical cult organization, tempting Laud to join them. So, let's join hands. Wilbur Whatley licked his lips and looked at him with a fanatical gaze. As long as you are willing to join us, you will become an omnipotent god. Everything in the world will kneel at your feet. Why should you be greedy for this man's soul? Hee hee. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Laud's lips curled up in an exaggerated arc, as if he had heard a big joke. There was a hint of ridicule in his eyes, and he laughed arrogantly. The laughter echoed in the empty hall. The mocking eyes were like a sharp needle, fiercely stabbing into Wilbur Whatley's heart. The originally fanatical expression gradually disappeared, and his face became gloomy and ugly. What are you laughing at? You misunderstood something. Laud stopped laughing. He tilted his head and looked at it with a strange look. He grinned and said, I am one with him. There is no concept of who devours who. Moreover, the so-called godly ascension you speak of has no attraction to me at all. The great plan that he was most proud of was actually belittled and even disdained by others. This made Wilbur Whatley immediately furious. His eyes shot out two cold and fierce rays of light. Do you want to ask why? Laud did not give it the chance to ask a question. He said leisurely, the reason is actually very simple. It is because I am a god. A spiritual body born from negative emotions dares to say that it is a god. Wilbur Whatley said with a sneer, originally, I wanted to make you my servant. But now it seems that my expectations are too high. You are just a stupid and arrogant idiot. So. A cold light appeared in Wilbur Whatley's eyes. He raised his hand and a blood-colored flame ignited. In a split second, thousands of waves rolled up. Inferior goods like you, it is better to die. His voice fell. The blood-colored flames that lit up the entire hall roared like a flood as they surged over from all directions, sealing off all possible paths of retreat, leaving no room for escape. Die! 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 Wilbur Whatley's face was ferocious, and he let out a wanton and wild laugh. Give me all your strength, flesh, blood, memories, soul, and spirit. Endless blood-colored flames poured down like a vast ocean, drowning the entire hall in an instant. In the reflection of the surging flames, countless heads could be vaguely seen flashing, like ghosts who had broken free from hell, jealous, resentful, and other negative emotions. In an instant, they turned into solid spiritual shock. Boom! Along with the trembling of the earth, the burning blood flames devoured Laud. However, something unexpected happened to Wilbur Whatley. The man's figure remained motionless in the burning flames. His eyes, which were as dazzling as gold, could still be seen through the bright red flames. They were like hot lava flowing slowly. Chapter 545, Wilbur's Manuscript. Swish! With a gentle wave of his hand, the raging flames suddenly died out. Laud held the transparent sword blade in his hand. He stepped on the broken ground and slowly walked towards Wilbur. Wherever he passed, the space trembled and collapsed. Dense black cracks covered every place, as if porcelain would break at any time. Wilbur's mind was blank. His mind seemed to be permanently fixed at that moment. An indescribable fear spread from the bottom of his heart. Along with the chill that could freeze the soul, all the hair on his body instantly stood up. It was the aura of death. It was different from the feeling from the previous few times. This time, Wilbur felt it very clearly. There's no need to be so vigilant. After Laud released his hand, the transparent sword blade disappeared. His narrow golden eyes revealed a hint of ridicule as he said, I already said that I only need one sword to kill you. Then there will definitely not be a second sword, because my sword has already cut you. What do you mean? Wilbur was shocked and immediately felt that his thoughts were sluggish. However, before he could reply, a clear bloody crack suddenly appeared on the top of its head and gradually spread downwards until it split the entire person into two halves and smashed into the ground. I shouldn't have believed your nonsense. Laud's eyes flashed. It was unknown what he was thinking, but after a long time, he sighed with emotion. It's rare for that guy to let me out for a breath. He wants to go back so quickly. If I had known, I would have used Kansume. Casanova Hotel, the 9th floor. The overall structure of this place was very different from the previous levels. They were in an unknown tunnel with thin light, narrow and dark. The feeling of touching the walls around them was a bit similar to the structure of underground rocks. There were also large amounts of water moss growing in the damp gaps. Not far ahead of the tunnel, a faint light could be seen. Obviously, that was the destination. Constantine originally wanted to turn around and ask Nexia to confirm if that was the place she was talking about. However, the environment of this damned place was similar to that of the above. The darkness had become even thicker. She could only vaguely see a blurry figure. It's right there. Nexia's voice came from the darkness. After getting the confirmation from the prophet, Constantine was relieved. He cast a few blessings on himself. Then, he touched the damp rock wall and water moss. He stepped on the uneven gravel road and carefully advanced towards the light source. Although this place looked very safe, Constantine did not let down his guard. After all, according to the information he had gathered, that Wilbur was obviously a mage, proficient in dark magic. When he was wandering in the past, he had also dabbled in this area, so he knew the strangeness and horror of black magic. If he accidentally triggered a trap, Nexia might not be able to save him. Constantine walked very carefully with every step. From time to time, he would use magic to test if there were any traps ahead. The speed of his movement was enough to be called turtle speed. He walked for more than 10 minutes from a distance of less than 100 meters. When he got close to the light source, he found that it was an ancient wooden door. After confirming that there were no traps on the wooden door and the curse of black magic left behind, Constantine was completely relieved. Then he used an iron wire to skillfully pry open the door. The area of the room was not big, only about 10 square meters. A dim yellow electric light hung on the damp and rotten ceiling. There were some messy manuscripts and several old books on the wooden table in the middle. There was a bookcase several meters high on the left side of the hand. Constantine glanced at it and found that it was full of all kinds of magic books, and most of them were long-lost copies of black magic. All the secrets are in those manuscripts. At some point in time, Nexia quietly appeared and pointed at the scattered yellow manuscripts on the table. "You scared me." Constantine was scared out of his wits by her. He felt that his heart was about to jump out of his throat. He patted his chest and said with lingering fear, "Next time, please don't be so sudden. If not for my courage, I would have been scared to death by you." Under the dim light of the electric light, Nexia's expression was a bit hard to fathom. Her green eyes vaguely contained a trace of scrutiny. She said to Constantine meaningfully, "There are some things that you should not look at. You must not look at them. Can you understand what I said?" Constantine's face froze. "What do you mean?" "Nothing." Nexia said faintly, "I just want to remind you that the so-called knowledge is actually a burden. The more you know, the closer you are to those things. If you don't want to become a madman like Wilbur, it is best not to be curious." Constantine's expression was stiff, and it was obvious that his thoughts had been hit. He said awkwardly, "I'm happy to see you. After all, those magic books have been lost for a long time. Since you won't let me see them, then I won't read them." "It would be best if that was the case." Nexia smiled and said, "I don't want to kill you with my own hands, so don't force me." Constantine trembled all over and quickly swore that he would never look at it. Although it was only for a moment just now, the killing intent that flashed through the girl's eyes was clearly captured by him, making him deeply aware that this girl was definitely not joking with him. With the principle of life above all else, Constantine decisively abandoned his curiosity. Even if there were several books that had been lost, no matter how powerful the dark magic was, it was impossible for it to be as valuable as his little life. Constantine took a deep breath and no longer paid attention to the lost books on the shelves. Instead, he walked to the wooden table and picked up the scattered yellow manuscript. He said, "It is time to reveal the mystery. Let me see what secret this Wilbur is hiding." Year 1913, Spring, Newcastle. A golden meteor suddenly fell into the suburbs, and the huge shock wave caused the death of several civilians. Under the order of His Majesty George VI, I, who was obsessed with magic potion, was responsible for heading to the Newcastle region to investigate the incident. After a series of inspections, I found that a large area of land was affected by some unknown force, and the vegetation was abnormally active. Moreover, I detected a strong vitality from the soil. In the process of the investigation, I quickly realized that this was an opportunity bestowed by God. The mysterious unknown power contained in this region could not only make the plants and soil alive, but also make humans and animals alive. I only stayed here for a few days and cured the asthma disease passed down in our family. Oh God, so this is the feeling of health? The current me can run for more than 10 minutes in one breath, and I can also ride on the back of the strongest horse, making movements that I never dared to think of before. I can even wear knight armor and fight people with a knight sword. All of this is a blessing bestowed upon me by that magical land. Yes, this is mine. This is a great treasure bestowed to me by the Almighty and Merciful Father. Chapter 546, Wilbur's Manuscript 2. 1913, June. When His Majesty George V was inspecting the troops, he suddenly fell from the back of the galloping horse, causing the bone basin to almost shatter. This fall caused His Majesty's health to decline greatly, and I quickly realized that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and perhaps I could use this incident to gain the right to rule the Newcastle territory. Through studying those active plants, I concocted a potion to increase vitality. These drugs that are full of active power quickly cured His Majesty George V's injury and made him more energetic than before. I also got what I wanted. I became the court chief physician and got the right to rule Newcastle. And I only paid a few square meters of grass skin. Those stupid nobles were bought by me. No one can refuse such a mysterious potion. They are like maggots in the toilet. Their rotten bodies have long been rotten. They can only rely on my potion of life to survive. The Watt family has never been so popular. But I don't care about these hollow things. I am different from those politicians who have been corrupted by power. What I pursue is only the truth and knowledge, and what I want is hidden in that land. My intuition tells me that there must be a secret there. 1913, October. A bad news, I found that the activity of the land is weakening. I can't watch all of this happen. Those greedy nobles are waiting for my medicine. If the land and vegetation lose their activity, then the outcome waiting for me is to be torn apart by those hateful wolves. No, this is not what I want. I tried to stop this power from disappearing, but unfortunately, it could not be done without any method. The activity contained in the land and vegetation is getting less and less. It is estimated that it can only last for 3 months at most. Therefore, I must find a way to prevent this power from disappearing during this period of time. 1913, December. Bad news came one after another, and the power was already very thin. If nothing unexpected happens, the power will disappear completely at the end of this month, and the land and vegetation will return to their previous state. At that time, I will no longer be able to produce that magical potion. The falling meteor, not a single one found its existence. Originally, I thought that after the meteorite fell, it shattered and fused into this land due to the huge impact. That was why such a powerful life was born. But now, I still have one last chance. That is to find the material left behind by the meteorite. I built a factory in this area and announced to the world that it was used to deal with the waste materials of the city. This kind of factory is everywhere in England. Therefore, no one will doubt me. Those stupid civilians are even thanking me. However, in this way, I can openly dig and study this land. I hope to find the material left by the meteorite. May the benevolent Father bless your devout believers. Year 1914, the end of January. The digging process was very smooth, and no one found it. The only regret was that I could not trust others, so I could only dig by myself. 50 meters from the surface, I finally found the meteorite. I did not expect it to be a pure golden egg. This golden egg was about 3 meters in diameter, and the outside seemed to be woven by some kind of velvet, emitting an extremely majestic mysterious energy. It was at least 100 times more than the land and vegetation before. Just breathing near the golden egg made me feel a steady flow of power. But at the same time, I heard a strong heartbeat coming from this golden egg. Something is growing inside this golden egg, so the activity in the land and vegetation disappeared. Is it because the thing inside this golden egg is recovering? I don't know what is hidden in this golden egg. But if I want this energy, I must let the thing in the egg continue to sleep. 1914, February. Unfortunately, I tried all means but could not open this golden egg. 1914, March. The heartbeat inside the golden egg became more and more intense, and I could even occasionally hear the sound of breathing. I didn't have much time left, and the things inside quickly recovered. I remembered that there was some extraordinary knowledge recorded in the Whately's library. Perhaps they could help me open this thing. I hope grandfather didn't lie to me. Those books are really useful. 1914, April, London. I found a book that recorded a strange ritual. However, I had no other choice. I followed the description in the book and successfully held the ritual. When I got closer to the truth, I was already bathed in the glory of knowledge. Humans were too small. The truth that they pursued in their lives was just an illusion of hollow. Year 1914, the end of April. I used the knowledge in my brain to open the golden egg. But the scene in front of me now subverted my understanding of the whole world. I once thought that there would be no gods in the world. The omnipotent and merciful Father was just a religion. But now, I realized that I was wrong. There really were gods in this world. They looked at us from high above, watching humans suffer from the hardships of life and death and war, but they never showed mercy to save us. God could not be both omnipotent and good. If God was omnipotent, then he must not be merciful. If God is merciful, then he is definitely not omnipotent. This is unfair. 1914, May. It was too amazing. It was simply inconceivable. So there was actually such a creature in the world. Year 1914, June. A blank. Year 1914, July. A blank. 1914, August. God is neither omniscient nor omnipotent, nor merciful. 1914, September. A blank. 1914, at the end of September. A girl from the future was most suitable to be used as a cornerstone. 1914, October. The research progressed very smoothly, but the experimental subjects were no longer enough. 1914, November. I have to thank Germany. If not for the war they triggered, perhaps I would not have such a good opportunity. Since the commoners in the city have already discovered the truth, it would be better to take this opportunity to turn them all into experimental subjects. Anyway, it is now a war period. As long as we use a little trick, we can hide from those stupid politicians. 1914, December. I need to observe a large number of deaths. 1914, the end of December. I didn't expect that the thing I got from the golden egg could actually summon something from another world. This way, it can help me complete the plan. 1915, January. Germany bombed London. The hotel modification plan was completed and everything was ready, only the last experiment was left. My godly ascension project can finally begin. Chapter 547, Getting Closer to the Truth. There were still a lot of manuscripts on the table. But it was a pity that most of the words were blurred and could not be clearly seen. Although he had read through the manuscript left behind by Wilbur Whateley, Constantine had more questions in his heart. Whether it was the mysterious golden egg that fell, or the... Constantine put down the yellowed manuscript in his hand, turned to look at Nexia, and asked curiously, "According to your request, I have finished reading the entire manuscript, but it did not mention the truth of all the puzzles. According to the previous practices, now it should be the decryption of the prophet. However, this time, Nexia has no spoilers." Constantine was stunned for a few seconds. Then, he suggested, "Aren't you going to say something? It's not time yet." Nexia shook her head. She raised her hand and pointed to a certain place in the room. "There is a mechanism there that can open a secret passage." Constantine suppressed the doubts in his heart and walked to the place where Nexia pointed to and pressed the mechanism. Rumble. As the room shook, the rock wall rolled to the right. An even darker and narrower tunnel suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. Amidst the waves of cold wind blowing from it, there was a faint smell of blood that made one feel nauseous. What a heavy smell of blood! Constantine frowned and covered his nose. "Do you know where this tunnel leads to?" "The Devil's Nest, the source of the godly ascension plan, the factory mentioned in Wilba's manuscript." Nexia took a deep breath and said slowly, "The place where the golden egg first fell is also the final destination of our trip." "Wait. Constantine looked at her suspiciously and asked, "Didn't you say before that you wanted to find the key?" Nexia calmly said, "I have the key. Why didn't I see it? When did you get the key?" Constantine's eyes showed a touch of surprise. He had been observing Nexia all the time, and he did not see her take anything from here. "The key is just an adjective," Nexia explained, "it's not a normal key. I can't explain it to you. It's fine if you don't want to say it." Constantine was speechless and said, "But now there are only the two of us. Should we wait for Laud to finish and go to the factory together? It's safer this way." "It's too late." Nexia shook her head and said, "Father will catch up soon. Let's go to the factory to stop the project." "Are you sure that the two of us can do it?" Constantine expressed his doubts. The two of them might have died in the past. That cabinet of black magic books was not a joke. "That's enough." Nexia was very sure. She nodded and said, "Actually, if you want to stop the godly ascension plan, the most important person is not me, but you, John Constantine." "Me?" Constantine was extremely surprised, thinking about how he could stop Wilba's ascension plan. "That's right, it's you." Nexia confirmed again, "Or to be exact, only you can stop the ascension plan." "Wait a minute." Constantine seemed to have thought of something, and his expression suddenly became a little strange. "I'm the only one who can stop you. Don't tell me you are planning to sacrifice me to summon Lucifer, right?" he asked. Perhaps it was because he had too many teammates to offer sacrifices to, so at such critical times, he felt that others might harm him. Especially the last time in Los Angeles, Constantine still remembered the fact that Laud tried to offer sacrifices to him to summon Lucifer. Now that he had met this guy's daughter, it was inevitable that he would not be worried about this. In a sense, he could be considered to have suffered from persecution paranoia. After all, he had done too many shameful things. It was impossible not to worry. "You're thinking too much." Nexia was a little speechless. She shook her head and said, "I won't sacrifice you. Moreover, this place is very special. Even if you die, Lucifer will not appear, so don't worry." "Really?" Constantine still had some doubts. Although his intuition told him that Nexia was not lying, he still wanted to confirm it again. "Really?" Nexia felt tired and said helplessly, "Not everyone likes to sacrifice their teammates like you." "All right, I'll believe you this time." In the end, Constantine was still defeated and moved by the girl's sincere eyes. The two of them entered the tunnel in turn. This place was similar to the one that led to the room. It was a secret tunnel that was secretly dug out in the underground rock layer. Because the city outside had always been raining, even the underground could feel the dampness. Drops of water continuously dripped down from the cracks in the rock walls. Their feet were covered with unknown moss. The feeling of stepping on them was very slippery. Coupled with the small path paved with gravel, it was quite difficult to walk. Crack! Crack! Constantine and Nexia, one deep and one shallow, stepped on the uneven gravel road. In the pitch-black environment where they could not see their fingers, they slowly moved forward on the wet rock wall. This dark road was very long. They walked for more than 10 minutes, but they did not see any light. There was only endless darkness in front of them. The deeper they went, the more stinky the air became, and even the temperature became higher and higher. Wet, slippery, stuffy. Constantine wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked up at the dark environment in front of him. He suddenly had a strange feeling. This dark path was like the mouth of a giant beast, and they were the ones who walked into the trap and were about to be digested. He continued to advance. After an unknown period of time, just as Constantine could no longer endure and wanted to curse, he suddenly heard the roar of a machine. "We're almost there." Constantine's mind jolted, and he hurriedly quickened his pace. He did not care if there were any traps, and he almost ran out. Rumble! The roar of the machine became louder and louder. In this enclosed space in the secret passage, it was directly magnified countless times. It was like a rumbling thunder that shook the eardrums. Even when he placed his hand on the rock wall next to him, he could still feel the clear vibration. Finally, he saw the end. At the end of this dark tunnel was the area right below the factory that was usually used to excrete the abandoned sewage. However, the current underground water drainage system was piled up with countless broken corpses. Even the river channel was filled with blood. The stench that they smelled came from here. Seeing this bloody scene, Constantine felt his stomach ache. He could not help but turn around and throw up on the wall. Come with me. Nexia's face was slightly pale. Her eyebrows were tightly furrowed. It seemed that she was not used to the environment here. She walked straight into the depths of the underwater system. When I go back, I will change to vegetarian. Chapter 548, The Sin of Pursuing Immortality. They continued to advance along the water drainage system. Although the light here was still very dim, they could roughly see the surroundings and the situation in front of them. These runes engraved on the wall. Constantine followed Nexia. The deeper they went, the more shocked they were when they saw the things on the walls. The entire underground water drainage system was extremely complicated. The winding roads led in all directions, like a complicated giant maze. Moreover, on the surrounding walls and ceiling, there were also some dazzling bright red incantations. The degree of complexity of these incantations was formed by many different incantations. Each incantation was connected with each other. The internal logic was strict and the spell system was complex. Even Constantine, who had been immersed in the spell for decades and boasted that he knew countless forbidden knowledge, found it difficult to completely recognize it. He barely managed to recognize two incantations. One was used to disrupt the sense of space, and the other was used to imprison and bind. Constantine was not very surprised by the incantation that disturbed the sense of space. It was obvious that Wilbur wanted to keep it a secret to prevent people from the outside from entering the drainage pipes and discovering the secret here. However, the pattern and structure of the binding spell came from a heavenly bishop, and it was the most authentic crown of thorns. It had only been used twice in history, and it had been jointly led by the Pope and 10 cardinals. This made him a little confused. Why would a person who had slaughtered the entire city and committed such a grave sin use the most sacred incantation in the Holy See in such a sinful place? Even the crown of thorns has appeared. Constantine frowned deeply, and a puzzled expression appeared on his face. He felt a little strange in his heart and murmured, "What exactly did that guy imprison?" "Soon, you will know." Nexia did not stop. Instead, she increased her speed. In this complicated underground maze, it was as easy as returning to her home. Hey, slow down." Seeing this, Constantine also quickened his pace, afraid that he would be left behind. As he went deeper, the smell of blood in the air became thicker, and the roar of machinery became louder and louder. But if one listened carefully, one could vaguely hear a blood-curdling scream mixed in. Cold sweat oozed out of Constantine's forehead, gathering down the edge of his cheeks to his lower jaw, and then slowly dripped down on the slippery ground. His face was as white as a layer of paint. He could swear on his own credibility that even when he went to the deep hell, he had never heard such a horrifying scream. He could not imagine what kind of torture he had endured to make such a desperate and resentful voice. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, Nexia, who was in front of him, suddenly stopped. "We're here." Nexia raised her slender gooseneck and looked at a hanging ladder hanging on the wall. Her cold eyes were solemn. "The truth you want to know is up there." Constantine hesitated for a moment. He looked at the suspended ladder that led to the upper floor and asked, "If we go up from here, we won't meet that guy directly, will we?" "Don't worry, it won't happen for the time being." Nexia shook her head and reassured the suspicious Constantine. "At least before we destroy the godly climbing plan, Wilbur won't be able to find us. All right, I hope you are right. Constantine took a deep breath, adjusted his mentality, took a step forward, grabbed the suspension ladder, and started to climb. The length of the suspension ladder was not high, so Constantine quickly reached the top. He stretched out his hand and pushed open the lid on the top. With both hands and legs, he finally climbed out from the top. Nexia tiptoed lightly, her figure elegant like a fairy. She directly jumped out from below and slowly landed next to Constantine. After getting up, Constantine looked around and sized up the internal structure of the factory. The space inside the factory was very large. There were countless thick transparent tubes that were like a spider's nest. There were broken limbs in the tubes. It was obviously a waste that was going to be released. The roar of the machine became louder. At the same time, the surrounding temperature became stuffy. The bloody and rancid smell in the air was almost 10 times stronger than the smell in the sewer. It almost made Constantine faint. Constantine looked at Nexia and asked, "How should we go next?" "Go straight." Nexia pointed to the place where all the transparent pipes extended and said, "The source of everything is there." "Good." Surprisingly, Constantine did not ask any more questions. He frowned and looked at the end of the road. There was an indescribable sense of familiarity in his heart. Moreover, there seemed to be a certain voice that lingered faintly in his ears. F***ck. I'm hearing things. Constantine shook his head and felt that maybe he was too nervous, so he did not take it to heart and walked inside. The journey was unexpectedly smooth. As expected, Wilbur did not appear. There was not a single living person in the entire factory. Other than the loud rumbling of the machinery, the blood-curdling screams became clearer and clearer. When they arrived at the source of the excretion pipeline, Constantine finally saw the source of the blood-curdling screams. The scene in front of him shocked him deeply. Countless humans piled up together, like pigs and sheep in the market. They were hung in the air through iron rings, along a transport device, and were sent to the last slaughter point in succession. It was unknown what magic Wilbur had used to make these humans who had their bellies split open and their lungs split open still retain their consciousness and self, and then they went to their final death. These people who were hung up were already completely hopeless. They could only unconsciously scream. Constantine could not bear to close his eyes. Even in hell, he had never seen such a terrifying scene. After calming down a little, Constantine walked to the meat grinder and looked down. His scalp immediately felt numb and goosebumps appeared all over his body. A chilling feeling instantly rushed into his head from the soles of his feet. This was a slaughter point. This was clearly a meat grinder. The meat grinder was very small. It was composed of countless small pieces of sword. They were densely arranged at the bottom and rotated very fast. Every person who was thrown down would not die directly after falling into the meat grinder, because those sword slices were too small and could not instantly crush people, so they could only grind bit by bit. Starting from his 2 legs, he slowly moved upwards. After letting people experience extreme pain and torture, they were finally turned into a pile of minced meat and then flowed along the drain channel to the outside. Right above the meat grinder, there was a huge pipe device. Those who had been tortured would not even be able to rest in peace after death. Instead, they were sucked into the pipe and sent deeper into the factory. It was unknown what they would be used for. Beast. Constantine's eyes were blood red. He clenched his fists tightly and his nails dug into his skin. He growled, "How can there be such a terrifying beast in the world? This bastard is even crueler than the Devil King of Hell. This is the sin of pursuing immortality." Nexia looked calm and said, "When human desires expand endlessly, they will cause such a disaster. I have seen such a desperate scene countless times." Chapter 549, Imprisoned Seraph. Nexia, I don't understand. Constantine couldn't bear to look at the miserable state of those people anymore. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. His teeth were almost crushed. He said, Wilbur Whatley built this factory. Could it be that he just wanted to torture them and satisfy his perverted desires? Do you still remember the godly ascension plan mentioned in the manuscript? Nexia said. I remember. Judging from the literal meaning, it should be the plan that Wilbur planned to use to become a god, right? Constantine recalled the content mentioned in the manuscript. Although there were not many specific descriptions of godly ascension, he could see some clues. Wilbur was suspected to have obtained endless knowledge and magical power from the books passed down by his family. From then on, he became a powerful black magician who was proficient in many lost dark magic that he had never heard of. Magic was a double-edged sword. Constantine had personally experienced this principle a long time ago. Newcastle's experience told him that the more powerful the power restriction, the more it would be. Even if he was not careful, it would result in a result that was contrary to his own will. It was not hard to believe that a noble who had never come into contact with the field of magic would have a great change in temperament after obtaining such a complicated dark magic, especially when he had once held a mysterious ritual to obtain endless knowledge from it. It was this mistake that led to Wilbur's decision to become a god. Although Constantine was not clear about the details of the so-called godly ascension plan, he was sure that the price that Wilbur had to pay was not something he could afford. But what does the godly ascension plan have to do with these ordinary people? Constantine was very sleepy. I have also dabbled in dark magic. With the greed of those dimensional devil gods, a mere population of a city is not enough to satisfy their appetite. Unless they can sacrifice half of the people of Earth, how can they help him become a god? You only guessed half of it correctly. Nexia raised her hand to lift up a strand of black hair that had fallen from her temples. She said indifferently, what Wilbur is proficient in is not black magic. It is another kind of even more evil magic. These people are not used to offer sacrifices, but to endure torture. But why? Constantine's face flashed with shock and doubt. Because only these tortured souls can help him complete the most important part of the godly ascension plan. Nexia looked at him meaningfully and said, only the tortured souls born from the filthy evil can pollute that existence. Pollute that existence? Constantine was stunned when he heard that. He felt as if he had forgotten something. Constantine. 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 The faint voice that had just echoed in his ears seemed to have become clearer at this moment. The voice lingered in the depths of his mind, constantly repeating his name. Hello, Nexia. Constantine's expression changed slightly. He turned to ask the girl beside him, someone is calling my name. Did you hear it? No, I can't hear it. Nexia shook her head, indicating that she did not hear it. But then she changed the topic and suddenly said, but the voice calling you does exist, and only you can hear it. So don't be too nervous. It turned out that it was not an illusion caused by his exhaustion. Constantine suddenly felt a sharp pain in his brain, as if something was drilling out of it. He couldn't help but clench his teeth and hold his head in trembling. His 10 fingers were deeply inserted into the roots of his hair, and his breathing became rapid. A strange sense of incongruity quietly spread out from the bottom of his heart. All the scenery around him suddenly became illusory and hazy in his eyes, and countless overlapping illusions appeared. A strange memory that he had never had before flashed through his mind like lightning. I remember. As Constantine read the name of this place, a glimmer of light gradually appeared in his confused eyes. I returned to this place in order to save the little girl, Alistriel. But I seem to have forgotten something. The second memory has been triggered. Nexia nodded slightly, her pink lips relaxed. She patted her chest and said, fortunately, you remembered it in time. We still have time. Let's hurry to the next place. No wonder you haven't reminded me. So the trigger condition is my memory. Constantine covered her head with one hand. The impact of the pain was still there. She said coldly, if I don't recover my memory, does that mean we can't stop Wilbur? At least, the future I know is true. Nexia's eyes were a little sad. If you still haven't recovered your memory, then the chances of us winning will be infinitely close to zero. What is the probability now? Constantine asked curiously. Nexia thought for a moment and said, 50%, it is already very high. Half and half. Not bad. Hearing this, Constantine cheered up again and smiled optimistically. At least the probability is much higher than when I made a bet with the Demon King. As the two talked, they had already reached the deepest part of the factory. A huge iron gate stood in front of him, engraved with a huge amount of complicated runes. Just one look was enough to make people dizzy, let alone crack or understand the meaning of these runes. Is Wilbur still human? Constantine only glanced at it and felt that his head was going to explode. He directly raised his hands. Don't expect me to open this iron gate. I can't even understand what is written on it. No need, just leave it to me. Nexia slowly pulled out ZANPAKUTOU from her waist. There was a hint of seriousness in her cold expression as she said, after I open this iron gate, Wilbur will immediately appear. I will do my best to hold him back for you. The rest will be up to you. Gulp. Constantine was infected by her seriousness and gulped. Wait, you haven't told me what you want me to do. You will know when you go in. Nexia looked back into his eyes. You trust me so much? Constantine suddenly panicked. What if he didn't know? Unfortunately, Nexia did not answer him. Step by step, she walked towards the iron gate. The slender blade of sword, glowing with white milk, in this dark environment, released spiritual power, who was calm and collected. She said faintly. Everything goes against the journey, 100 generations pass by, like a galloping shadow. Bang kai fuse. The next moment, the iron gate shattered. Go! Nexia shouted. Bang! The spiritual power that Constantine's feet were brewing suddenly erupted at this moment, galloping past like electric light, wiping Nexia's side, and rushing straight into the broken iron gate. Boom! An earth-shattering violent tremor followed by a surging wave of air rushing towards him from behind. Constantine did not dare to turn back at all. He rushed forward recklessly. He knew that as long as he hesitated, he would be completely torn into pieces by the biting cold gaze behind him. The iron gate was still a dark passageway. He did not know how long he had run. Only when he felt a burning pain in his lungs did he see a trace of light. At the same time, the voice calling out to him became clearer and clearer. Finally, he came to the end. A tank full of bright red blood was hung in the air by countless iron chains engraved with incantations. The pipes that absorbed the soul of pain were connected to the inside from all directions. It was a woman imprisoned in the cultivation tank. It was a woman with a devastatingly beautiful appearance. Her scattered blonde hair was exceptionally eye-catching in the fresh blood. She wore a gorgeous golden armor dress, and her face was as white as jade. It was as if she had been carved by ice crystals without any flaws. Her tall nose bridge could be said to be perfectly divided into lines. Her two red lips were plump and thin, and her eyes were tightly closed as if she was sleeping. But if it was just this, it was not enough to shock the old driver, Constantine. What truly shocked him to the extreme and even made his scalp numb from the solace of his feet was that there were 6 sacred and pure giant wings growing on the back of that woman. Chapter 550, The Truth Behind Ascension Plan. Se. Serav. Constantine's mind went blank, and he subconsciously swallowed his saliva. That was the highest level of God Messenger in heaven, and there were only 7 seraphs under the throne of God. He had once had the fortune of dealing with one of the seraphs, so even how powerful these supreme existences were. Just the pressure they released was enough to destroy a city that was gathered by hundreds of thousands of people. Even if Wilbur knew more dark magic and more forbidden knowledge, he was still just a human. How could he imprison one of the only 7 seraph under the throne, a supreme sacred creature that could compete with the infernal king, in this disgusting and blasphemous place. Constantine! 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 The voice became clearer and clearer. Constantine was slightly stunned. He found that the woman in the cultivation tank opened her eyes through the turbid blood liquid. Shua dash! At this moment, everything seemed to be still. Constantine had experienced this kind of power before. He knew that this was the unique static time of an angel. In the past, when Gabriel occasionally appeared in front of him, he would often make the surrounding time stop flowing. The good thing was to prevent mortals from seeing the true appearance of an angel, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. However, compared to time being stopped, what he was more curious about now was which of the 7 seraph in front of him was the imprisoned seraph. The seraph's eyes were extremely pure. It was like an emerald green gem that had been meticulously carved by a god craftsman. However, if one looked closely, one would notice that there was a circle of dazzling golden flames around the edges of those emerald eyes. It was like boiling hot and hot lava that was slowly flowing in his eyes. Constantine! You're finally here! The seraph's eyes slowly moved and fixed on Constantine. A look of pain flashed past his eyes. Through the cultivation tank and the dirty blood, the voice of the angel sounded directly in his mind. This caused Constantine to be stunned for half a second. Then, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Is it you? Have you been calling me all this time? Yes. I am calling you. The pain in the seraph's eyes intensified. Very weakly, Hollow said, I need your power to save me from here. There is no time left. Constantine, I cannot hold on for long. They are polluting me. Wait. Pollution. A thought flashed through Constantine's mind, and he suddenly thought of a terrifying idea. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. So the people who died here and those suffering souls were all trying to corrupt you. That's right. Because this is the only way to weaken my seraph wings. The seraph said weakly, that man wants to occupy my body. I can feel his consciousness flowing in here, waiting for the moment when I can't hold on any longer. So that's how it is. I understand now. Constantine had read through many black magic before, and after hearing it, he instantly understood. The dirty blood flowing in this cultivation tank came from the tortured and dead humans. For a sacred and pure existence like her, it was a blasphemy of the extreme earth, constantly eroding the body of the pure God. But if it was just this, it could not pollute a seraph. The seraph wings, even if it was his symbol, was also a powerful source of power bestowed by God. So Wilbur used the second method, which was to collect the tortured souls and mix them into the cultivation tank, and then corrode the seraph wings with the runes engraved on the outside. The wails and screams of the souls of pain, accompanied by endless negative emotions, were like a storm after the incantation was strengthened by hundreds of times, constantly attacking the spiritual barrier of the seraph. Once the wings of the seraph were corrupted, he would completely lose the protection of the divine power. And then, it would be the time that Wilbur was waiting for. It would completely occupy this body of God created by God, and then become a high and mighty God. Constantine understood everything. This was the so-called ascension plan. Using the evil and filthy energy refined by the dead humans in the city to pollute the heart and divine wings of the seraph, and finally taking the body of the seraph for himself, Wilbur will become the angel god. To let such an evil existence occupy the body of a seraph, what kind of disaster would happen? It was simply unimaginable. Just thinking about it made Constantine feel goosebumps all over his body. He swore that he would never let Wilbur's plan succeed. Wait, I'll save you right now. Constantine directly took out the sacred hunter and filled it with blessed divine bullets. At the same time, he did not forget to bargain with the seraph. These are the bullets of Gabriel's blessing. When I save you, remember to give me a few more. The seraph did not speak. Perhaps it was because Hollow was too weak, but of course, it could not be ruled out. It was because he was too shameless. Soon, the 2 divine bullets were filled up. Constantine raised the holy hunter with both hands, aimed at the position above the cultivation tank, and pulled the trigger with his index finger. Boom! Boom! Flames sprayed out from the muzzle of the gun. Along with the loud roar of the firearms, 2 golden bullets were pushed out of the gun chamber, as if they were tearing through the darkness of dawn. The corners of Constantine's mouth rose as he watched the trajectory of the 2 golden bullets. Just as he was about to touch the cultivation tank and felt that everything was stable, he saw a black shadow flash out from the side and flash past his eyes at an even more astonishing speed. Bang! The bullet stopped in front of the cultivation tank and was firmly blocked by a hand. It was as if it had collided with metal, causing a dazzling spark to splash out, producing a crisp and dull sound. I knew it. A look of surprise flashed across Constantine's face. He slowly put down the sacred hunter with both hands. Looking at the gradually becoming clear face, he could not help but sigh and say, "No matter what I want to do, accidents always come faster than planned." That face had a strong sense of standing. It had a hooked nose and thin lips. It was a typical Caucasian characteristic. His brown hair was neatly combed to the back of his head. He wore a straight suit and looked like a noble. Wow! I got lucky! Constantine whistled and clenched the sacred hunt. The face in front of him was the noble man he had seen in the hotel banquet hall, and he was also the culprit who had triggered this disaster and committed a heinous crime, the culprit who wanted to ascend to godhood with the body of a human, Wilbur. John Constantine.